Hello CrossFire Esports fans, this is the CFS HQ. I am here to introduce the point system that will be newly applied in 2024. We will dive deep into the detailed structure of this new system. The CFS 2024 point system. We are very pleased to introduce the new point system, which has been designed to invite competitive teams to the major CFS tournaments. Regions with professional leagues will decide the teams that will advance to the CFS Summer Championship and the Grand Finals based on the team points earned in each season. The points will be distributed differently according to the team's final standing of each season. In other words, teams will obtain their opportunities for the major CFS tournaments by summing up the points they earned in each season. We expect this structure to give more solid motivation to all the teams participating in the professional league. In addition, considering that each region has a different league structure, the point system will be suitably modified according to each regional league circumstances. Next, let's find out how the CFS 2024 point system is applied in each regional professional league. First, let's check the system for China. The 10 esports organizations affiliated with the CFPL will receive different points based on their regular league standings of the 2 seasons in 2024 and their final playoff standings. After the end of both seasons, we will calculate each organization's accumulated points to select the teams that advanced to the major tournaments. Firstly, the teams ranked 1st to 3rd in the point system will be invited to the CFS Summer Championship 2024. After the Summer Championship ends, the teams will be divided into 2 groups based on their point standings for the CFS 2024 Regional Finals, China. The teams in the same group will compete each other to survive, or not to be eliminated. The teams will compete for the final seeds of the CFS 2024 Grand Finals through the Regional Finals playoffs. Next, let's check the system in EU MENA and Brazil. Both regions will have the same point system structure. The point distribution table based on the final league standings will be the same as that of other regions. However, it makes a clear distinction between the other regions by applying the same point system to the CFOL, the regional 2nd division league. Of course, the amount of points that can be earned in CFOL is insufficient compared to the 1st division league. It means the teams in the 2nd division league need to maintain a very good performance throughout the year to get a chance to advance to the CFS major tournaments. After the end of both seasons in 2024, the teams ranked from 1st to 4th in the accumulated point system will advance directly to the regional final. The teams ranked from 5th to 12th place will advance to the regional qualifiers, the sub-qualifiers of the regional finals. In addition, teams ranked 1st and 2nd in the CFS 2024 point system will be invited to the CFS Summer Championship. Finally, let's look at the system structure for Vietnam. Vietnam region's point system also has the same structure as the other regions. Teams will receive different points based on their final standings of the 2 seasons in 2024. However, the point system will not apply to the CSC, the 2nd division league in Vietnam. Same as the other regions, ranked 1st and 2nd teams in the CFS point system will be invited to the CFS Summer Championship. Teams ranked from 1st to 4th in the accumulated point system will directly advance to the CFS 2024 Regional Finals. And the teams ranked from 5th to 12th will begin their journey to the Grand Finals from the subordinate tournament, Regional Qualifiers. So far, we have briefly explained the CFS 2024 point system. Please keep an eye out for which teams from each region will make it to the CFS major tournament with the CFS 2024 point system.
的这个藏点很关键，正面横一个秒2个来，可以再定一个 ，KOI 也无力回天。大部队集合来到中路，念旧第一口，念旧啊，到手，闪身出来了以后4杀到手，微笑这个位置他必须要出来捡包的，单局5杀念旧。闪光，打一个，打2个，打3个。 坑没有人 ，A1两个人正好是贴墙的。有人动钳子，能拆得掉吗？嘉伟单局5杀。 3杀到手，正面自己弹上来，脚下球到了4个，是一次5杀，个人能力的淋漓尽致的展现。对，
那大坑方向这边还有一个1-2，他们是深知这一点的，残血很多，再打一个，还有吗？这边就是一个残血4杀。
garante a vitória e EDM vai enfrentar a equipe da Imperial e vou te dizer, pra Ice foi tranquilo.
Animal finalize com isso, garante um ponto e a vitória. 2-0 na série para o time da Imperial, que está na grande final.
O bigode mais conhecido do CrossFire garante o round. Seven garante a eliminação em EDM. A Imperial abre 2-0 na série. O mapa para a equipe do Vasco e EDM. Aqui nada está acabado. A equipe do Vasco garante, grita ali o Fefe e EDM. Alô, alô! Segunda temporada da CFBL.
Now! Summer 2024, the story begins. More than just a game, a celebration of surpassing limits. Who will become the next legend? In a place filled with passion and intensity, the story continues.
Flash đi luôn. David đây tôi đã nói là anh ta nghe được một cái điều gì đó rồi, sẽ là ra những combo kill cho nó sẽ là hơi khó khăn khi nhảy lên. Có được mạng. Chỉ còn đúng một chứ còn là IQ thì tôi không nghĩ là sẽ thắng đến từ bên phía của đội tuyển Team Valor Tàu. Một mạng cho IQ và cái double kill nó có hay không đây khi Mai đối đầu với cả một trong những đối thủ cũ và chạy rất dẻo đến từ IQ. Vị trí của Mai phải đi tìm nhưng IQ anh ta có một cái tốc độ là 10 giây kịp hay không? 9 8 7 6 5 4 không được rồi. Trời đất ơi, không kịp đến từ bên phía của đội tuyển Team Valor. Bị mù rồi. Cover TGM anh ta bắn côn kìa. Trời ơi, người cover sai thì là đồ đà không, đó là Kim Boom với cái triple kill. Kim Boom không thể đổi thêm, đội đã về tới nơi rồi. Đến phía bên kia có bên như Small và cả vị trí ta không muốn quay xe và cái double kill. Hai người cờ B cần phải có đồ nhưng mà hết đồ mất rồi. Nào một bại đô la đứng cương luôn cái double kill đô la và Rambo bắt thêm được cái mạng của Trap nữa. Lát, TGM bắn hay quá, đúng chết được một người. Sẽ có sự cover lỗ, double kill cho TGM. Đoàn quân Crown chào Lát ra. Và các thành viên của bên phía đội tuyển Lát Legend nó bị móc tới hai người. Lucas có làm được cái mạng thứ ba, cũng được câu trả lời là có. Họ vẫn chưa muốn lên A, sẽ muốn được quất ở nhà. Small anh ta khá bất ngờ, đô la đang ở đây và Chap làm cái gì đây? Bông kill bật lôi, chỉ đi không dám lao ra đấu. Bông kill mình phải máu lại chết với cái double kill cho bông kill. Đô la 1m4 trước có đỉnh, sau cũng có đỉnh, double kill cho đô la. Và TGM thì ta vẫn đang quản cục pin này. Đô la muốn bắt TGM. Đô la anh ta mạng ở cục mang tên TGM. Đạn chip, ui rồi ôi, đạn chip hơi non. Đầu tiên bắn côn hay đến từ anh trưởng. JD còn 2 mét côn thôi. 2 mét và đây là một cơ hội dành cho đội tuyển Crown. phải hỏi ý kiến của Carao. Dần dần tiếp cận vào rồi. KT15 hiện tại quá yếu và chiến thắng thuộc về Carao Esports. Họ sẽ là nhà vô địch.
Bringing out the second able to find one on MKZ. Beck goes down as well. And finally, there's a response, and it's a huge one. Unnights, thanks to HCZ, are right back in the fight here. 4 kills on the table, all headshots as well.
HCZ came around the corner, gets a freebie, he's completely blindsided
from it, but Snox just eats the flashes, has to back off the Creeds. He's gonna hold the line for all 3.
Caught by a flash though, he's gonna double back. Doesn't want to stick around too long, Min. Gonna find one, we're gonna make that 2 as well. Looks for a 3rd as well, and he'll find it. What a round coming out from Min.
Very low on HP, so Unnights, if they can play their cards right, there's a chance to win this back. And Beck, he might have just found that opportunity, already finding himself 2 kills. You can see Snock wants to go for the trade. He's a little bit late, and he's not gonna be able to find anything. Beck able to get 3 kills, and Creed's and Austin, they know they've got to try and find something, but Beck able to find 4 before finally.
Alucard taking a hell of a lot of damage early. Swing on the corner, Dezane gonna get 2. Oh, made that 3. Brilliant from Dezane.
But Flex is already quick on their flank as well. They're gonna have to be ready to deal with this, and I just don't think they have the positioning to be aware of it, but it may not matter. Raffin gets the quad kill spray down, gets the ace on top of it.
25 seconds, not under a lot of pressure in terms of time just yet, but now that he's known, absolutely is. Missed shot. Pistol pulled out. Raffin will fall. 1v1. Now it's doable. Absolutely doable. Trying to find this last guy. Spox. He's lost him though, and he finds him on the drive-by. Oh, Alucard. Spray is good. A hell of a lot of damage. Spoxy, Raffin, and Lion Claw all taking significant damage here. HC for 1. Spray on the corner. Gonna find both. Oh no, it's crumbling. LCK. And let that one fall apart.
Disrupting on that position, but Pietro, he's trying to get some work done himself here from the back of the A window. Put that pressure on them. HCZ able to find one. MKZ finds another. Confident Snare. They're still hanging on to this one. 2 kills going the way of Snare. Alucard would be good for a first here. Gets all 4 kills. Insanity.
Close. Gonna get tested here off the back of the information. MKZ for 2. HGZ for 2 as well. Oh, what a way to close it.
Fully swinging into this as well. He's gonna find himself a 2nd kill. Pietro spotted as well. This flash is gonna be huge for their chance to break through. Pietro able to find Snare. Horus and the 1v2. Good for the first, good for the second. Horus, what a retake. Knights have clearly done their homework here. They know exactly what they want to do on the approach. 3BL, they're just kind of left. Try and pick up the pieces and find a way to just frag out. Bomb is going to be dropped here. Slayer on that wrap, though, is huge because Snare is left alone, flashed out of position, looking for a potential clutch here. He gets the spray down. The Horse and Snake is going to be massive. Snake able to find 2, but through the wall. MKZ takes down Totson and Horus. Making a 3rd kill. What is that 3rd shot? And now it's just Snare, but the wall bang of the M4 proving to be so massive in this round. But MKZ, it's not over just yet. The 1v1 situation. Can he take it all the way to the finish line? No, he can't. Starts to come through from Snake. Totson able to find 1 as well. There, he's not going to be able to hold on to it. Totson, though, still able to find that impact from the bridge position. Gets a 2nd kill onto HCZ. MKZ and Beck are also very, very low. Horus has to be able to respond here from the GR spawn. He's spotted out. Here comes the double swing. Totson, he needs the ace in order to close this one out. He spots MKZ on the shoulder. Be good for a 3rd in this round. Can he do any more? The time is already ticking away from him. They know exactly where he is, but he catches Alucard as well. Surely not the ace. The one-on-one opportunity to win it all for Totson. Beck just definitely going to dance this one around and try and run down the clock, but the backstab, Totson! You've got to be kidding. Ace clutch for the win here. Gets it done for 3BL.
từ thủ đô Hà Nội, chúng tôi xin được gửi lời chào nồng nhiệt nhất tới toàn thể quý vị đại biểu, quý vị khách quý và quý vị khán giả đang có mặt trong trường quay ngày hôm nay, cũng như các quý vị khán giả đang theo dõi trực tuyến trên các kênh phát sóng của CrossFire. Chúng ta đang cùng đến với ngày thi đấu đầu tiên của vòng chung kết giải đấu CFS Summer Championship 2024. Và rất vinh dự cho Huyền Trang khi ngày hôm nay được đồng hành cùng quý vị và các bạn trong giải đấu CFS Summer Championship được đồng tổ chức bởi công ty VTC Online và Smiley Entertainment. Thưa quý vị, chúng ta đang cùng có mặt tại nhà thi đấu Tây Hồ. Hiện tại chúng ta đang cùng tọa lạc tại một thành phố thủ đô của đất nước Việt Nam, thành phố Hà Nội ngàn năm văn hiến, nơi mà 4 đội thi mạnh nhất thế giới sẽ quy tụ để tranh chiếc cúp vô địch danh giá của giải đấu CFS Summer Championship 2024. Quý vị thân mến, chúng ta đã trải qua 2/3 chặng đường với các giải đấu vô cùng sôi động, nhiệt huyết và bùng nổ. Vòng bảng đã khép lại với những kết quả hết sức bất ngờ. Sau ngày thi đấu hôm qua, chúng ta đã xác định được 4 đội tuyển xuất sắc sẽ góp mặt tại vòng chung kết giải đấu CFS Summer Championship 2024. Huyền Trang xin được thay mặt cho những người làm chương trình, xin gửi lời cảm ơn tới tất cả quý vị khán giả đang có mặt trong trường quay đã đến tiếp sức và cổ vũ cho 4 đội thi. Cùng với đó là hàng nghìn những người hâm mộ đang theo dõi trên các kênh phát sóng trực tiếp của CrossFire đã luôn đồng hành cùng CFS Summer Championship 2024. Và hy vọng rằng tất cả quý vị sẽ có được những cảm xúc tuyệt vời tại CFS Summer Championship 2024. Và một lần nữa cũng xin được gửi lời cảm ơn trân trọng nhất tới công ty VTC Online và Smiley Entertainment đã đồng tổ chức giải đấu tuyệt vời này. Và bây giờ tất cả chúng ta, các bạn đã nóng lòng chào đón 4 đội tuyển chưa ạ? Vâng ạ, và nếu đã nóng lòng xin hãy dành một tràng pháo tay thật lớn hơn nữa được không ạ? Xin được nồng nhiệt chào đón đương kim vô địch CFS Summer Championship. Và liệu rằng họ có thể giữ vững ngôi vương 3 năm liên tiếp hay không? Hãy cùng chào đón lên sân khấu CHENGDU Gamers. Mang trong mình quyết tâm và tinh thần đồng đội cao, liệu với bản lĩnh của họ có thể mang vinh quang về cho người hâm mộ Ai Cập hay không? Xin được nồng nhiệt chào đón ứng cử viên sáng giá đến từ Ai Cập, IMPERIAL Esports. Một trong những đội thủ đáng gờm đến từ Brazil, liên tục chứng minh năng lực và sức đấu bền bỉ, liệu rằng họ có thể chạm tay tới chiếc cúp vô địch hay không? Xin được chào đón đại diện đến từ Brazil, IMPERIAL Esports. Và cuối cùng, nhưng chắc chắn không kém phần quan trọng, bất chấp mọi khó khăn, đội tuyển này đã thể hiện một màn trình diễn vô cùng phi thường. Họ vượt qua vòng bảng với sự kiên cường, quyết tâm và tinh thần không khuất phục. Xin được nồng nhiệt chào mừng đại diện đến từ nước chủ nhà Việt Nam, World Empire. Và một lần nữa xin hãy dành một tràng tay thật lớn để cùng chào đón 4 đội tuyển đang có mặt trên sân khấu CFS Summer Championship 2024. Thưa quý vị, bầu không khí của chúng ta đang nóng hơn bao giờ hết. Và không biết là các bạn đã sẵn sàng để chứng kiến những màn tranh tài đầy kịch tính của vòng chung kết chưa ạ? Và không để các bạn chờ đợi lâu hơn nữa, chúng ta hãy cùng đến với trận đấu đầu tiên ngày hôm nay cùng với các bình luận viên của chúng tôi. Xin mời!
CFS Summer Championship 2024, where the new stories are written. The game has gradually changed. The desire to win the throne is becoming more intense. New factors will challenge the king. Can CHENGDU Giant All Gamers defend their throne? Who will be the champion of the CFS Summer Championship 2024?
All right, welcome on in. It is day number 6 of the CFS Summer Championship, but more importantly, what that means, it is day number 1 of the playoffs of the CFS Summer Championship here in Vietnam. Obviously, a big day of games yet to come. Sticky Frog here with me on the desk for the first match of the day. We've got 2 big ones, 2 best of 5s as we jump into those extra long series here. 4 teams remaining, and obviously all of them gunning for that top spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a grueling 5 days for most of the teams coming out of group stage. Group A is nothing like we expected at all, with Baisha Gaming bouncing out in 3rd, I think it was 4th, on towards that stage. And it seems like Wolf Empire and Imperial has found themselves out of that group. And meanwhile, in Group B, it is going to be AG, of course, coming out, and 3BL. Thanks to Vasco.
Yeah, indeed. Last night, big game from Vasco. Obviously, beating Ranking Esports is what allowed basically 3BL to be here today. Of course, just to update you, there's broadcasts all over the world. If you're interested in maybe a different language, these are your options. And they'll be going all week long as we dive into those playoffs. And yeah, look, a lot to be said for the results of the group stage. I think most people probably would have been a little bit surprised with how things played out. Imperial, Wolf Empire, All Gamers, and 3BL are the teams to make their way through. Obviously, as you mentioned, Baisha missing out. That's a big, big one. Vasco also missing out. Evolution Power, the same. Probably those 3 teams are 3 teams that would have been on the tips of everybody's lips as to which teams would be expected to make it through to the playoffs, but haven't managed to quite make it there. And we can see here on the Group A standings, it wasn't even necessarily super close for Baisha. It didn't even come down to like a tiebreak or anything like that. They just straight up didn't win enough matches, and both Imperial and Wolf Empire able to get the better of them and manage to make their way through to the playoffs.
Yeah, and Imperial, because of their sweep against Pacific Magda in yesterday's games, have found themselves as the 1st seed in the Group A, so that means they are going to be going up against 3BL.
Correct.
And I think that is the first series that we are talking about here. Group B, of course, we are going to take a gander, just like how we said it. Vasco, of course, saving the chances of 3BL getting into playoffs after winning yesterday's games by putting Ranking on a chokehold in Game 2 and 3. And it's kind of sad to see for Ranking, because they actually played really good in this group, and then they somehow ended up last. And that's just how the circumstances go. I mean, in my opinion, I think they played better than EP, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess the thing for Ranking is 1 more map win would have actually gotten them 2nd rather than 5th. So it's a little bit painful, but that's what we've been talking about throughout this group stage, how close these matches have been. A lot of them have really gone down to the wire, and I suspect that with the teams we've gotten through to the playoffs bracket here today, that will remain true. Or maybe not today necessarily. I'd be looking at these matches, Imperial versus 3BL, CHENGDU, All Gamers up against Wolf Empire, as maybe being a little bit more one-sided personally, but you know, some of the matches that we get in these playoffs could be really, really close. All Gamers versus Imperial, if that ends up being the upper bracket final, which would be my prediction, I think that one could definitely go the distance. 3BL and Wolf Empire, you know, interesting matchup as well. We'll see how both of those teams do go. Obviously, Wolf Empire is a team that tends to play very, very long series, so you know, we'll sort of keep our opinions in check for the moment until we get to see what those next couple of matches are going to be. But definitely a surprising sort of few teams going through to the playoffs bracket, and so I think that is going to lead us to some pretty close matches here. But as mentioned, matches for today, Imperial and 3BL, AG and Wolf Empire. What's the pick of the bunch? Which one do you reckon is the better game today?
I forgot what my prediction is. Honestly, I think I picked 3BL to win against Imperial. Just to be a little spicy, I guess, on the broadcast. I agree. I kind of want to see a team coming from the CFWL as someone who hasn't, or a region that hasn't really seen too much success for the longest time, you know, maybe make a run for it. But Imperial is a team that is not a joke whatsoever, similar to Wolf Empire. They like the slower way of things. And for Group B, I mean, for the second match, I really wish that we could see something from the side of Wolf Empire just to make the crowd happy.
This is something interesting to touch on. KD standings for the event so far. Some of these players actually haven't managed to make it through to the playoff stage. Those would be 9 and First missing out, but everybody else on that list, oh, actually, never mind, MG down there as well.
There we go.
Not quite. But everybody else on that list has been up there, and you got 7-7 towards the top of the bunch. Eagles as well inside of the top 4. So a couple of Imperial members popping their heads in. Do Ice Cube. Obviously the 2 snipers for their respective rosters, and Snare in there as well. I mean, you do tend to see the snipers having a little bit of a better KD generally because they're not, you know, being in the thick of things quite as much. And I think that's kind of what makes this setup quite impressive for 7-7. He's not necessarily in that role, and he's getting it done anyway. So really, really crazy stuff from him, and certainly leading from the front for Imperial. If that continues, should be a good day today for them.
Yeah, I feel like 7-7 has got to be like 50 or 40% of the reason why that Imperial is even here in the first place. I think he's playing his best version of CrossFire in this tournament. I mean, his rifling has been on point. He even picked up the second sniper when Eagles was kind of struggling in some of these other maps. So I feel like he's really found himself in this tournament. And Imperial, I mean, just like how I said it, I did predict 3BL, but I wouldn't be surprised if Imperial made a deep run and kind of replicate the same magic that we saw from 2023 when they were on Vincent.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think that it's blown wide open with the teams that we've actually seen go through to the playoffs here. Now, most people are probably going to be expecting all gamers to go through to the final, maybe even win that final. I would say that would be my prediction at this point. They have looked like the best team in the event so far, but that isn't necessarily to say that somebody else can't run away with a pretty good result as well. So that'll be something that we're looking forward to. But time to get into our first matchup, so we'll hold our thoughts for the moment and jump into the team intros. Let's crack on into it. Yeah, solid looking squad, this Imperial roster, and I don't know about you, but of the 4 teams in this playoffs, I feel as though they have looked probably the second best behind all gamers. I think they could have gone a little bit cleaner through the group stage. Obviously, that loss to Wolf Empire was a pretty disastrous one for them, losing 2 golden point maps in a row. But other than that, it was a pretty clean run from them. 2-0 against Baisha, 2-0 against Pacific Market. They did lose a close map to LCK. But overall, they've looked really quite good.
Yeah, overall, they have looked pretty solid, especially the Animals, man. This guy is so hard to predict. This guy is so hard to predict. He has individual game plans for each team that he goes up against, and Imperial has been one of the most impressive teams, especially here. And just like how we mentioned earlier, 7-7, most impressive player in this roster, in this tournament in terms of firepower. And I feel like this roster is so well rounded out with Ryuzao having a step up from his previous tournaments. We kind of are. Me personally, I kind of notched him as like, oh, he doesn't really do well early. He kind of pops out in the late game, but now he's kind of stepped up to the plate. He even stepped it up early in the prior port game with Pacific Makta. So, yeah, going to be interesting to see if they can replicate the same thing here in their first matchup. Especially, man, I mean, as much as we do like to hype the Imperial squad, I think 3BL has a fair shot in this series.
Yeah.
Do they?
Maybe. I don't know, man. It's tough. It's tough. Look, yeah, the only loss there for Imperial was to Wolf Empire, but that one was, honestly, I think a little bit of an anomaly for me personally. I think that one, I'm not reading too much into that. Wolf Empire clutched it up, sure, but 2 golden point losses, I don't think that that's a really convincing win necessarily from Wolf Empire, and honestly, it probably should have been a 2-0 for Imperial. If I'm being honest, they really did look like they should close that out on Mexico, weren't able to do it, and yeah, they were punished for it, to be fair, but they still managed to make their way through to the playoffs in first seed for this group. So, end of the day, they had enough of a consistent performance to sort of make magic happen, and Now that's what they're going to be looking to do here in the playoffs as well. Go through that upper bracket in an ideal world, but we'll see how they shape up on the stage today. Looks like things are still getting set up down there. But
yeah,
that's all right. We've still got plenty more to talk about. We've touched on Imperial quite a bit so far, but time for us to start thinking about 3BL, the first team from the West to make it to the playoffs in quite a while. So let's see how they're looking coming into today. Yeah, 3BL. I mean, if any West League team was going to do it, it was going to be these guys, and I'm glad to see for the first time, yeah, in it feels like a few years that we do get to see a West League team going through to those playoffs. How much further that journey is going to go for this team, though, I do have to wonder. I think the stakes do get raised a little bit when you get into the playoffs, so it's going to be a tough ask going forward.
For sure, for sure. I think with Snare having a hell of a performance in their game, or in their last game in the group stage, has kind of helped them kind of take a step into the playoffs. But just like how we said it, man, if it wasn't for Vasco, they would have not gotten into the playoffs in the first place. But fortunately for 3BL, they did make it. I'm trying to think what kind of flavor of CrossFire they're going to actually do today, because we already know that 3BL, especially Horus, man, he can go aggressive in any point of the map. And we can also focus on Slayer, who has been a really solid rifler for the squad. Snare, of course, the 8th highest rated player here, and also the best sniper at the moment coming out of CFWL. So, I mean, the roster is looking very, very solid, but is it going to be enough to beat Imperial, who comes from a region that we tout as like the second strongest region outside of China?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. I would say if 3BL can come in today and play at their peak, if all 5 of those players are hitting their shots, if they're firing, you know, we're sort of getting vintage Horus, you know, we've got all these guys at 100% or maybe at 110%. That's why I think that they can actually take a bit of a challenge to Imperial. But, you know, whether or not we're going to get that peak level from 3BL, I'm not too sure. We did get that at some points during the group stage. It felt like, yeah, against Vasco, that was the best that 3BL had to offer for sure. They were able to 2-0 Vasco. That was a very respectable result. As far as that game against Ranking was concerned, a bit of a closer shave for them, and you know, getting it done in the golden point is obviously nice, but it could have been a little bit cleaner. And honestly, their run through the group stage could have been cleaner had they been able to beat Evolution Power or take a map even off of them, or obviously beat All Gamers. That's a tough ask, but they just scraped their way through to the playoffs, and I think now it's time for them to kind of like level up again, reset, and go back to the 110% form and really see what they can do, if they can do some damage here.
Yeah, especially that 0-2 loss against a very, very weakened Evolution Power really didn't help their run going into the playoffs. I think, yeah, it did take Vasco Esports actually beating Ranking in 3 maps to make their map score a whole lot worse. And yeah, there's actually 2 teams on 2-2. And fortunately for 3BL, I think it is... Oh, they just missed... Vasco just missed playoffs by 1 loss on their map score. So that is brutal. And, I mean, maybe they have recovered from that EP series. I mean, especially on that compound where they did go 10-1 and the hope wasn't really that big. But, of course, we're going to see the map comparisons. Ankara looking great.
This must be from this event now, right? Like...
Black Widow 0%. I don't believe that at all.
I think they played at 0% this event. Is that right? That must be the case. Like 2 maps completely unplayed, half a map each unplayed. Like I think that this is the stats now from this event. So Ankara definitely one that Imperial's going to be looking for. Eagle Eye definitely wouldn't be a bad shout either. It's not one that really in the wheelhouse for 3BL. So we'll have to wait and see what this map pool ends up looking like. Obviously, it's a best of 5, so it's kind of hard to hide your bad maps. 7-7 versus Snare as far as the matchup is concerned, and I mean, it's kind of hard to go past 7-7 at this point in time. He's been a key player for Imperial so far, and yeah, indeed, the stats are really popping off for him.
Yeah, his stats are all over the place. 104 AP, of course, because the man hits a lot of headshots there, more of a sniper kind of role, so his AP is going to be low. But of course, in terms of KD and KR, it is kind of close. I mean, 0.06 for the kills per round, but the KD is 0.2, so it's kind of obvious that there's more impact coming in from the side of 7-7. But Snare, when he is on, and he's really hard to stop, and it is up to Eagles as well. To be fair, Eagles, especially in their last series against Makta, I really feel like he's gotten a lot braver as a sniper. And from what I know against Makta, they tried to punish Eagles being a lot more passive, especially on port, on that top A side. And yeah, it didn't really go that way. Eagles was like, oh, all I have to do is actually peek braver this time, just like Goken back in the day. And it worked.
All right, tell me about this prediction. Gone for 3BL. Do you truly believe? Is there truly faith?
Do I?
I don't know, man. You predicted it, not me.
At this point, since Makta is out, I don't have any allegiances anymore. But I do believe in underdog stories, so I hopefully want to see them going through. And of course, just for the boys, Laz and Neo, maybe just for CFWL. Hopefully, they do get a story that they can go with going into this playoffs.
Sure. Yeah. Look, I'm not a biased caster. I just predict who I think's going to win. And granted, that hasn't been doing very well for me in this event. So, I'll give 3BL the benefit of the doubt that maybe they can cause me to get another prediction wrong.
Yeah.
But either way, we'll have to wait and see. Looks like game's underway fairly shortly. Big best of 3, obviously, so there'll be things that... best of 5, I should say. So there'll be things that these teams now have to kind of deal with. And the big problem, obviously, is when you're a team that maybe does have some weaknesses in your map pool, you can't honestly really hide them in a best of 5. You can only get rid of one map, and otherwise there's a chance you're going to have to play all 5 maps. And in the end, we know once you get to the end of a best of 5, you do genuinely know who is the better team at that point.
Yeah, it kind of is depending on the priorities here on both teams. Is when you're picking a best of 5, is do you want to get momentum early by picking your good maps first, or do you want to guarantee game 3, 4, 5?
Surely you pick your good maps first, right? Like, don't you think if you're going to come into a series and say, oh, we want to hold something for the back end if we eventually get to the maps 4 and 5, it's like, well, you may not even have to go to map 4 and 5, So you better put your good maps at the front. I think there's no question about that one. And
knowing Imperial, man, they love the long game.
That's
so,
true.
We might not know, but we are going to see the ban and pick, of course. And there's only going to be 2 bans because we're going to play 5 maps. So most likely it is going to be banning Mexico because, 3BL doesn't pick that at all. Ban for Imperial is most likely...
Compound would be a good ban.
Compound would be a good ban. I think they're going to keep Eagle Eye open. Black Widow. All right, that's fine. I mean, 3BL and CFWL plays Black Widow a lot, so I do understand that.
For sure. As far as first picks are concerned, I wouldn't be hugely surprised to see maybe an Eagle Eye coming through here for Imperial. It'd be a pretty decent map for them, and certainly one that, indeed, 3BL aren't super comfortable on. So that'll be a little bit interesting. Compound hasn't really been one that we've actually seen Imperial on too much at this event either.
Maybe Subbase? Yeah, there we go.
You look at those first 2 maps and you think, okay, those are both very winnable for their respective team.
True.
But as we get deeper into the map pool, that's where it starts to maybe filter on a little bit.
Ankara here for the side of Imperial. I think it's understandable. They have played this map prior. In the prior group stage games, it actually went pretty well for them. Last map, of course, is going to be Port. Not really picked by 3BL. I feel like it's just whatever was left in the map pool. And going to be interesting first 2 maps. In all honesty, Compound looking really good for 3BL in their other games. And second game, of course, is going to be Eagle Eye. Imperial beat Baisha Gaming on this exact map with their strats.
Yeah, Eagle Eye, though, they actually struggled a little bit against LCK on that one. So maybe some slight weaknesses showing through there that 3BL can look to exploit. But having seen that map pool, firstly, I want to obviously see how Compound goes. I think if Compound is there for 3BL, then we can potentially go the distance in this series. But if Compound falls by the wayside, I'm personally looking at a 3-0 there for Imperial. I mean, I feel as though Imperial, on paper, are a much stronger team. I would say the success for 3BL has already been achieved in making it to the playoffs, but as far as Imperial's expectations are concerned, they'll be thinking they can go even further to those finals, maybe even win those finals. But that's a long way away still. We've got a lot of playoffs to get through. We'll jump into Compound to start things off with Eagles on that GR side, trying to get aggressive with the orb in through middle.
Yeah. And This is what 3BL actually does different compared to any other team, and by any other team I mean Ranking, Wolf Empire, and every other Asian team that doesn't actually take mid, but 3BL does it different, man. They just want to avoid the nades at first, and then they're going to eventually take container mid and slice the map in half, and then they kind of work it from there, which is, it could be a curveball for some of the teams who have not played against 3BL, but Imperial, I think they kind of know what's going on, and they're just going to play standard compound, very similar to what Baisha does back at home, where they just play within the sites and just let the map play out itself.
Slow approach to start things off. I mean, Imperial, they sort of probed in through middle, but once they didn't manage to grab anything there, they decided to back it up a little bit. More than happy to allow 3BL the control into pillars uncontested, but honestly, there's not much time left in this round now. 3BL with less than a minute on the clock, they're going to clear out pillars and then work their way back in towards middle, maybe rotate back over to A.
Really trying to get any piece of information that they can, but Imperial's doing a great job of just denying it, man. They want 3BL to guess where they are and just try and see if they descended on site. So that kind of gives Imperial the element of surprise here, and Eagles with the first blood in this entire series. Slayer's going to go down.
Good start for the Brazilian squad. No pressure onto the A side, apart from the util that's getting tossed, but Danimals has now spotted a couple of members. He's gotten back out through the window in time, and he'll be able to hide behind the box for a moment, open up those angles for 7-7. Danimals is really just the bait in this instance. Eventually he will fall, but damage has been done, and Imperial still have the numbers advantage, and they've done a good job of locking 3BL out of this B bomb site. That is looking way too clean, and Eagles, alongside 7-7, getting a lot of work done with those sniper rifles, and that is going to be a big thorn in the side for 3BL if they can't find a way to navigate those long-range duels.
Eagles just cleaned up. Eagles just cleaned up, and I have no idea why 3BL did not smoke that B exit or entrance, depending on what perspective you're playing at. But, man, there is a smoke lineup from Storage B from that position that you can actually throw that smoke and to kind of block the vision of Eagles, and they just went into the site assuming that he wasn't going to be there, and that's not a good play by the side of 3BL in any facet at all.
Well, 7-7.
He's picked up the sniper.
He's got a forward position, yeah, he had it last round as well. So they go 2 for Imperial. We've seen a lot of double Orm setups at this event.
It's been pretty effective for Imperial, especially knowing how good 7-7 has been. Probably going to be a thorn on the side on this 3BL offense. And once again, Imperial just doing the exact same thing, just denying information from any of the players of 3BL, and 3BL having to play the guessing game here.
They're really just backing their side holds, aren't they? And honestly, with how good that last one was on the B bomb side, then not really too surprised to see that. Ryu Zhao going to cop a fair bit of util in his direction. We'll call for Eagles to come across and try to assist, but so far not really enough, and only one from the Colt is going to allow 3BL into that site. Ryu Zhao not quite getting his work done. Plants a fast one from 3BL. Is going to put that time pressure onto Imperial for this retake. And they're going to have to get a bit of a wriggle on sooner rather than later. It is at that numbers deficit, and it's going to get even worse as they will lose 7-7. GDSC needs to win this duel into the window, and he's going to be able to do that. Todd's going to fall as well. It's not over yet. Imperial just not quite getting that trade courtesy of Danimals, and he might now just run out of time as Snare is going to get on the bike and run away. Defuse on though, Snare for the peak. He's too late. He's too late.
Oh, he just
he's not.
It in time.
Oh, I thought there was a defuse on there.
He had to take a swig of water after that one. That was a bit of a nervous round from the side of 3BL. Almost losing that one, actually, but fortunately for them, the Animals was just 0.1, 2 off of that defuse, and unfortunate. I mean, I was questioning a bit why Snare didn't actually go for the shot in towards second floor, but he was looking for the bigger picture. But you can't have rounds that close, that is for sure, if you're on the side of 3BL. And I like the logic of 3BL, man. If B doesn't work, let's just go A. Oh, what? What?
Whoa. He's going to take that duel.
How's the Animals make it all the way there? I think he probably just ran all the way from long into the backside.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Well, that's a strange one.
Yeah, that's classic the Animals, though, in all honesty. He's always looking for a crazy play that will throw a wrench in the plans of 3BL.
Eagles.
You're going to assume this is clear.
He could definitely do enough to peg 1 or 2 back. Missing that opening shot, though. Snake just sliding across his screen. Eagles wants to repeat, but Snare's there. He needs to be careful. The longer he sticks around, the more difficult this is going to get to hold on to, as more 3BL members will filter their way in, but just backing it up.
Especially it's so hard to run away from that spot, because you have to run all the way into A site as well from the stairs. So this is still a solid hold from the side of Imperial. They actually have a crossfire in towards the mid side. Ryuza going to get the first kill. They haven't discovered 7-7 yet in the corner. 2 players down, and the C4 is as well. Ryuza finally going to go down 7-7, just going to retreat on the site. But Todd not going to spot GDSC initially, actually, but GDSC missing a lot of the shots. Todd down to 4 HP. Flash is going to go through, and he peeks before the flash pops, and GDSC is down. But 7-7 still has the sniper, so 2 snipers in the retake.
Don't like that.
I don't like that.
A little bit of an angle here for 7-7, and he is going to spot Snare crossing, but didn't see him on the way back in. If he would have just held that same line, he might have been on for a pick, but no harm, no foul, and 3BL are more than likely heading to a 2-1 lead here on Compound.
Yeah, Snare's just going to play Stairs position. I think this is a very difficult retake, man. There's a guy on the box on your left. You don't have a rifle at all. Snare is just going to finish it off. And that was actually tragic by GDSC. I think if he could have held Storage B there, that could have easily been around for the side of Imperial, considering Ryuzao and 7-7 kind of recovered the numbers. But, I mean, one piece of the pie, or one piece of the board falls apart for them, and the entire defense just collapses.
Where's the change-up going to come from for Imperial? Another aggressive move on the A side of the map. Ryuzao this time was the one that was heading in that direction. He will just jump spot. It's faster from 3BL this time around, and he'll have to dump his util as a result.
He knows Horus is on the other side of that of smoke, and you already know what Horus is going to do once he sees an opportunity to get the kill. He's going to chase it down. Ooh, nice shot by Eagles.
Yeah, it feels like Imperial at the moment are kind of living and dying behind these Orms. If Eagles and 7-7 are able to find picks, then they are in positions to win rounds. But if not, 3BL have good enough takes on the sites to get them through the rounds. This one might be a bit more difficult, obviously having lost a player.
Yeah.
Danimal's on the push out on B2.
Bit of a fake, actually, in towards the long side here. So if they are going to go A, I would have wanted to see one of the players on the side of 3BL just left in towards that long side, because you never want to go that as like a whole 4-man, because that's a choke point. That's an easy spray with an M4. But I think they should assume that the Animals is actually behind them, because the Animals has also found this exact same play earlier, but he's not going to go for the full commit. Instead, he's going to save the numbers for the squad, and that's early information. Imperial or the inside of the site, but 3BL has found themselves inside as well. 7-7 missing the shot on the sniper, but GDSC is going to hit it himself, and 7-7 Eagles with very nice shots, and 7-7 has finally found himself a rifle, and GDSC is going to take him down. A good response from the side of Imperial, and that is because the Animals is right behind him.
It's a pretty decisive round. 5 players alive. Hard to say who's got the upper hand right now in this first playoffs match, the upper bracket semi-final. But we've got to remember that this is 3BL's map choice, so if nothing else, you would be wanting to see them get away with a win. Otherwise, the best of 5 gets really difficult going forward.
Especially the next 2 maps, man. It's got to be brutal. Oh! Okay, GDSC, a bit of patience. Eagles getting one as well.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's the Orms that are making the difference right now for Imperial. And they've got 3 of them this time. So GDSC, 7-7, and Eagles all trying to have a crack. And it's working out pretty nicely. 3BL just folded in this round.
I can imagine a call from the Animals. He's like, yo, if 2 snipers work, yo, what if you put 1 more sniper? That would absolutely dominate. And he's not wrong. That's for sure. Tot is going to get blown up by an HE, and the Colt is going to do the rest of the damage here for GDSE. So I think it is really good to have a triple sniper setup. I did talk about this yesterday, which is a very compound-specific thing where you can have 2 snipers on A because you have to worry about long, you have to worry about entrance A, and you can have another sniper in towards the B site watching that tower and that curved side. So a really good recognition here from the side of Imperial that they can pull this one off, especially with how good the snipers are on their team.
7-7 spotted the info. He's just going to dump a bit of util again to try and delay 3BL. He's not been too successful, at least in damaging them, but has slowed them down. And honestly, you don't really get the feeling that 3BL want to be too overly aggressive at the moment anyway. They are happy to take the map control and then slow it down and weigh up their options. So again, they've taken the pillars control, they've taken mid control, they're just looking outside of A-Long as well. And figuring out where they want to go from here. Maybe changing things up in this one. We haven't seen this smoke setup from 3BL just yet today. Double nade over into the left side of mid. It's not going to land onto anything. Seems like Imperial have a bit of an understanding maybe that this is going to be a B hit from 3BL because they've rotated GDSC sort of preemptively over there. But even still, 3BL not choosing to go just yet.
Yeah, and it's the exact same thing. They're just going in the site, not really going anywhere. Everyone is in a calm state at the moment, waiting for them to get into the crosshairs, and Eagles catching Snare in towards the long side, and that is the important player from the side of 3BL, already out of the picture this early in this round, and this is not good news by 3BL unless they can get a trade. GDSC having to fight 2 players at the same time, but Horus is enough to get the kill.
Yep. Back to 4-on-4. Does split the sights open pretty substantially. But it seems like maybe Eagles is preempting a rotate over toward the B site. Horus has been spotted out as well, and Eagles will land the shot there with the Colt. 7-7 on the way out of B. He's actually lost his teammate who has exited, and timing is really not going to be favorable there for Eagles. They haven't done a very good job of holding B here at all. Imperial over-rotating. That's a very bad sign for them because now the retake is going to have to be required. 3-on-3.
Don't have nades too. Only a flash on Eagles' hands, so they gotta kill Tot so they can get the storage B position. Tot is just gonna back off, but I think they're waiting for Rizal and the Animal to finally move in. It's a 2v1 on the backline. Tot with a very nice headshot, but Eagles, when are you gonna toss that flash, my friend? That is gonna be a well-needed one. Ryuzao, good spot on the player right next to entrance, and Slayer gonna get the kill anyways. Ryuzao gonna be dropping down face-to-face with the enemy. Colt is not gonna be enough, and the pistol is better for Ryuzao. Do they have time?
No way, no way.
No, not enough.
Not quite. Yeah, not super impressed by that hold from Imperial. Bit of an over-rotate, in my opinion. It felt as though Eagles had a little bit too much to do on that B side of the map. You could have half-rotated the second player off of B, kept watching middle, but instead Eagles had to kind of watch mid and the main entrance to B. And, you know, he got his timing wrong, fair enough, but if he's just posted, scoped on the line, like, for sure the way that he's hitting shots right now, he's getting a kill onto someone entering B. Instead, though, 3BL catch a timing on their way in, and it's 3 apiece. Still, the scoreline very, very close between these two teams. They're quite evenly matched on compound right now.
Pretty fast-paced game so far, actually. I mean, yeah, we're already seeing like 59-second executes, but the pace that they're playing at is absolutely blazing at the moment. But I mean, it is a back and forth, which is not good for Imperial, considering the defense does have a better time in this map compared to the offense. But a bit of a smoke on the entrance A side. Look at where GDSC has positioned himself. He's in the corner, waiting from a flash from his teammate. Here comes a nade. Horus, is he going to check it? GDSC turns around in time. Snake down to 1 HP. 7-7 doesn't hit the shot, and I think this is going to be fine. You can kind of just take control of storage B and wait for the rest of your teammates to file in, so you already are knocking at the door of the site before the retake even happens.
Big problem for Imperial is they've got a player at their back. 7-7 aware of it, but it's going to make it difficult to get this retake going, and They've also got to deal with Snare on the other side of the map. I mean, it's just very, very messy. Like, how do you even start thinking about making a retake when you've got to catch players from behind? Ends up being a couple of frags going the way of 3BL, and it should now be them to take the lead here. I think it's almost impossible that Imperial makes this retake happen with the remaining time available. Snare will be taken down, but it's not a problem.
Yeah.
3BL go up to 4.
It's a fitting name for Snake. He was just waiting in the corner with his head tucked in. Any flashes won't matter because he's already facing the wall in its entirety. So, yeah, I mean, 4 and 3. 3BL doing a great job holding on in this first half, making sure that Imperial doesn't have too far of a lead, and they have found themselves inside of the site time and time again, and now Imperial actually wants to fight for that mid control. They want to go a bit aggressive, and question is, have they noticed that the Animals is in that catwalk B side? He's right next to the box. He did hear Snare, or he did hear Snake actually. Oh, but Snake just jumps. I think that was just him just randomly jumping, going in towards the catwalk B side, sees the head of the Animals, and what could have been a big play by the IGL of Imperial is now cancelled.
Well, Imperial still seem to have their forces in the right place, but a 1-for-1 isn't really going to be enough to hold on to this round. 7-7 with an important role here. Or did he spot Tot? I think he might have. Oh, the first shot missed, the second did not. Ryuzaldo through mid is having a bit of a rough game. And Snare's going to shut him down. So once again, really looks like it's on the shoulders of 7-7 to win another round for Imperial. He's allowed both Snare and Snake out onto the side, but he's still hitting his shots, and the Colt is enough to get one. Eagles in for the rotate. C4 still yet to be planted by Snake.
Up to Eagles, though. He does have a M4 in his hands.
It's been spotted out. Eagles going to have to swing and just win this duel. Needs a headshot really to make it happen. He's only on 37 HP, so it should be easier for Snake to get this one over the line, and he's actually found a nice little cheeky change up in position that I don't think Eagles is really going to be aware of or prepared for. He still thinks he's out on the side, and that is not the case. 3BL will get themselves another round.
Yeah, really good tap walk from Snake there at the last second. Not hurt at all on the bottom side of B. And man, it's always a game of almosts for the side of Imperial. They almost always get into the site. They almost always defend B with only a singular player. But it seems like 3BL that they just find their number every single time. And I kind of like this actually for both sides. I mean, Snare, he's been hitting his shots. Eagles, he's been hitting his shots. So I think both snipers are going to have a bit of a joust here. GDSC catching Horus, going a bit too aggressive in towards that tower side.
Yeah, that's a bit of an interesting one. You would have thought that there would be someone else pushing through mid at the same time as Horus out the window to at least get two-pronged attack, but
that's classic Horus, honestly.
Not really worked out. Luckily for 3BL, they've actually been gifted a bit of an opening by Snare, who might be able to break his way into B. Still the battle for mid rages on.
Yeah, I don't think
Eagles pushing A.
He knows that there is no one in B site. That's for sure. Yeah, they kind of forced the B hit here, but I think if someone wraps around all the way in B pillars, I think this is possible.
Yeah, Eagles is really, really fast on the flank, and getting into B is going to be easier said than done as well. It's now just Slayer left alive. Imperial would like to slow this one down. Eagles will wrap it up pretty easily from behind. So that's the first half. Doesn't really lean too hard one way or the other. A 5-4.
I mean, I think it is better for the side of 3BL. This half actually happened. Just like how I said it, it is more of a slightly more GR-sided map considering the roofs on both sides. No lineups are possible with the exception of the entrances. But yeah, Imperial, their BL side, it might be slow, but it's very effective actually.
Well, looks like the GR side might be pretty effective as well. 7-7 is only good for the one trade, and that's not going to be enough to equalize the numbers here for Imperial just yet, though they do take mid control and force 3BL back. Maybe 3BL more than happy to just sort of take a back step there off of that advantage and say, yep,
we're done with it.
Play this round out 4-on-3.
That's what I was talking about too. I mean, 3BL is one of those teams that would actually fight for connector or for container mid control. And some of the other teams just ignore mid in its entirety. So 3BL kind of pulling a curveball or throwing a curveball against Imperial here. But with the players that Imperial still have, I think this is still winnable from their side. I mean, GDSC has had a really good game. Eagles has hit really good shots. And 7-7 as well can always pop off at any time. But 3BL, solid defense from them so far, just playing the sites itself. And I think Snake is just making sure that there is no one to wrap around in towards spawn from any of the Imperial players. So decision has been made. I think they are going to go long this time. But Snare does have the sniper posted up.
Should be good for one, shouldn't he? Oh, it's kind of like one of those angles where you are shooting fish in the barrel, but this time he does miss it. It'll give Imperial a little bit of leeway toward that A site, but...
I like the delay. That's going to make them worried about mid as well, so I think it's only Snare, yeah.
Yeah, they can actually really wait another 20 seconds here and see if maybe Snare's going to push out onto A long. Instead, looks like they're going to go...
Oh, the tip.
Did the gun barrel get spotted? Well, either way, Snare poised and ready. Still not yet traded down either, but shots are starting to come through from Imperial to make this one look doable. Horus is finished off as well, and GDSC
got 3.
In the one-on-one, 17 seconds, has to go back and collect the bomb off of A long. It's going to give Tot some time to come across. I think this is a really tough round now for GDSC to win. Unless he wins the duel against Tot, it's Dunzo, surely. And he hasn't even spotted him, so...
Oh, why there, man?
That will be 3BL to win the round.
Could have actually just played Coffins.
He might have been scared of a peek coming through from window.
That's true. I mean, you have 0 information
on
the last player.
Yeah,
so at most, you can hope to plant in between the Coffins there. So 3BL, I mean, almost around from the side of Imperial, considering GDSC was going crazy on that AK. Cleared out the 2F player, cleared out the sniper, cleared out Horus as well. But unfortunately for him, the numbers are not adding up for the side of Imperial. And 11 seconds left with the C4, and you have no idea where the last guy is. All you can do is hope. And Eagles is going to get Snare, actually, this time.
Opening kill for Imperial, first one of the half. Definitely want to be taking this round and running with it. It's been hard going for Imperial, bit of a grind to pick up rounds on Compound here. It's definitely not one of their stronger maps. Tot in an awkward spot there. Had to take a bit of a risk, but was punished for it this time around, and so it feels like maybe this House of Cards is just going to fall apart one card at a time. Slayer will be traded down. And once the base is starting to get a bit shaky there, then the rest of the round is going to fall apart pretty quickly after that. And
I think
as is the case.
If you just lose B-side control, honestly, I think that's just over. I mean, unless you have control of storage B and you have a way to get into the site, maybe with a flash or two, yeah, B-side is next to impossible to retake once the servers are occupied. But yeah, I mean, 6-5, Imperial still trying to fight back in this game. And what is 3BL going to do? They are going to fight for mid. Snare's going to try and see if he can punish the Animals for peeking early. And 4 members on the side of 3BL are in mid here, Jordan.
They are, but Imperial kind of has the perfect crunch set up to deal with that. They can peek out from the window, peek in through mid. This should be a massive crossfire, and that's exactly how it plays out. 3BL have sort of been rock, paper, scissors in that round. The initial setup from Imperial, the perfect counter to what 3BL wanted to do.
Yeah, rock, paper, scissors, and 3BL, they pulled out paper. Imperial, they pulled out a whole knife, that's for sure. But Ryuzao, oh, he is going to get that headshot. Snake, the only one left alive, and he's in the middle of every single member of Imperial, almost getting 2 members, but it's not going to happen at all. I mean, I understand the mid-joust from their side, because if that worked, that would have been 3 members down for the side of Imperial, but if it didn't, that's 4 members down for their side. It's a risk you have to take, but it's called the risk for a reason, my friend.
Are you a rock, paper, scissors man or a scissors, paper, rock man?
I'm a rock, paper, scissors man.
I actually go scissors, paper, rock.
Yeah? I like to go scissors a lot. That's not some heavy mind games.
Right.
You pull out 2 scissors and you go paper once, boom. Mind blown by the opponent, that's for sure.
Powerful.
Oh! Watch your head, Eagles. Watch your head.
It's good for now. Top bit of a forward hold outside of B. Jiggling in the pillars. Slayer's there as well. But smoke's going to go down. Still plenty of time though. Imperial will be happy to wait out the smoke in mid and smoke toward B. They're not going to be going anywhere quickly.
Yep, and I think DBL is just going to replicate what Imperial did in that prior round, but is just sit in the sites, let the map play out for itself. Imperial, they do have a slight bit of information of where some of the players are. So they know where Snake is playing. He's going to be playing that entrance A. And Horus playing this jump spot. So he's going to spawn Eagles first, unless Eagles gets the punish here on Horus. Horus still jump peeking, actually. But the timing is not with him, so Horus is going to back off. He already found information on all of the players on the side of Imperial. I mean, this almost worked last time, but I think they're just going to place Ryu's out in towards the long side, and the rest of the members of Imperial is just going to find their way in towards that mid side. But smokes are going to start to fly. Is this going to be a huge wraparound in towards spawn, or is this just going to be a straight up take on towards the entrance? But still a lot of decisions to be made. Slow take in towards that mid side. Good pre-fire there by Slayer. Does get 7-7 down, a key player on towards the side of Imperial, but he backs off maybe a bit too much. GDSE is going to spot him on towards Z. Snare's going to get punished, and they have no idea that Imperial has already gotten into the site. That is bad news for the side of 3BL.
Tables are starting to turn a little bit, aren't they? 3BL will be getting a little bit worried if they see Imperial get out in front. This is going to be 7-6 unless Tot can do some magic. And we haven't really seen any like super crazy clutches at this event, I feel, for the most part. You know, I'll go back a year and 4v1s and those kinds of clutches happened every now and then, but I don't know, maybe the level of play has just risen so much that these kinds of things are a lot harder to get away with.
That is true. Also, I think Imperial has adapted. I think that's one of the main reasons why this tournament has been so weird, because just like how I said time and time, I think this is probably like the 20th time that I mentioned it. The smoke changes, man. I feel like relying on muzzle fire instead of the red name popping out of the smoke makes it a whole lot of a different game. And I think Horus has done a really good job of kind of adjusting, you know, playing around the smoke instead of kind of avoiding it entirely. The Animals though swinging out in towards midnight. GDSE 7-7 gets 2 immediate kills, and I think this might just be Imperial dominating the site. How is Ryu's out? Van Horus and the Animals has found Snake, and it's only gonna be Todd, the last player left alive, and Imperial didn't even plant the C4. They just straight up murked the entire team.
Yeah, this has gone from bad to worse for 3BL, right? They were looking like they might actually be on the way to winning this map, but all of a sudden it's swung well and truly back into control for Imperial, and honestly, it's probably about time for a time. Yeah, there we go. I was going to say it's about time for a timeout here for 3BL because this is getting out of hand.
Yep. You have to be smarter about these timeouts now. Only having one pair game, so it's nice that 3BL has kind of saved it up to this point. Especially a timeout can turn the tides in an instant, but Imperial gets time to talk with their coach as well, gets time to talk with the Animals. Gets time to think here, which is very important in this singular minute. And what is 3BL's biggest problem here in towards that defense? I think they have they really have had a hard time just trying to stave off this Imperial squad from the mid side. I think as soon as that flash pops out, you can already see the Animals looking left and GDSC looking right. And even if one of those players dies, I mean, they still open up their opportunities here in towards mid. So once you open up mid, you have options to go in towards curve into spawn, or you can go into B. And that little detail that they had as well earlier, that they kind of left Ryuzao in towards that A long side. That means there is an attack coming in from mid, but all the attention is on that Imperial squad pushing out from the mid side, and they don't notice that Ryuzao is already coming in from the back. So it's a pretty nice setup from the side of Imperial. They really know how to use the timer, and they really know how to kind of put pressure on the defense in this 3BL squad. So at the moment, it is looking pretty rough for them especially. So 3BL, if you can't figure it out in this round, that's going to be match point for the Brazilians here. And possibly Compound, a map pick that 3BL actually done well on for the past few days, out of the picture.
All right, big tack time out there for 3BL. Let's see if it makes a difference. 2 rounds away for Imperial to locking in map 1, and honestly, like I said, I feel like this first map's a big one for 3BL. If they can't get this over the line, it's going to be really, really tough for them going forward. Snare, though, very nice start. Misses that shot onto 7-7, but has another chance. Misses that as well, and eventually will fall. Might have been better off just trying to back up, or even, you know, had someone else gone there with him. I felt that was for sure a kill onto 7-7, but 1 for 1 will play out slightly in the favor of Imperial. 4v4 will be a little bit more beneficial for the BL side.
Yeah, I think Snare was thinking like, all right, someone's gonna pop out in towards long A window here, and it's just gonna kill me, so might as well try to go for the second player. But unfortunately, the second player did not come, and the 7-7 in amidst that that panic that was ensuing in that round has gotten that sniper down. And what is important for the side of Imperial actually is Eagles is still alive. He can occupy that tower side and make this, make defending this A site a living nightmare, especially for Horus. Once Eagles has occupied tower and Horus tries to cross back into the site, he's going to be wide open. But Ryuzao trying to clear, he does. Horus is out of the picture, and they don't really have to push the issue just yet. I mean, they can play a bit of mind games here and spread out the defense.
Plenty of time, and Eagles is over towards B, still watching. So this re-aggression from Tot, which isn't necessarily a bad idea in the 3v4, may still blow up in his face if he chooses to go at the wrong timing. Eagles just falling off the line, though, and all of a sudden the push from Tot actually might start to be a brilliant one. Danimal's keeping a bit of an eye on the backside, but the timing from Tot looks good. Good for 1, good for 2, and the trade's not there. Eagles, it finally comes through, but it was a pincer strike from 3BL, and they've maybe given themselves another bit of a chance back into this map with that push from Tot. Eagles can't get it done. That should have been around for Imperial, but no one watching behind.
Yeah, they needed that type of play. That is for sure. Someone to be the hero of the squad, someone to make the proactive, unexpected play. And exactly, Tot was up for the challenge. 8-7, 3BL has bought themselves a bit of time because of that play. And 3BL, see what they can do about this one. Snare once again going aggressive in B this time, actually. Taking out the player who was trying to cross.
Is this just fast mid from Imperial? It looks like it. 7-7's going to go leading that charge straight into Slayer. They're not messing around. Imperial pull out something a bit faster this time, and 3BL were not expecting it. Ryuzao will fall. That'll give away the game, that there's a player still on long. Oh my goodness, it's skirmishes all over the place. In the end, 2-on-3 in fact. But Danimals should be able to get the freebie here on the Snake. He's got no idea. There's a player pushing him from long, and so we are back down to the duos now.
And they can plant for long. Oh, they are planting for long. So someone maybe has to stay in towards that exit side, but Imperial are actually looking for something else. Snare tagged up. 7-7 and the Animal still on site. However, no one is looking in the direction of Tot, but the Animals, I think he's gotten a clue of where the second player is. Spray's gonna go through 7-7. Gonna go down as well. No attention whatsoever in Tot's position. They were so distracted by Snare's presence that they didn't know that someone's already snuck by in the back line. 8-8, 3BL tie things up in compound.
Well, another twist and another turn. Is it time for a timeout from Imperial? Doesn't look like they've called one. So they're going to go straight back on in.
Oh, no more mid-joust. No more early peaks here from Snare, who's always looking to see if he can get the first frag for the squad. So he is in the B site at the moment, but he doesn't spot anyone, so he's going to start to move all the way back in mid to further help this defense, because Imperial, they have punished this slightly weak mid defense that 3BL has had time and time again. But Snare does have a sick angle in towards tower, so if Eagles does decide to peek his head at the wrong time out of that tower, he is going to get taken out. But Imperial doing a great job of just scoping out the scene. And just like I was said, man, they split the map in half, and that means it's easier to play.
Yeah, Tot behind this smoke is the last line of defense really for the B bomb site, though you do kind of have Snare there that can assist as well. Obviously, he's got a bit more focus on mid, but now that that's kind of been cleared out by Slayer, he can put his attention back toward B. Not that Imperial are necessarily guaranteed to be heading there. The call might end up even being mid here, which doesn't look like a bad shout. It's the only Slayer that's looking to hold on to that, and even then not substantially so. It'll give the game away that 3BL are kind of having a bit of a look in that direction, but even still, Snake's able to land himself one. This is starting to get a little bit dire for Imperial as they will work their way in the direction of B. Horus is in around behind them. How are they letting this happen time and time again? Imperial need clean entries, and they are not getting them. It's falling apart at the seams for the Brazilian squad. 3BL have gotten away with way too much in the last couple of rounds.
Yeah, I mean, if it's anyone to do it, it is 7-7. But, I mean, they get caught a lot by that flank. And I really feel like they just think that, okay, no one's going to flank at this point. It's already super late in the round, but it isn't working. Imperial with a possible timeout incoming. But look at the position here of 7-7. He's kind of snuck by on the B side, and he needs to get in before Todd turns the corner. 10 seconds left. Not much time to go for the C4. And 3BL, they're going to guess wrong. 7-7 does have the opportunity to make a 1v3 happen, especially he's in a very favorable position. Pretty hard to hit his position. 7-7 with the spray.
Whoa.
Only gets 2, but doesn't get Tot. And Tot, once again, being the hero on the side of 3BL, and that is going to cause a timeout on the side of Imperial here.
Has to, right? I'm surprised they didn't call it before that round, honestly. Got to be saying, like, what are we doing here, guys? Like, how are we letting 3BL get behind us so often? And an 8-6 lead is now a 9-6 deficit. So where is it going wrong for Imperial?
Tot.
Horus was the one as well behind them in that last round.
Maybe they're so laser focused on just getting into the site because they're like, all right, I've already wasted enough time in mid, and we are just gonna go for the full execute now. But the timing is just a bit off, right? I think they kind of have a grasp that someone is gonna go for the flank, but I think they thought that they could just outrun whoever is flanking right behind them, and unfortunately the flank was a bit too fast from 3BL for Imperial to handle it. And now that's actually gonna give 3BL match point in this first map. Which is great news for them. I mean, means that the timeout worked.
Man. Timeout works for 3BL, but will it work for Imperial? 1 round required for 3BL to go 1-0 up. They've already dispatched of one Brazilian team at this event.
Yep.
Why not another? In the playoffs, no less.
Might get the moniker of the Brazilian Slayer, but don't want to be on that train early just yet. But 3BL though, man, it's the individual stepping up to the plate. Todd has been more of the clutch player rather than the more heavy player on towards the stats. So it's nice to see that he is also playing in this exact one like he is playing those other games as well from the group stage. Nice consistency from the man himself. But yeah, GTSC, man, having a hell of a field day in this map number 1. It's just that hasn't really helped Imperial kind of edge it out the past 2 rounds, actually.
I mean, you look at the KD numbers and you think this should be an easy one for Imperial. It looks much more impressive, but 3BL are winning the rounds that matter. I mean, Horus is 3-17. And they're winning 9-8. That's unbelievable.
It's a classic Horus scoreline, honestly.
3BL are just losing their rounds like 0-5, but they're winning their rounds very, very close, it seems.
It's very similar to what Wolf Empire looked like in that Imperial game, actually. It's just, it was always down to the 1v1s. It was always down to the clutches. And it seems like 3BL just more clutch in this situation. And 3BL, once again, they're going to play it safe. They don't want to do anything too crazy in this map. And Snake is going to check in towards that mid side. And Eagles, as soon as the smoke unplumes, does get Snake in that situation. And a 4v5 already. Not good news by the side of 3BL, who's trying to cap this one out early. So Horus is going to maybe try to go for something risky here, but just going to stay put for now.
Yeah, I mean, he's 3-17, so what are the chances that it works? I suppose it doesn't really matter how you go, as long as you pick up a big round right here. If he gets 2 kills right now, then that could be the map over and done with, and they might be the 2 most impactful kills of the map. He's been spotted out, though. Eagles will just take him down. Horus cannot get going at the moment. So we're back to the 3-on-5. And from here, you'd think it should be Imperial's round. They are picking it up, hook, line, and sinker, and first map of the playoffs is looking destined to go toward overtime. Snare in for 1. That's not really going to be enough to get us too excited just yet.
Yeah, Snare. Face to face with danger there, and the sniper is not the best weapon for that situation. And it's all up to Tot. I mean, if it's anyone to do it, it's the man who's been flanking for the past few times. GDSC gets wide swung, but of course, that's where he gets his 22nd frag. And Imperial has found themselves in overtime. Timeout was effective, but I think they could have finished this one off a lot earlier if they kind of got the handle of the flank. But in 3BL, granted, he did get the match point, but you still have to play 4 more rounds all the way up to 13 for that golden round. But yeah, it's just going to be same old here for the side of 3BL. A bit of mid-control, but the rest are going to go in that B-side. 7-7 going to miss the shot. Going to have to back off from pillars. Or is he? Is he actually going to challenge this one? I feel like he wants to go for the bigger play here.
Lots of shots, but not really many connections. Dumping Util here to try to keep 3BL at bay. I wonder if they are thinking about going, though. They've got that forward smoke now. And Danimals is sort of trying to disappear through it. He's almost leaving 7-7 on his own.
Oh, I mean, 7-7, man. Really, really brave player. But Eagles on the sniper this time. Does get the scope in. How has he hit that shot? Snare is going to get the return frag, though, with those 2 players on towards the side. But I think Eagles has done enough delay for the other Imperial players to start moving in towards the site. And 7-7 with his favorite weapon, that AK-47, not on the sniper this time. And Todd gonna try to peek the corner, and 7-7 instant headshot. And Snare does get the shot. Snare does spot 7-7. Now it's gonna be a game of inches between the last 2 players. Snare gonna go all the way around, and actually, if he does go all the way around, defuse is gonna be attempted. Snare not gonna move at all.
He knows it's a fake now. That's ballsy from Snare. He just takes the gamble. He's going to take the gamble again. Can you believe it? If 7-7 would have just stuck the defuse, he would have won the round. Maybe he still does. The head is popped up. The shots, though, are not connecting. And now 7-7, it's impossible. Oh, Snare.
He's played with his mind.
He just did nothing, and he won the round.
There we go. Don't have to do anything, man. I feel like 7-7, overthinking a bit.
Yep. Pros don't fake.
Pros don't fake. That's so well played by Snare, though. He just stood there in pillar the entire time. He's like, you're not defusing this.
No.
Not in front of me, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's a big game mindset right there. Like, those kinds of mind games.
He has 20 as well. It's kind of caught up with Eagles and GDSE here. Oh, Slayer! Taking down Ryuza. Okay, 3BL. I mean, I thought that they were going to lose a bit of steam here in overtime, but it seems like the gears are still turning for their side.
Yep, 3BL's one of those teams that just does not seem to go down without a fight, if they go down at all. And in fact, they are maybe not going down here on Compound. Putting in the hard yards. Was a map that they were able to beat Vasco on as well. Took it against ranking, 10-4 on that one.
I'm actually surprised that Vasco lost in Compound, considering how good they were in CFBL on that map, but I guess CFWL Compound is a lot better.
Maybe. I mean, it is honestly the most played map in CFWL.
I can see that. I feel like the style of CFWL really loves this map, that's for sure. They have more head-to-head kind of style.
Well, it'll slow down again off the back of that opening pick. So back to square one for Imperial, but not a bad stack on the A side of the map. Plenty of members over there to defend with more than enough, even if it is all 5 members of 3BL headed in this direction. Just comes down to hitting your shots. 7-7 would need to start well. Eagles as well. GDSC is also there, and he's been a real menace. There we go. As I said, still winnable for Imperial as long as they're hitting their shots. I mean, 3BL have just walked right into the trap, and all the hard work from the last round is going to dissipate.
That's kind of the caveat of going through long, right? Especially in that very small entrance. If you don't get 2 kills instantly, you guys are instantly dead. That is for sure. And one more round on the board for both of these teams, who is going to get the lead before the side switch does happen. And that could actually bring the momentum for whoever team gets it. And Imperial, immediate response. They want to go a bit aggressive and towards the long side. They want the early peaks, and they do get exactly that. What a shot from Eagles. He's been trying that the entire game, but he gets his 23rd with exactly that very nice shot. Slayer's already down, but Snare is still alive, and as long as Snare is still alive, this is entirely possible. And Horus, though, 3-20 so far in this game. I mean, that's a very team-oriented score, that's for sure. I mean, if you want to go for the entry, you better assign Horus. And he is willing to swing for the squad, even if he does die. The entry's mindset from his side, but losing Slayer so early, it's not going to be good news for the side of 3BL, and they are going to attempt another long control. But I wish they could have done what Imperial could have done earlier, where they just leave one player in towards long side, and if you guys want to take A, you just take it from mid. Because I feel like a 2-prong attack is better than just everyone fighting on in into a choke point.
Yeah. It's been such a crazy matchup, though. So back and forth. Really hard to say still which way it's going to go.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Ryuzao able to open things up. Danimal's there as well. It's maybe going to fall apart a little bit for 3B on the back end of this half of OT. C4 dropped in middle. Leaves Snake alone with not really too much to speak to. He's even getting flanked in from behind. Danimal's is going to catch him and secure it for Imperial. So hard work being done in this map from both teams, but Imperial edge ahead once again.
Yeah, I like what Ryuza just did. He looked at the timer, he's like, yeah, most likely someone's going to be staring at long by this time. So he just swings it, gets the shot, and makes it entirely more difficult for the side of 3BL. 3BL does have the side where they're more comfortable at, though. So let's see what's about to happen. 4-man pillars control, and 3BL. Snare's going to get the first kill, and the rest of the squad is here. Todd's going to go forward. GDSC is going to go down, and they just mow down Imperial in pillars. And Ryuzao pressing tab, and he sees 4 gray names. He's like, what happened?
Well, that's one way to win a round. That's one way to start a half. It's good to see that 3BL are not done yet. 21 and 17 for Snare. Ryuzao might grab another kill off that nade. Doesn't quite go deep enough. I think at this point you kind of just run it down, right? Like, you know that you're not really going to get this round done and dusted. Stuck behind the smoke. So we've got 3 3BL members watching that, but Horus alone in middle, and if he, for whatever reason, gets picked off here by Ryuzao, then it starts to become a much more winnable map, but info's there, info given. And Ryuzao just sort of playing with the timer now, hoping that there's going to be a mistake from 3BL, and you're really not going to get it.
Pretty hard to mess up a 3-man deficit. I mean, a 4-man deficit, I mean, a 4v1, that's just really hard to mess up, in all honesty. I mean, they could just stick together, go hunting, especially knowing Ryuzao doesn't hold the sniper at all. They're going to split up a bit. Going to try to look and hunt, and Ryuzao looking at the wrong direction. Slayer going to get tagged up. I think Ryuzao just going to run into the ace site, but it's already a bit too late. Slayer's going to go for the chase. And here we go, 3BL. On their more comfortable side of things here, on towards the side of Compound. If they can close it out, in all honesty, I mean, this is going to be a good first pickup by them, but
still a lot more work to do. Both these teams have got to go the distance today, and it's a real marathon, this event. You know, I'm feeling it. I'm sure you're feeling it. The players will be feeling it. This is day 6 out of 8. 8 days in a row as well, mind you. Like, it's a lot of games.
Oh my god, what happened? I think DBL tried to go for the exact same thing, but Imperial's like, yeah, we know what you guys are going to do.
Yeah. Much more prepared for it this time, Imperial.
Oh, what an angle by Snare, though. I mean, he can just run back. This is like a one and done. Oh. Careful, Ryuzao. Oh, the Animals is going to check this. If Snare's not ready, he is going to get the jump on him. Oh! Snare getting a bit aggressive. Really does believe that Colt is going to hit those 2 headshots, and he's actually stuck. He is stuck in towards Catwalk B, and that is going to be the Flash fully blinded. But are they going to get in just yet? The Animals just jumps in.
Yep. It was always going to be tough to get out of there, for sure. It's good coverage from Imperial, and another one in the back pocket is probably going to lead to yet another round going to Imperial and a chance at a map point, which they didn't actually have in regulation, despite being out in front somewhat. I'm definitely concerned about 3BL's chances in this series if they end up losing this map.
Yeah, and Snake and Tot. I mean, Snake's in a really good position, but it's going to be a bit difficult. Tot, how have you died? That's an angle that you should win 10 times out of 10. 12 to 11 for the side of Imperial. They play it slow and they get the round. How has Tot not hit that shot on Ryuzao? That just confuses me. And Imperial found themselves in match point. Golden round is around the corner for them. 3BL happy to get one more round on the board. But Imperial, what a game by them, man. Eagles on 24, GDSC on 25, Ryuzao on 18, 7-7, 18 as well. The Animals is kind of catching up as well. But 3BL neck and neck with this game, with the scorelines that they're having. It's just amazing to see, honestly.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job of hanging in there. But you have to wonder how long can that last? Can it last another round? Push it through to another golden point. I can't believe the amount of overtimes we've had at this event. I've never been to an event that has been this close in my history of doing CrossFire, which is now 9 years. And we might go one step further in this first game of the playoffs as well, with Snare opening it up onto Eagles, one of the 2 standout players for Imperial on this map, just out of the picture for this last round of regulation before going to the golden point.
Yeah, but they're just going to chill for now. I think they know that 3BL probably are going to go for something greedy here, knowing that they have the man advantage. Probably going to look for what position Horus is taking. Smoke in mid. I think they've heard 2 guns fire in that A side, so they're aware that there's 2 players A and 1 player long. So why not do a bit of counting? And you know that there's only 2 players in B. Problem is, Snare is in B site, and he's holding that very long angle from storage. Bit of a B split? I mean, I like it.
Re-aggression into mid, though, from Slayer. This could actually give up a kill if Animals would have peaked. The timing, though, was wrong. But maybe they think they've cleared out mid. Snare, well, he's cleared up one, Tot the other, and that might just be it. It'll be overtime again into the golden point by the looks of things. I don't imagine GDSC is getting this one done with 20 seconds left in the bomb on the other side of the map. It's a bit of an anticlimax, really, that round. Like, fell away into nothing.
Yeah. That's a really nice job by Tot, though, in all honesty. I feel like if Tot did not communicate fast enough that they were going to pop out of that B side, I think Snare would have been a dead man. But Snare in a really nice position. I really thought that he was playing right next to the window of storage, but he was actually playing that corner where it's really tough to clear with that sniper, and a good crossfire in the B site. Good A side control, good A side delay as well has found 3BL on that golden round opportunity as well. Imperial, though, what's going to be the course of action here? 3BL, even Horus has gone pretty passive here, actually, compared to what we see him from usual. So I think They might just want to go for a guaranteed win. But Imperial, once again, mid-control is going to be the objective here.
Well, Imperial have a 1-2 record in the Golden Point at this event so far. Whereas 3BL 1-0. So 100% win rate for 3BL in situations like this at the event so far. Can they maintain that one more time? 7-7 finding the opening kill, or even 2. Steps up in a big way in what might just be a win for Imperial. 3BL are going to have their hopes and dreams falling away. It's time for Horus to step up. He's been poor at this map so far, but still not quite going to be able to do enough in that last round. It's all on to Tot. Maybe the standout player at the event for 3BL thus far. Tasked with another big one more time, a 1v2 against GDSC, who's 26-13. And 7-7, who's 21-15. These two have been standout for Imperial. Tot spotted, and that is that. Imperial will win map 1. Compound goes to the Brazilians.
Yeah, I feel like if the game goes for so long, Imperial, they just know what to do, and especially with tense rounds like that, if you have an IGL that's just cool, calm, and collected, just like the Animals, you have demons like 77, GDSC, and even Ryuza stepping up to the plate. Imperial has found themselves map number 1. That's going to be 3BL's pick out of the picture. And we go into map number 2. This is bad news for the side of 3BL. They thought that they could get their foot into the series quickly after that timeout that they had, but unfortunately once 9-9 comes around, back and forth happened. And Imperial, I really do notice every time that there's a golden round, I feel like they win every single golden round that they have. Except for the Wolf Empire
Except for the 2 against Wolf Empire, but apart from that, yes.
Yeah, they win every single one.
So 50% of the time, they win every time. You heard it here first. They did do that, at least today, 100% of the time. So
True.
Good on them. Not obviously a super convincing map, I've got to say, from Imperial, but you know, it was kind of wild looking at the scoreboard there and seeing the numbers that were being put up by the Imperial members, and then looking at the actual match.
Yeah.
As it played out, it was so close, but you looked at the numbers from Imperial and you thought this would be a pretty easy. You know, 26. This guy going 26-13. You get a guy going 26-13. You're pretty much expecting to win that 10-5, something like that. But goes to Golden Point, and so I guess some credit to 3BL has to be thrown in there. But talked about how important that map in particular could be for 3BL. I really have my reservations about how far they can go in this match now, right? I think they needed to win that one. Obviously, Eagle Eye, it's not a map that's really super high up in the wheelhouse for 3BL. It's a great one for Imperial, of course, and then we move on to Subbase. And again, Subbase is maybe a little bit more of a middle ground between the two teams, but we know how big of a map that is in Brazil. So, like I said, if that first map goes the way of Imperial, which it now has, even if it's in close fashion, I'll be looking at probably a 3-0 here for Imperial, personally.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Eagle Eye, just like how we said it, and Subbase already looks good for the side of Imperial. I think 3BL does have more of a fight in towards that map number 2. But, yeah, map number 3, I'm not so sure, man, because I feel like the style that Imperial does play, especially when it comes to that A side, the retake heavy style that they kind of do, loves to preserve numbers on that map, and especially on Eagle Eye as well. They kind of execute really fast, try to blindside the enemy really quickly. Yeah, I mean, I feel like Imperial might have the handle of this series, and especially with how tense the map 1 does go, I feel like 3BL is going to feel a little bit deflated that he couldn't get their own map pick the first time around.
Yeah. Oh, well, end of the day, it is a best of 5, you know, so there's plenty more opportunities left in this series. And 3BL going to have to take some heart in that, hopefully. We'll check out the highlights here, and a large majority of them you'd expect are probably going to be through from Imperial. Man, that was a really long map, like, to start off the day as well.
It's like an hour. It was an hour map.
It's going to be a big one. It is going to be a huge day. And if this best of 5 goes the distance, then I don't even know what to say at that point.
Yeah, a whole lot of sniping actually in Compound. There was even 3 snipers at one point. One in the hands of GDSC, one in the hands of 7-7, and one in the hands of Eagles, of course. And yeah, I mean, we can already look at the highlights. It's all the snipers shining through for both sides of the map. So going to be interesting to see if 3BL can kind of bring it back in towards this map number 2. I mean, Eagle Eye going to be very dependent on how Snare is going to be playing here. Snake is actually going to be one of the more important players as well as Slayer. You need 2 active riflers on this Eagle Eye map, and that sniper is going to actually open things up for your team. And if they cannot open things up for your team, then it's going to be bad news for you, that's for sure, especially with how small Eagle Eye is. It does favor the GR side a bit, but fully knowing how people actually take these sides where sometimes they don't take long at all. They just go through mid, go into spawn, cut off the rotations from there, and going to be a tough one, that's for sure. Imperial going to play right into their hands. They love playing it slow. They love taking their sweet time, taking that map control. And we do have the set summary, of course, Snare with a 1.0 KD. Very nice try from Snare, honestly. Very nice try from Tot. Horus might have not been the most explosive player, but that's not really his role. His role is to be the first one in and the first one to die, even on the GR side, just to check if anyone's around the corner. But look at the stats on Imperial, man. GDSC and Eagles and Ryuzao, those 3 really set the standard here.
For sure. I mean, even 7-7 wasn't too bad at all. I think you got a feel for Horus, though. He's going to be probably inside of his own head right now, thinking, man, if I would have just gotten, you know, like maybe 3, 4, 5 more kills, like that could have been a difference maker, would have gotten us potentially 1 more round, and then we might have won the map, but did not show up today. Hopefully he'll be able to recalibrate going into the next couple of maps, otherwise it'll be 3BL making a pretty swift exit. GDSC, yeah, where's that come from? That's just a massive, massive performance.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised because GDSC has been kind of quiet for the past few days. We don't really look at him as being the main star for the side of 3B or for the side of Imperial, but yeah, GDSC has done a stellar job being the 3rd sniper even, and he was still hitting his 2 shots. That is for sure. And yeah, Ryuzao, a person who I personally said that this man is really bad in towards the early game, but when it comes to the later rounds, he kind of shows up. But then he's kind of rewriting the narrative here in this game where he showed up early and he showed up late. So, I mean, props to him, man.
Yeah, props to everyone on Imperial. It's a tough nut to crack, a map like that one, but good presence being shown and getting it done. Now they start to filter their way back onto the stage and get ready for map number 2. That'll be hopefully moments away.
Eagle Eye 2.0, the map that Imperial did beat Baisha Gaming on, and not just beat, they beat them convincingly on that map actually. So I mean, a lot riding on the side of Imperial in this exact series. If they can go up 2-0, and especially in the best of 5, going up 2-0 gives you a better chance of just gaining a full sweep, man. I mean, we haven't seen much reverse sweeps in the best of 5s in any CF tournament, so yeah, I mean, 3BL, they better pull out the strat book and see if they can dust it out by getting this Imperial map.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I have very rarely seen 3BL playing on this map as it is, even in CFWL, so I don't know what their reps are like. I don't know what their confidence level is like on this one. I will be definitely looking towards a victory for Imperial, and a fairly comfortable one at that, especially with the double orb setup that they've been showing. You know, they seem to be really comfortable running that on the GR side. It's definitely something you can pull out here on the next map as well. So we'll see how things go, and I think we're getting ready to jump on in just a minute. Cast is on the screen for the Vietnamese broadcast, as you can see behind us, so that's always going to be a pretty positive sign. But yeah, I mean, look, at this point, I feel like we've talked about it.
Yeah.
There's not much more to say until we get into game, so hopefully that'll be pretty shortly.
I hope that Snare is still the exact same player that we saw from map 1. I feel like it would provide a really good show if Snare and if both Snare and Eagles were online, in which they were in compound. But I feel like the rest of the squad from the side of 3BL kind of fell behind a bit. I was expecting more from Slayer. I was expecting more from Snake, but unfortunately it didn't come. But that was already a good game by 2 players on the side of 3BL. You got Snare fragging, you got Tot flanking. So what more do you need? I mean, yeah, granted, Horus did not get the best scoreline, but he's not really here for the score. He's here to lead the squad. But yeah, just like how you said it, man, if he got like 5 or 6 more frags, this would have been a lot better by him.
I mean, you can say he's not here for the score, and that is all well and good, but you know, you can't be dropping a .17 it's just not quite going to be enough.
It's not stellar, that's for sure. Especially when you're going up against like teams like AG, all 5 players have to frag, that's for sure. So let us see. Seems like all the players are in the lobby and now ready to just press that ready sign. So we are going to wait and see.
Yeah, at least one of the 3BL members just taking a little bit extra time to come back to the stage. Well, don't blame them at this point, honestly. Little bit of an extra break sounds pretty good right now, but we don't have that luxury on the broadcast, unfortunately. So we'll just keep on cracking on. And hopefully get into this one ASAP for you guys.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the conversation is down there on the stage right now, but
you can see Todd smiling. He's still in high spirits.
Yeah, I mean, you want to see that from 3BL because it's an experience, right? Playing in the playoffs of an event like this one. Not something that 3BL maybe would have necessarily expected coming into the Summer Championship. So something that hopefully they can, enjoy while it's happening, even if they are potentially going to have a tough series going forward.
So what in tarnation is going on? And I think both the teams are just using what is the rest of the time to just kind of talk it out, especially Imperial. I think they want to just make sure that they can cap off map number 2 to make map number 3 a lot easier because the pressure is off on their side if they do get Eagle Eye. GDSC, if he can perform the exact same way, 7-7 as well. So had a stellar Eagle Eye performance as well the entire time, but you still might not know. Best of 5s are a different beast, but so far, I mean, there's also kind of what happened last year, right? Vincent is really good at just slipping by in towards maybe upper bracket finals somehow, some way. Happened in 2023, happened in the other events as well. Could be a testament of how good the structure is for the Animals here, as he's done it on 2 different organizations already. And there we go, Horus. All right, I mean, he did not do too good in the first map, but he's still gonna go the exact same way with a 1-for-1, going very aggressive and making it a 4v4. 7-7 is out. Todd going aggressive as well. I like this from the side of 3BL. More proactive, more face-to-face with danger here.
Yeah, you can see they really want to kind of get into it early on in the piece. Might not work out in the case of Todd there. He just turns away at the wrong time. I do like to see Horus back in the mix early on in the piece. I'm sure he's not feeling great after that first map, and come out the gate strong with a nice, clean opening kill. Maybe start to settle the nerves a little bit.
Yeah. And this is going to be tough for the side of Imperial. Not much you can do in terms of setup with only 3 people. I mean, you do have like 3 flashes, 3 smokes, 2 HEs. But for the other side, it is only 2 nades and... yeah, 2 nades and a smoke. And a flash, actually, in the hands of Mr. Snare here. So there's still plenty of delay. Slayer, Katsui out peeking too early in that situation. And now Slayer has the handle. Oh, Slayer getting spotted. Eagles with a nice adjustment. Last 2 players left alive. Snare peeking around the corner does get GDSC down. Eagles the only one left alive on the sniper. Does spot Snake trying to get into cable car. Whose angle is better here? Colt is gonna go through, but no headshots are going through for Eagles. And Snake, quick scope, there we go. That is the first Colt headshot. And Eagles just gonna back off in towards Hotel. Sniper versus sniper.
He does have to push forward though, because C4's right there behind Snare. He's got to take this fight low for both. 1 bullet in it. And that is going to scare Snare off. Over toward the bridge. Eagles wasn't quite prepared for that one. So first round on the board for 3BL.
Just looked away at the wrong time. One more second, and that could have easily went in the way of Eagles. Unfortunately, it didn't. So 3BL in towards the GR side. Does get the first one on the board. Snare is going to spot Eagles, but not going to get too much damage. Slayer is going to take down 7-7 once again, and 7-7 not having too good of a game. Tot, same exact aggression, but a different spot this time. And I don't know, man, Imperial, maybe they're getting a bit too confident in some of these peaks, but the Animals is going to get one frag. And that's on Horus. Not too much of a loss for the side of 3BL, honestly.
Yeah, early days. Obviously, but not a great start to the map, it has to be said, for Imperial. Honestly, kind of surprises me. Thought they'd come out the gates really strong on this one. But like I said, it's a long event, you know, so players are probably starting to get pretty tired here in Vietnam.
Pretty
hard
hot
to
as well,
continue
man.
to sort of run it back with the, you know, the what's the word? Like the energy, the mindset,
True.
right? It's a grind. You've got to dig deep in circumstances like this one, so.
It's pretty hot as well. I mean, to be fair, I think both of the teams do pretty good in the heat anyways, considering how hot Brazil and Egypt can get. But Ryu Zhao only going to get one, but Tot gets another 2K on the board. Another successful flank from Tot. He's done it time and time again. It's just that 3BL, rest of the squad doesn't know how to handle it, but fortunately for them in a 1v3, it's very difficult in Eagle Eye as you have to find so many angles, you have to find so many players. Tot, once again, 2-0 in this game, has done a great job of just absolutely covering here for Horus, who also loves to play face-to-face with the enemy, but Tot a bit more successful this time.
Well, Horus again is going to pull out the aggression. Man, 3BL have no chill. Imperial are going to be traumatized after this. I think they're going to have some very, very slow rounds coming up.
Might pull a timeout after this, honestly. Wouldn't be surprised, but GDSC, okay, they can actually outspeed the rotation.
Maybe. Maybe not. Snake's already there.
Oh. We need 7-7 back on the AK, man. I feel like you just assign GDSC maybe on the sniper or just have one sniper in this map. Yeah, there you go. 7-7 gets the AK. I feel like he could be more effective, especially in this entry with that exact weapon.
I mean, if I'm Imperial, next round I am just setting up default and waiting for that aggression from 3BL, because that seems like it's pretty much what they're going for as a set strat on this GR side. A couple of smokes do go in, and Horus in the cutout. He's got a bit of work to do here. He's lost his mate on the side. Only going to be a 1-for-1 for him, and so unlikely that they're able to hold on to A now, or on to B, and retake is going to have to come through from Tot and Snare.
Not much you can do if you're Snare here. Just shoot through the smoke. And Tot coming in from the behind, but Tot's already on 1 HP. Ryu Zhao looking at this exact angle, but Ryu Zhao tagged down to 1 HP, but does it matter? You have the sniper, quick scope. Bit too overzealous from 7-7. GDSC staring at him through the window, through the wall. The headshot is going to come, and the only one left alive is going to be Ryu Zhao, who is on 1 HP. Peeks it before he peeks him. And Snare knew he was inches away from a clutch.
To the window, to the wall. Sing the rest of the words.
That's true.
Or don't.
Or don't, nah. I think it's a bit too spicy. That's for sure. But
games are spicy. Why can't I be spicy?
That is true. We don't discriminate spiciness here, especially not in Vietnam.
Not an aggro start though from 3BL this time. So a little bit more normalcy returns to Eagle Eye here, with Imperial actually getting to do something on the Blacklist side.
Oh, Horus.
Horus is definitely having a look.
Well, he's known. Now he's known.
Yep.
Yeah, not much action here at the start of the round, with the exception of Horus, of course. Snare wanting to peek. Longhouse, and it's a really good angle to hold. Ryu Zhao doesn't get caught that time. Snare really trying to fight heavy. But where is the help from the rest of the squad? They're actually smoked off in towards Long. And if the Animals even if he shoots, he could get taken down from House A. Still plenty of time for Imperial to set up in this map. Ryu's out down to 20 HP. A really good tag there by Snare. They really have locked down this A side and made it really impossible for Imperial to do anything. So here comes the flashes, here comes the nades, no rotations pulled just yet. And here comes Horus peeking the corner, instant headshot. GDSC not gonna go down to him though, but down to 1 HP he goes. So 2 low HP players for the side of Imperial. All up to 3BL to finish off these last 2 players who's already down to low HP. Eagles and the Animals still pretty healthy in this map. 44 seconds on the clock, not much you can do. And Todd peeking around the corner. Eagles, he gets tagged. There's so many legs that have been tagged in this game. Snare's done a really good job hitting them, but the Animals does finally get a finish on Snare. The Animals has to get a headshot here on Todd. It's going to be very dangerous though. And Todd, once again, what an adjustment on that flick. Headshot is going to go in the way of Imperial as well, but look at the HP bars. They are barely breathing. Eagles on a 1v1. I mean, time.
Slayer just won't peek, right?
Just crouch, look under, Slayer. Don't have to make it too complicated, brother.
Yep, nothing Eagles can do.
Yeah.
Real anticlimax to the round. 3BL get themselves another one. This is not going to plan for Imperial at all. Man, I just don't know. I don't know what to make of this. Every game feels like every round is just a complete question mark for both teams. Another aggressive round from 3BL. What is this that they're bringing on Eagle Eye? Like, Imperial would have thought this was their map, and 3BL are really taking them to the sword on it. This time around, at least Imperial a little bit more prepared for it, and well, there's no getting out of this one as Snare.
Unless.
I mean, C4's on its way to A. This is kind of a wild setup.
He survived it. All right. I'm still surprised Snare survived that nade, man. You should have not lived, that's for sure. But I think one of the things that Imperial is not doing as well, the thing is we can do out of spawn in BL side of Eagle Eye is kind of toss a flash initially from the right side. So I don't think they were doing that. So every time they were just getting a free push in towards the mid side. Ryu's out with the peek. Horus once again. Presence has been made with the help of Slayer. GDSC though with a good return. And Horus, man, having a whole lot of a better game. Snake is now killless on his team. But Imperial, they're going to do the classic thing in Eagle Eye, was to just wait around and spawn and waiting for the 3BL side to push on through. But 3BL, I think they know that Imperial knows that that is the game plan. But there's only one person on the A side, and it is only going to be Todd Slayer. Damn, 3BL's really trying to just end this one off the jump. They don't want them to go for a plant this yet.
3BL do not want to play a long round out. They must feel that for whatever reason their mid-round, late round isn't going to be as good as Imperial's. And so they're just throwing everything at the wall and hoping something sticks.
Imperial are late round kings. And 3BL are trying to avoid exactly that. Smoke's going to go through on mid, and that's actually going to block off the sightlines for Snake. The Animal slowly crawling, wanting to punish Todd inside of house. Ryu's out with the wide swing. Snare gets away in time, gets a second try at it, misses his second try. Does try to go for a third one, but here comes the swing. GDSC with a nice shot, but Slayer with a good 3K. A response to the entire push, and it is only Eagles left alive. I mean, it is a 2v1. If he does climb up on tower and catches one of the players peeking from the cable car side, then he can maybe catch one. He hasn't seen Snake, and I think Snake might have saw him. But maybe. Look at 3BL. They're just sticking together for the retake.
It's a good strategy. It's a smart play. But what it may allow is Eagles to just walk his way up onto A and get that plant down. And as soon as he gets the plant down, it becomes a much more threatening round, particularly...
And he makes it to house, yeah.
Yeah, with the Orm in a position like this, you know, he can really play the angles. Isolate a couple of fights. We're going to get the pause coming through here, presumably from Imperial. But this round is not yet done.
There you go. That's a good plan.
Very winnable for Eagles.
He has to run to house ASAP. There we go. That's a good position.
maybe an expected position, and he's got no idea where 3BL are coming from, but if he chooses correctly and if he hits his first shot, then it's on. Then it's on, and Eagles has been pretty damn good in this game thus far, so see if he can grab himself another one. Really just taking the fight. He's not shying away. He's not playing the timer at all. The bomb is planted for him. He just has to sit in this corner, duck down. Defuse not on, but he wants to go for the fight anyway. He continues to back himself. And will win a big clutch in the end for Imperial, just on the cusp of their timeout.
Yeah, and that's going to bring the energy back in towards Imperial. And not just that, they get a timeout to kind of fix things that is happening on this BL side. And very well played, just like how I said it, man. You just got to put the C4 down, get into house, isolate the fights. That first shot was amazing by Eagles. And it was a winning round as soon as Snare missed his first 2 initial shots. And a minute and 30 is now given for the side of Imperial to kind of talk it down, kind of fix what is happening on their BL side. I feel like they don't really need a timeout on GR, because I feel like the Animals is that good on that side that he doesn't really need that much time to adjust. He's just going to call his teammates accordingly there. But I think they're just going to try to cap out the rest of the first half of Eagle Eye. But yeah, I mean, it wasn't too good of a start for the side of Imperial. They were just getting absolutely pushed. But then they kind of got the handle of things.
Yeah. Got to bear in mind as well that, like, this could be a really long series for both these teams if it goes all the way to map 5. So in an ideal world, you're winning your maps pretty quickly, you know, so that you have a little bit of stamina at the back end. But the way these rounds have just gone back and forth, like, again, like, what is it about this event that every match, it feels like pretty much you can't have more of a deficit than maybe 2 or 3 rounds for the most part. Again, that's the case here in the playoffs.
Maybe you don't want to take this to overtime if you are 3BL here, especially knowing how the last one went.
Well, they'd want to win it straight out, wouldn't they?
Damn. I mean, Snare always looking for that first frag on Ryuzao as he's trying to jump just for some information. Would have been a really nice punish, but doesn't get anything this time. Pretty bad start for 7-7, man. He always gets caught at the start of a round, and Imperial needs him here. 0-6-0 so far. Same could be said for Snake, honestly.
GDSC looking for a cheeky one with that Orm in hand. Not going to happen this time around. Tot in an advanced position. Hasn't been cleared out yet either. Does give away his position though.
You should have just waited.
Maybe. Heavy presence pushed out on the A side of the map as well for Imperial, so pretty aware that there's nothing happening there. They really only have to dedicate one player to watching middle. Everybody else can set up outside of A. And in the end, it's going to take Imperial a long time to clear out this B side of the map. Horus has been looking a lot sharper on Eagle Eye as well, and he's going to get out safely as well. It's a good start to this round for 3BL. Wants to continue to fight. But his rotation out has somewhat been cut off. He won't go down though. Keeps on fighting his way forward. It's a fantastic hold from 3BL. There's just nothing in this round for Imperial. And I'm really impressed positively with what 3BL have been able to bring to the table here on map 2.
What is going to be the response here from the side of 3BL? Honestly, if this was a very equal game, still would be Imperial taking the advantage here. .3BL though. Oh, Imperial wanting to go aggressive into towards long. That's more like it from their side. If you're going to hit us with the aggression, we're going to hit you with it too. Ryuzao going to get Snake. 7-7 going to take down Snare. And they are just going to clean up the rest of 3BL here. They are going to clean them up. Horus, the only one left alive. The man who's not really known for the clutch. Does get Eagles. But does he get the rest? They already know exactly where he is. But it seems like GDSE is just going to chase him down. What a fast-paced round. We didn't even tick 2 minutes in that last one. So it's a 4-4. I mean, Imperial, they can still have the handle of it. I mean, it's another close first half, and then second half might come. We go into overtime. Imperial already very comfortable with that position, but 3BL, of course, has pulled some strings in this map. Snake finally getting his first kill on the board. Horus playing a lot better. Oh, but the Animals, he's getting frisky in this game. Snare is already down, and they can just start the assault on the A side if they want to. But no, they're going to back off.
I just don't really know where the inconsistency in all these rounds are coming from. Like, there's rounds where 3BL is able to win it so cleanly, and then literally the next round, Imperial win one so cleanly. So, you know, where's the consistency coming from for these two teams? It's just amazing that we're in the playoffs and it's still impossible to say which way any given round is even going to go. Snake's about to get smoked off. So Imperial look like they might want to bust their way in through middle. Surely Snake going to be done and dusted right here. You've got multiple members that can swing. In the end, it doesn't look like Imperial want to go just yet. They're scared of that crossfire setup, and in the meanwhile, Horus has gotten around behind. This has been a problem multiple times for Imperial, and again, it will continue to be. It's like watching Compound again.
Yeah, how have they done this? Time and time again, they just keep getting opportunities where they can flank this Imperial squad mid-setup. Always gets caught on the timing, but side switch is going to start Imperial more on their comfort zone in this GR side. But 3BL, man, let's not get them out of the question. Their aggression has been at an all-time high. Maybe they can offer the exact same thing. Aggressive peek here from Slayer, but has to be careful in Eagles' position. So what is this going to look like for the side of Imperial? What's going to be different? They're actually going to leave mid in its entirety, which I do not like. I think GDSC should just stay around the corner, but I think they're really trying to go for a hard read here. But usually when you go A side, someone is going to go through mid before that two-prong attack.
No damage off the util from Imperial. I mean, gathering info outside of B, but not really able to get too much outside of A by virtue of those smokes. And as you said, mid's been left completely open, so there's plenty of options right now for 3BL. Pressure now on to Danimals.
This might be a B take. Yep, it's a B take. Yep, they're just going to go straight through mid into spawn, prevent rotations from happening. There we go, 7-7. That's a good response, though. Finally coming alive in this game. Colt is going to be pulled out by him. Snare, having to be careful. Good double tap by 7-7. Snare going to get one in return, but it's already a bit too late here, Jordan. I think this might be a done deal.
Yeah, where's a little bit more of that? I mean, 7-7 has been, as we saw in the graphic earlier today, the best player for Imperial so far at the event, and he was not too shabby on map 1, but those are the kinds of plays that I'm used to seeing in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And I don't really feel like we've gotten too many of them so far today. It's been a little bit messier.
I think 7-7's kind of occupying the role of like Horus initially here in this first two maps. So hasn't been too explosive by him. Not the same numbers that we were seeing. But, I mean, getting two taps just like that on towards the GR side, I feel like even if he is down, he's still going to hit his shots, that's for sure. And 3BL this time is going to start to target this hotel. The Animals, though, feel like he wants to go aggressive, face-to-face with the smoke. Might just want to back off, though. I mean, as soon as they get hotel control, you see the entirety of the B entrance. And it's a good decision from the side of Imperial. I think that's just going to be 3BL pouring as much utility as possible to try and draw him out of their position, but they're already on towards the site. Second mid is the biggest thing that they have to worry about here now, since if you get hotel control, second mid kind of opens up. So up to the individual players here on the B site. I'm surprised no one has rotated yet from the side of Imperial. They really want to keep this defense pretty solid, but I mean, 7-7 has done a great job of just holding from this position.
No real inroads made by 3BL just yet. Got a lot of map control, to be fair. So we'll be able to set themselves up for success on B, but already got that extra rotator over, and, well, a bit of a preemptive nade in the end there from Imperial, but it signals that they're aware something's probably headed in that direction. 7-7 full white. Back down to watch the sniper's window. Eagles is going to grab himself one, Danimals another, but the sight hit is not too bad from 3BL. They've got that C4 down and now asking for the 3-on-3 retake from Imperial.
Yeah, I think Imperial, what they need to do is probably take some control in towards second mid. Try to see if they can gain a flank position. Snare sprayed down in towards bar. But GDSC still kind of poking around on the side just in case anyone is in pillar. Nades are going to start to fly. Forrest does have the advantage on the window. Taps are going to go through. What a guess by GDSC that the spray's not going to hit. Eagles with the cold snare down to 1 HP. He does get the running shot. He has to start the defuse now.
Well, no chance to win this one if you're Eagles. That'll be too easy for Snare. 3BL get it over the line and maintain their head above water. Same vibes as Ankara, where we're just one round, back and forth, so close.
It's already been 1 hour and 40 minutes since the series started. And it's going long, that is for sure. But here we go. 3BL trying to go forward. Ryu Zhao trying to see if he can gain some damage on some of the players. Some of the players are actually down to very, very low HP. Eagles ring around to Rosie in towards the top of sight. Slayer's not going to go down. Here comes the knife. Does go for the mouse one, but doesn't get the kill. The Animals cleaning it up for him. Eagles, why not? Stab him in the back, man.
Just shoot him or stab him or do anything. Eagles is going to be really disappointed with himself that round. That's a mess. That is an absolute mess of a round.
No way Slayer survives. Slayer is a tank.
That's just panic, really, from Imperial, you can see. From Eagles, particularly. Yeah, throw that aggressive round in the mix. We saw this out of 3BL earlier on, and it worked out just as well. That's caught 3BL completely off guard. So change of pace, getting the better of them, and looks like it'll be a good, clean round out from Imperial.
Yeah, gotta throw in one of those.
Sub 30 seconds.
Gotta throw in one of those from time to time.
Sure.
Gotta keep them on their toes just in case. And it did work. Instantly wiping everyone out. C4 is dropped on the underside of tower. Nades are gonna start to go through. 7-7, playing that bridge position. The Animals does go down in time. Ryu's out, gonna get Slayer. And the Animals, I don't like that the Animals is not playing that metal box position. Could have been better by him, but 7-7 responding a lot in this second half. Taught, Horus, and Snare, the last three left alive for the side of 3BL. But Imperial, they want to go for something bigger. 7-7
wow.
with the flick and the headshot as well. GDSC coming in from behind. I mean, they can play retake now.
Fast flank, just get the fast flank in there. They're surely not expecting him to push in through Hotel now. In the end, he waits patiently. Eagles watching to see if there's going to be anyone in tower, but not at this point, man. I think they had the information, surely, that there was 3 in towards B. And instead of moving quickly, Imperial have really given 3BL the chance to now win this round. Timing is a little bit wonky for Imperial on this retake, and Eagles is isolated. Horus round the corner, he'll drop. Eagles wins a crazy duel. Snare's now spotted out. Defuse potentially on. Ryu's out to push forward and take that fight. Where's the spacing, man? GDSC gets in there just in time to save the day, but it's not, it's not clean by Imperial. There's these little issues that are still cropping up that may well prevent them from winning this map.
Both snipers on point when it comes to their cold play. Both headshots coming on through. 7-7 Imperial. This is where the late round Imperial buff does finally come. But who's going to close it out first? Who is going to get the lead this time? Oh, Eagles, bit of an angle. Bit of a crack on the bricks that you can kind of watch through. The Animals is already going to take down Taught. How has he done that? Taught died all the way in spawn, so I think he peeked through the window of Hotel. Shot him in the hand and got away in time. Maybe just right over the horizon of the smoke. A double smoke in towards long once again. A bit of damage. Snare gonna get hit up a bit, and the Animals has already done his job. He's like, I already got one pick and some damage on the sniper, so we are just gonna go back into the site and try and catch whatever you guys are gonna throw at us. But still, pretty quiet round from the side of 3BL. No response just yet. It's still pretty tough.
Is Imperial just slightly more clutch in this matchup? Kind of seems that is the case, right? They're winning these critical rounds, and
that's genius.
3BL are getting close every time, but running out of steam at the 11th hour. Horus is going to try to be the difference maker, pushing his way up into B. He's kind of on his own at the moment. The rest of the lads are watching for rotations and pushes on the other sides of the map. Slayer will be spotted out now, and he's got 2 to deal with. That is impossible. Snake the last, and not for long.
7-7 is pissed off, I could tell. They bullied him in the first round, and now it's his time to bully them with the sniper of all things. He was so on point, man. I feel like there's 2 Eagles on the side of Imperial that they have to deal with.
Yep, this is what I was saying. The double orb setup on the GR side of Eagle Eye is going to be a tough nut to crack.
And that's why I was headed to Jordan.
Fast.
They have GR side.
They want to go fast. Look at that util that's getting tossed on down. Ryu Zhao trying to lock down middle. The rest of the lads have to hit it done on A. GDSC and Eagles are barely missing a shot. And they are holding strong. It's like a brick wall on the A site. Snake, 2 and 13. He's following in the footsteps of Horus from Compound, which is not really where you want to be. And he'll fall.
They're going to close it out, man. I have a feeling. Nah, those quick scopes by Eagles, man. I was like, a bit of nostalgia on my side. I'm like, hold up. Has Gouken possessed this man? Gouken, who's probably watching all the way from either Brazil or China, he's like, hold up.
Yeah.
This might be the guy that'll kind of replace me as the premier sniper.
Right.
But I'm hearing some whispers from the community that Gouken, he might be back soon.
Gouken coming back to Imperial?
Nah, maybe not Imperial. I feel like the Animals is like he loves Eagles too much to kind of get him out of the team. I feel like they've already gotten something here.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know, like this. I wouldn't change the sniper on Imperial.
Maybe antisocial or wherever Viana is.
Yeah.
Because I heard Gouken really does love Viana.
Right.
So I feel like he's gonna follow in the footsteps. Maybe on Iceland. Maybe on antisocial. Lots of options when he comes back. Honestly. Like, if Gouken says, hey, I'm coming back to CFBL, I feel like every team that is outside of Imperial is probably going to give him an offer.
I mean, maybe...
Vasco wouldn't be too bad.
Vasco, but...
MG's pretty solid.
MG would be feeling pretty hard done by if he got removed.
He's going to have, like, a revenge arc in CFBL if that does happen. Let's take a look-see at the teams. I mean, Iceland is available. Antisocial. Bompton, maybe? A lot of options being. I mean, if you have Gouken on your team, it's guaranteed that you guys are gonna get like at least top 3.
Right.
That's for sure. And there is still like ADRF that is in China at the moment. LKK, legends of the game, of course.
Right.
Still a lot of options here for free agency if ever it does come next year. But gotta focus on these 2 teams, of course. 3BL they kind of tripped up a bit in this Eagle Eye game, and it's not looking good. Yeah, GDSC he's having a hell of a series, that's for sure.
Well, run it back. That's what Imperial are going to be hoping. 10-7. Just one more round required. 7-7 in a bit of an awkward spot here. He's got multiple angles to watch and allowing some opponents to get close. It's not quite going to work out. 3BL are not done yet. They push on the other side of the map. Ryu Zhao will get cut off by Slayer, no doubt.
Oh!
It's a good shot from GDSC. But he needs more. We're not even close to getting excited about this retake just yet.
Well, the muzzle fire is going to give away his position in the smoke. Eagle's the only one left alive, and all he can do is kind of sit on the angles on the A side, and I think they're just going to take their sweet time in this round. I think the Animals is like, yep, just don't retake, man. We're just going to use this as like a mini timeout because you already spent ours, probably. So Eagles is just going to wait around for now, and we are going to see. I'm trying to see if the Animals is yapping a bit. Yeah, he is yapping.
He's having a chat.
They're all watching Eagles at the moment. They're like, I bet you won't hit a shot. Slayer? Slayer had enough. Just jumped off the map. There we go. Back into the next round. Are we going to go into overtime, or are we going to end this in regulation? We are about to find out, that's for sure. Oh, they're going to go aggressive. Why not?
Why not, indeed? It's going to work out perfectly. 2 opening picks, and now they've recognized where a couple more of those 3BL members are, and again, it looks to be heartbreak for 3BL. Golden point in the first map. They lost 13-12. Here in the second map, it's going to be 10-8 unless Tot conjures a miracle, but it won't happen, and it's another big one for Imperial. And now they have the 2-0 lead.
How does Imperial keep doing this, man? They look so down in the first half. Maybe it was a back and forth, but I feel like 3BL had control of the game. But the second half Kings, as we can like to call them here, they just keep finding a way to get back into the game. And once that GR side comes, basically the map is theirs. 7-7, man. You have to credit the recovery after the first half, because 7-7, he was 0-7 at one point, but then came back into the swing of things, those 2 taps with the cold. And man, it seems like everyone's just confused on the side of 3BL. How has the comeback happened again?
A tenacity, I guess. That's the word that you have to
tenacity, man.
Bring out for Imperial in this respect. They are a team that has played probably the most overtimes in this event so far. That one very nearly goes to the overtime as well. You've been saying they're a team that doesn't mind going the distance. They don't mind having long series, long maps, and we're seeing that once again. They are really, really allowing 3BL to push this, but inevitably, for all the work that 3BL have put in this series, they have not been rewarded with a map just yet. So it sort of feels like, well, what was the point? You know, we could have gone 0-10, 0-10, we'd still be at the same scoreline. And having to make a reverse sweep, well, that's a big task ahead, obviously, for 3BL. You have to give credit to 3BL, you know. They're making it close. They definitely are making it close, but is there that X factor on their side of the field? It doesn't seem like it, right? You do have X factor players in Imperial right now, and multiple of them turning up on any given map, whereas, you know, we're not getting bad performances out of anyone on 3BL, but is anyone saying, I'm going to put the team on my back and carry us over the line in the same way that a couple of those Imperial members are?
Yeah.
Not really getting that same vibe from 3BL, and that may just be the difference, that extra 5%, 10%.
Yeah, there's always one person on 3BL who's always kind of lacking in the frag department, right? Last on Compound, it was Horus. This time it was Snake. And meanwhile, we're going to spot on the other side of Imperial, there's GESC fragging out of his mind. Eagles is hitting everything. Second half, 7-7 was absolutely amazing. And the Animals, the pressure he puts on the B-Long players really is just on another level. And it's so ballsy from the side of Imperial to go for that exact strat in the last round to finish things off.
Yeah.
I mean, 3BL were expecting, all right, they're going to sit around once again on the sides, but then everyone is in mid, and 4 kills later, it's basically game over.
Yep. Throw that spanner in the works. Look, at the end of the day, what can you say for 3BL? Tough road ahead, knowing Subbase is coming up next as well. They've put in their work. They've worked hard. They've really tried, but I think
the lower bracket, man. I mean,
there is the lower bracket, that's sure, but I mean, this series more so. I mean, it just seems to be slightly out of reach for 3BL. So
yeah, I mean, this is Imperial, man. This is the exact same core that got top 4 in last year's tournament, and that miracle run was nothing short of amazing coming in from them. And yeah, it's just straight up impressive that what we are seeing from Imperial. I mean, taking a look at the highlights, 3BL was in control in the first half, and then Imperial made a slight comeback after the timeout. And yeah, I mean, 3BL, they really thought they had the handle of things, but it seems like Imperial, they're a bit too, just like how we said, that Brazilian tenacity is no joke, my friend.
Yeah. I think for me, it's probably done for 3BL, but we'll see if they have their own form of tenacity that they can bring to the table in this matchup. I mean, yeah, the problem I think for 3BL as well is that on any given map, you have a player that kind of goes missing a little bit. First map, it was Horus. Second map, it was Snake. You know, both of those guys will be disappointed with the performances they were able to bring, respectively, on map 1 to map 2. Whereas for Imperial, there isn't anyone really that's gone completely missing, right? It is a core unit of 5 players that are fragging. Whereas for the most part for 3BL, it does kind of feel that they're playing 4v5 at the moment. And you don't like to single players out, you don't like to do that, but those are the facts, right? You're just not getting the output from certain members at certain times, and it's just maybe the difference maker, like how close 3BL could have been to having a 2-0 lead of their own, but
yeah,
alas, not the case.
Not the case. I mean, 3BL, right after the break, of course, and they do have a bit of time to kind of talk it out. They do have 5 minutes to get off the stage and kind of breathe a bit, because I feel like it's a bit tense from their side, especially you are down 2-0, lost in basically the exact same fashion, not in overtime this time, but in a round where it's very easily winnable if you guys did know what Imperial was going to do. Unfortunately, it is not what happened. 7-7. Look at this KD. It's
7-7.
Great coincidence.
Yeah, great back-to-back maps, though, from GDSC. He's at the top of the scoreboard again for his squad, and like I said, Snake 0.13. I think it was 0.14 for Horus on the last map, so just not numbers that you like to be seeing at all. And in a 10-8 loss, no less, like, you know, if he's even just 0.5 going middling,
that's fine.
It's definitely a matchup that could be winnable for 3BL, and unfortunately not in this case, so it is what it is, and gonna have to run it back one more map at least.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty hard to watch, especially on -11 AP. That's really not a good performance here by Snake. You really need him to get something, anything, for the side of 3BL. Just like how he said, a few more inches and he would have been at least in this game here. But seems like Eagle Eye 2.0 is going to be capped off for a bit, and we are going to have sub-base. Of course, Imperial did beat Baisha on that map with some very nice retake scenarios coming in from their side. 3BL, of course, a lot more aggressive in this map, wanting to be more face-on, just like how they did in the start of this game. So maybe we might see something different from the side of 3BL, but there's still a lot we don't know.
Yeah, yeah. Do you genuinely believe 3BL can make a reverse sweep happen, though?
That's true.
Like, at the end of the day, we can maybe say, oh, they might be able to beat them on sub-base, but 3 maps in a row, I think that's a really, really nigh impossible ask. So, I don't know. Hopefully 3BL can believe, because I don't at this point in time, but it doesn't really matter what I think. It matters more so what they think. 5 minutes, though, is what's going to be given to them for this quick break, and then we'll be jumping into map number 3. Welcome back on into the CFS Summer Championship 2024. We're in Hanoi, Vietnam, and it is currently 2-0 favoring Imperial. We were thinking that maybe there was going to be something to say in this series for 3BL after map 1. Obviously, they did a pretty good job of making things pretty close on Compound, and then I was even more impressed to see them making it pretty close on Eagle Eye as well. But at the end of the day, making it close is one thing, winning is another, and unfortunately I haven't won any of those maps. So now they're down 0-2 deficit with Subbase to come, a pretty solid map in the Brazilian scene. So tough road ahead, obviously, for 3BL, and might have our first playoffs match wrapped up in about an hour or so.
Yeah, let us see. I mean, Imperial really looking good. 3BL, there's always one player that's kind of lacking in terms of the frags, so hopefully you see something different from the side of 3BL, but most likely Subbase going to be a very difficult one, especially on the side of Imperial. They can kind of match the aggression on the side of 3BL in this map. Kind of depends on which direction we're going this time. So, yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of things to think about if you're a 3BL, but being down 0-2 in a best of 5 really doesn't help your chances here. There's not much teams that can reverse sweep.
No. I think last time I saw a reverse sweep was this event in the grand final. Baisha 2-0 in the lead, and then All Gamers reverse swept 3 maps. I'm pretty sure that was a full reverse sweep. Either way, is 3BL an All Gamers tier team that can make a reverse sweep happen? I suspect not. See some huddle happening down on the 3BL side of the stage right now, so obviously a lot to sort of talk about.
Yeah.
I don't know what the conversation would be. I mean, hopefully at this point it's like, guys, you know, it doesn't matter if we go 0-3 here. Like, we've already achieved a lot at this event. Like, let's just play our game, have a good time. You know, probably for Horus, I almost wonder if he's sort of sat there saying like, guys, I screwed up in the first map, you know, like, and then Snake did in the second. But like, at the end of the day, like, we're still a team and we still need to get through this one together. So just keep our heads cool and make sure that we can have a good time about this game, and then go into the later stages of this playoff still feeling good, and obviously remembering that there's still a lot more to be done this year as far as the CrossFire calendar is concerned. So don't get too far ahead of ourselves, even if there is a 0-3 loss on the stage today.
Yeah, and in all honesty, man, I feel like if you are the side of 3BL here, and I could understand the frustration, especially from Snare, man. I feel like he's gotten 2 good games already, and he's just waiting for his teammates to just kind of match his energy here. But no one's really matched his energy for the past 2 maps. I mean, at most, it has been Todd, but Todd is not really the guy who will light up the scoreboards in terms of the frag. He's going to be the guy going for the flank. He's going to be the guy who's going to win your rounds by making smart plays happen. He's not the guy who's going to grind out certain angles. You need someone else on that. You need someone to go up against GDSC, who's been having an absolute hater of a series, man. 20+ frags for 2 games in a row. Can he make it 3? I believe he can, honestly. It's pretty tough.
Pretty tough indeed.
Gotta keep the mental together for the side of Imperial. But I feel like Imperial, they're like, all right, guys, let's go for the jugular so we can go back.
Yeah, I think mental-wise, Imperial are probably feeling pretty damn good, right? It's the mental on the 3BL side of the field that is going to be more of a concern.
Not the smile from the Animal. So I feel like he knows that job is not finished just yet. They still need to cap off Game 3, so he's telling his teammates, hey guys, we got the first 2 games already, but we need to get this third. Let's not get complacent. Let's finish this one and try and get into that upper bracket final. But here we go. Subbase is going to start things off. Imperial on that BL side, 3BL on the BL side, or 3BL on that GR side, rather. And let us see. Bit of woods control for the side of Imperial to start things off in this game. This would be a map that would actually benefit Snare a lot, especially the sniper is a very important role in Subbase. Getting that second mid control, but Eagles at the moment just spamming away.
Snare's definitely looking for it. He wants to be in the fight early on in the piece. But Smoke's kind of keeping everyone safe for now. Is out. Doing a pretty good job of clearing out the locker room. There's a lot of presence already being shown by Imperial. They're getting aggressive up in through wood as well, and already that'll be the end of Snake. So, decent start to the map for Imperial, and they are battening down the hatches, I dare say, here, 3BL. They know this is going to be a stormy sea to try to navigate.
That's just a scary sight to see if you're Snake. You're just like, 1 minute, there's no one there, and another minute, suddenly 3 people are on your face. I mean, anyone would be surprised, in all honesty. GDSC still in towards locker room. Yuzao just going to run through the smoke to try and get the trade, and he does. 5 versus 2, the Animals with the spray. Snare on half HP, Horus on the other side. Not much he can do at this point. Fast is going to go through, and I think the rest of Imperial are just going to peek him to finish this one. 7-7, going to get 1. Snare stuck in the corner. Not much he can do. Imperial were just hunting the entire time. Oh my word, 3BL, then that is a technical pause.
Tech pause already. What is the tech pause?
Something's wrong.
Who is it?
Probably
something to do with
no
the
mic,
headset. Yeah.
Otto's probably screaming that someone's already through, but don't think it went through that time.
Yeah, maybe not.
I don't think the mic was the problem, honestly. I mean, Snake, just like how I said it, man. He was staring at the smoking woods. He was like, there's no one there for 1 second. And then he turns around, checks A, goes back into mid, checks mid. There's 3 people. I'm like, all right. Not much you can do, brother. 2 of them have M4s, and even if you get away for a bit, they have M4s, and the wallbang damage is crazy. So hopefully the mic issue does get fixed, so the momentum on the side of Imperial is not going to get dashed.
No, I think Imperial are fine. They'll just be chilling. I mean, they have all the time in the world, really, as far as they're concerned, because this is a pretty easy wrap-up on their side of the field, right? They can close it out 3-0, and yeah, they can afford an extra 5-10 minutes here or there.
Everyone's just smiling. Everyone is just smirking. The vibes are good for the Brazilians here. Oh, is that ranking esports? Damn! I like that. I like that. I like that, Jordan. You know, even if ranking esports is out, they're still here to support their boys over at Wolf Empire. I could see Ductwan silver head from here. That's interesting. That's nice. That's nice. I like that. I like that. W ranking esports, that's for sure. But let us see another A control for the side of Imperial. Woods is going to be taken for now. DBL being a lot more careful, and I kind of like the creative use of the smokes.
Yeah.
From the side of Imperial, they're like, all right, we're just going to smoke the front of that second mid entrance, and just like how they did earlier against Snake, we're just gonna 3-man peek you, outnumber you. Even if one of us dies, we still have the numbers advantage in towards the mid side. And I like the extra detail here in Locker because it kind of keeps the attention divided here. For the side of 3BL, they don't know what to defend first.
Jeez, he's even gonna keep pressuring. Man, this guy is on an absolute tear in this game. Goes from good to better to maybe best in this third map as he went very nicely on Ankara and Eagle Eye anyway. But that is a sharp shot indeed. You don't see that every day out of a rifle especially. That's the kind of line an Orm would have to fight usually. Horus behind the smoke on A. Really the only defender on that side of the map. Won't be feeling too comfortable down there, but seems fine for the moment because Imperial have, you know, happily just slowed things down with that opening kill. See if there's going to be any kind of re-aggression anywhere from 3BL, and they're not really getting it. Snake maybe just spotted out there by Eagles. You can see him coming.
Yeah, not much you can do if you're in a 4v5. I think this map is definitely GR-sided if it's a 5v5, but as soon as a 4v5 comes, both of the defenses are split. So either way, you're going to have to face the full force of the attack, and you better hit your shots. Todd trying to go for a wallbang. Slayer's going to get the first kill. Anyways, the Animals with the trade. Good spot here by Slayer on the sniper. Eagles, 1-for-1 here for Snare. Can they get into the site? Missed shot. Slayer, 1 HP. The Animals with an easy finish. And Horus, the only one left alive. Not much you can do. GDSC is already spotting you through the smoke into that jail side in Imperial. With all the control in the world in this game. Man, 3BL, they just look lifeless, honestly.
Well, a bit more of a forward hold from 3BL this time into the control room, so they want to take that space away from Imperial, make it a little bit harder to work the map.
Feels really good at punishing that, though.
I like this, though, from 3BL. You know, you got to keep playing confidently. You got to keep sort of playing proactively, not go back into your shell. Keep showing something. You know, not roll over and die.
Oh, Eagles taking out Horus at the start, trying to go out of that mid-wall position. Snare gonna go a bit aggressive here. He knows times are desperate. The Animals is already down. So that is a good response from the side of 3BL. Slayer, though, gonna use the smoke. Reuse now is spotted all the way into spawn warehouse. But look at the swing from 7-7, the pace.
Yeah.
He is just running on through. Todd is gonna spot him. Is Todd gonna hit the shot? It seems like it's not. Slayer, the only one left alive with the sniper. Now he switches to the AK, but I feel like the A side is gonna be wide open as soon as they discover that he is still on this B side.
Yeah, I mean, it's the confidence which Imperial is playing with on this map that has me a little concerned for 3BL, right? You talk about that peak from 7-7, and it's just a confident peak, right? He knows that he's going to win that duel, or at least he believes in himself that he's going to win that duel, and sometimes that's more than half the battle. Slayer has taken a couple of shots, so now Imperial know where he's coming from, and breaking a setup like this one as a solo is a pretty difficult task. He's done well to grab the first player, but it should be impossible going forward. Still, Slayer makes it close, but Ryu's out. Will lock it out for Imperial. That's a 3-0 lead.
Yeah. Actually, look back for a bit. I was waiting for the Marshal to put up the card, but it seems like 3BL is really holding on to that timeout. I mean, it is still pretty early in the game, but I mean, with the Imperial getting 3 in a row on BL, it's already not good news for your side, especially 3BL. Most of the rounds that you guys got from your prior game in Subbase was from that exact side, and that exact side is not working at all. So Imperial, they're gonna try to go for something fast on the A side. Horus, no flash help yet from his teammate, and it's a bit too late. Horus gonna get the flash. Great nade there from the Animals.
Yeah, now the counter flash is coming out as well to deny the rotate in. That's well done from GDSC. He's good for 2 usually as well. The way he's been playing in this series, you expect it. Colt out. Trades in from Slayer, but he's just there too late to help his teammate out. In fact, the A push
just want to fight him.
Has been cancelled, and Imperial, yeah, they just want to take the fight anyway.
It was like, what's C4? We're here to fight. We're here to kill. Acting like it's a free-for-all DM, my friend. What is going on?
Still no timeout. 4-0. Or is there a timeout? There is. Where's the bloke holding the card? There we go. There she is. All right. Yeah, I mean, I think when you go 4 down, that's typically a pretty good point to call it a timeout. So sort of the point where most teams do seem to be pulling the timeout card. I find it interesting, you know, that the timeout, that there's only one of them, you know what I mean? So that kind of adds a little bit of a layer of conversation around it. Instead of it being 2, say, 30 or 45-second timeouts, right, where you go maybe like, oh, we'll take one first half, and we've still got one for the second half. You can be a bit more maybe aggressive with your first timeout. You are kind of putting all your eggs in one basket here if you're going to throw a timeout in 4 rounds into the map. Nature of the beast, I suppose. It's been like that forever.
What's going on? I feel like Imperial is going to get really hard to read now, especially with a 4-0 lead. They can just do anything at this point. They could throw anything at you. They could 5-man rush a site. They could stay in base the entire time and eventually execute on 20 seconds. The options are endless if you're this far ahead in subbase. They just gotta fix their default. There's not really nothing wrong with their default, honestly. It's just that every time that they take an aim duel, they just lose.
Correct. Yeah, it's just that Imperial are a little bit better at the moment, and honestly, you can't blame them for it, right? Like, we're 2 maps deep now into the 3rd. You've lost first 2 maps really close. Obviously, the momentum is there for Imperial, and it's not there for 3BL, so it's hard. It's hard on the mindset. only person really fragging at the moment is Slayer, and straight out the gates, out of the timeout. You're going to lose a player at the start of the round. Tot going down. It's a 4v5, and anything you spoke about in that timeout is just gone. This is a supreme-looking Imperial right now.
How have 7-7 hit that? One tap as soon as he tries to go out. I think it's kind of expected if times are getting desperate from the side of 3BL, especially coming in from Horus, to just swing it out just like that. But Imperial is not the same team. They are willing to fight for Woods control. They are not ranking esports, my friend. This is a different beast entirely.
Yeah. I mean, this is not the Imperial that we saw on map 1 and map 2 either. Like, this is a far more decisive looking Imperial who are very keen to close this one out, 3-0. Snare's got some other ideas, and there's some real spam through the wall there from Snake that's done a lot of damage to Eagles. Luckily for Imperial, it's not quite going to prompt a kill. Flash will get them across toward the A stairs. And Snake comes rotating across to try to hold, but 7-7 has already gained so much space. He's dealt with, though, and Danimals didn't quite get the trade. In fact, Snake is still looking quite healthy, so this one could still go awry for Imperial. They will pick the pace up in the other direction. GDSC still watching in through second middle. And it slows down for Imperial, so where do they opt to go now? Still the double Orm setup.
Everyone's still pretty calm. Not much you can do if you're on the side of 3BL. All you can do is hope that you hit your shots. Snake does put GDSC down to 1 HP. I mean, he's one gust of wind away from dying. Oh, the animals. He has a sniper?
Yep. End of the day, it's still 3-on-3.
Wow.
Now 3-on-2. Snake is able to trade it back on down, and he's in a great spot to strike. Danimals hasn't had any success.
There we go.
Finally, something can go right for 3BL. That was a 5v3 that they've now brought back.
I mean, if it's anyone to do it, it is going to be Snare. He has been the most consistent player all throughout this series. And he's letting his team know, guys, come on. Already got something going. Let's see if we can keep it going. Snake getting a bit aggressive in towards the wood side. Flash is going to go through. The Animals is actually fully blinded by his teammate. I mean, that's one way to stop the Animals from over-pushing. Oh, but Horus, look at the position from Horus. Right at the mouth of the site. But as soon as he gets cleared, this is going to be bad news for him. But no, Imperials are just going to back up a bit. Don't want to get too overzealous in this woods. Especially Slayer now starting to see if he can gain some spots here. Horus in a very nice position to deny this push from happening. Oh, I would have wished if he stayed there, man. But
yeah, but if he does, he's like so isolated. At least here he can maybe back off and continue to play angles with some assisting util coming through from his teammates in window.
That's the problem, though. I don't think I have seen a flash yet coming in from control room.
Sure.
From the side of 3BL. That's the most basic flash ever, too, if it lands in front of the metal box. The guy in metal box is not going to get blinded. And I've not seen that once from 3BL.
Well, Imperial back to their usual tricks of slowing the game down. Looked like they might want to push A, but they've just decided to back off again and wait that timer out. That's what they did last round, and it didn't really work. They were very successful with that faster style earlier in the map, and so I'm a bit surprised to see them defaulting back to something slower here. Ryu's out in the vent. Where do they opt to go? This is Hill's second middle. Smoke into control room. And toward jail. Surely this just screams we're going to bust our way into control room, but instead 3BL, they took matters into their own hands and tried to gather some information. Instead they just give up 2 of their lives, and now it's just onto Horus to try to hold, and that'll be impossible surely with all of Imperial breathing down your neck. Wow, decisive from Imperial, another one in the back pocket, and they're now rampaging towards this 3-0 victory, and it doesn't even look like it's going to be close.
Yeah, 3BL thought they had to handle things here on sub base. But it seems like no is the answer. Imperial just wanting to sweep the rest of these rounds in the first half. Todd gonna try to see if he can gain a headshot here on GDSC, but it's not gonna happen. There we go, they slowly slip by on towards Woods just to check if anyone is playing that box side, GDSC. That's a really brave check. If anyone is playing that angle in towards Dark Room, but Snare with a very nice position onto the side. Smoke is going to go through, but a counter smoke is going to come immediately. But GDSC is not afraid to swing that one at all, especially they know exactly where Todd is. He's no longer in that box position, so they're going to pre-aim exactly where he is on towards second floor stairs. Flash is going to go through. Does he get away in time? Yes, he does. But was it all a scare? Oh, now they have locker room control. They're going to come from passage 2. I mean, the numbers are pretty good for the side of 3BL, but I mean, the positioning from the side of Imperial is going to be absolutely destroying this B-side take.
Double flashes on in. 3BL struggling again. Danimal's in from behind in jail, and he gets 3. It's impossible for 3BL to do anything about this. Imperial are just a different beast on sub-base.
Yeah. I mean, they've done all the steps correctly, right? They got locker room control. 3 people are in passage. I think the Animals getting a triple kill is great, but that was going to work anyways. 2 versus 1 situation. Horus, the man, not really fragging that much, but it could be Klutzen. Hold up.
Why are we swinging him 1v1? Imperial getting a bit too overconfident. That's a huge throw. That was a round every day of the week for Imperial, but 3BL got a little bit of a breather.
I like that the Animal stared immediately at the last player. He's like, what are we doing, man? Come on.
Yeah, like
you can't let them get one.
That was a little bit silly. You know, that was really quite a silly throw from Imperial. They know exactly what they've done wrong there. I think it's just overconfidence, right? Hubris at that point where they think, well, we're going to win this fight. I'll just swing him. But that's what opens the door up, and you've got to remember that we are playing against the best players in the world. Even if we're doing very well against them, you have to respect. And that little bit of disrespect has been punished by Horus. How big of a difference does it make? Well, if a comeback starts, we'll go back to that round and we'll be talking about it a lot.
Horus, though, speaking around the corner, metal box occupied by him, very aggressive position. But they are going to go through into wood stairs. Smoke's going to go through. The Animal's already down, and he's already poking and prodding. Horus with a bit too wide of a peek, my friend. There's 3 people on stairs, but he goes for it anyway. Slayer fully blinded in towards side stairs this time. Nades are going to start flying. Ryuza has already found himself on site, so Slayer is forced to back off here all the way into control room. But where is the C4 plant? Here we go, 77 gonna eat that nade, but he's gonna type the magical numbers on that C4, and the timer starts. Retake could occur, but look at the positioning from the side of Imperial. So many nades raining down. Is this just gonna be a good old standard retake? Yeah, I mean, you flash first and then you flash again. There we go, everyone's fully blinded, but the timer is ticking, my friend. Eagles, can you defend this? He can't.
Still 2 more to find, though. I mean, 7-7. That time, as you say, is really ticking. If he can find one cheeky kill right here on the defuser, it could be the difference maker. Oh, I think they're just not in time. So close. But the defuser will go through regardless. And now that scoreline starts to creep a little bit closer.
Yeah, the nades really did hurt Imperial's chances there of making that retake defense work. HE's flying all over the place. 2 players getting tagged down to 20 HP. From the loose stair side. So Imperial do still have a timeout in their pocket, of course. But I don't think they're going to use it. They're just going to probably see if they can just reserve it for the second half, just in case 3BL does make a comeback happen. But Imperial, of course, so good on the GR side of this map. It's gotten me a bit worried for the side of 3BL that they couldn't gain that much points on this initial side of the map, but they did a great job on that last round, going for a 5-man retake. But Todd, bit of a crossfire. Nades are gonna start flying, but they're not gonna hit Todd's position, so they do know that no one is playing that box. So they're probably going to pre-fire where Tot is, but Slayer is peeking a very wide angle.
This is a very forward hold from 3BL. If Imperial can break it,
they know.
They have the B site. Slayer will tuck himself in the corner, nade in hand. It's going to be go time for Imperial, and they're on their way. Horus, big spray, gets himself the one, but instant trade coming through. Snare's position now known as well. The X factor might have been Snake, but he's been dealt with, and I'd say this one is done unless Imperial make another big mistake again. Surely they don't do it twice, losing to the 1vX on the B site, and that one will be locked in. So, yeah, maybe one round you can be a bit critical about Imperial on that first half, but otherwise that was sublime.
Yeah, I mean 6-3 Imperial. It's just really good recognition, especially when it comes to that locker room. No one is dead on 4-box, meaning Tot is probably playing either second floor and or that right side box. So it's just really smart use of the utility from the side of Imperial to just kind of clear out these positions, getting some clues. With the nades that they have, the Animal's going to spot 2 players in towards the vent side, and the nades are going to start flying. Horus has already gone down, but he eats a nade as soon as he gets out. The Animals with a good defense, but Tot is stuck in vents. He's going to get flown through, but GDSC, the Animals, he wants this kill, but 7-7 is going to get it.
It is not close. I mean, I don't often say a game's over before it's over, but this one really is feeling like it's going in that direction. I don't know how you stay in this one mentally as 3BL when you're just getting pounded round after round, and that scoreline deficit is growing.
Yeah, I wanted to see a round where they just send it, honestly. Because I feel like we haven't seen a round from 3BL where they just like... I mean, granted, they did get Woods controller there with aggression, but...
If they were to do that, would they even win the aim duels against Imperial? Like, Imperial are looking so sharp right now.
Especially TDSC is on the A side, man. That guy is hard to kill. He's 16. He's 16 frags.
Yep.
He's going for 20 again for 3 in a row.
Yep. I mean, there's no doubt who the MVP is going to be for this match, assuming it ends here in 3. Snare has managed to progress quite far forward with that Orm. You've got 3 players over towards this B side, and it does actually look like it's going to be a B hit here from 3BL, so they might be falling into the trap. Looking to clear out the control room first, and Danimals will lock one more in. There's another for Eagles. And time again for 3BL, it is the same result. They go into a round with their hopes high, and they are crushed by the Imperial defenses. 7-7, maybe overstepping a little there, but Eagles is good for the trade, and so in the end, good spacing is rewarded for Imperial. They've also got the C4 control.
Not a good game by Snake once again, 2-10 in this game. Might be able to go 4-10 if he does get Eagles, but look at the position of Eagles here. Oh, I don't think he spotted Snake on the cross. C4 is down on passage, but does he spot it? Yes, he does. And it seems like it could be a done deal in 2. Hope is slowly dwindling from the side of 3BL. Everything that they're trying in sub-base, it's not working at all, and especially Imperial now, they're in their comfort zone. This is the defense that we were talking about earlier, and now they want to turn defense into offense. 7-7 with a nice shot on Slayer. They have machine room control, and the A site is the only hope that they have to get anything done.
Even then, man, you're going into Eagles right now, and this guy's not missing, but luckily he's not shooting either. It's a good shot from Snare. 7-7 can't land much. Tough angle. And C4 is going to go down. So this is probably the best looking round thus far in the half for 3BL. A must-win round as well, it has to be said. Bringing it back for a 4-on-4 retake would just be the nail in the coffin.
Oh, Tot is 0-11. I just noticed that. Yikes. There you go. Here comes the flashes. Rest of the squad goes wild down. The Animal's already spotting Snare on the site. Horus and Snake still trying to support him as much as possible. Great support there by Horus. And it seems like 3BL, they're going to hang on for another round. But 7-7, going to try to get some shots going with the sniper. But Horus is just going to pre-fire the corner.
Yeah, such a tough site to retake, isn't it? when the setup is as good as it was. So, you know, one little round in there from 3BL. Won't quite get us too pumped up just yet. But it's something they have to take some hope in. Back to it. Snare's just going to send it into the A site. No! Decides better of it. Got called back. I mean, he is 13 and 10. He feels like kind of the linchpin for 3BL at the moment. So if he's throwing away his life early in the round, it might just be doomed.
Good Snare. He's done a really nice job of being the last bastion that could save this 3BL squad. GDSC peeking around the corner. Doesn't get him. Nades is going to fly through. But Ryu's out. On the second floor rafters, are they going to check his exact location? GDSC. Horus doesn't get the kill. GDSC gets one. Ryuza gets one as well. So the flank is already eliminated. And this is going to be classic Imperial. They're not even going to touch the A site. They're going to wait for that C4 to go down, and the retake maybe will start. But they already tried to gain some position in towards loose stairs here. And whoever is occupying that loose stairs better be ready. And Todd needs to get his first 3 kills here if he wants to.
Another retake. This time a little more doable. Flash is a good one. Snake turns away from it, but CrossFire's good on the stairs. Still, the swing was ill-timed, and in the end, 3BL lose a couple of members. There's the third down as well, and Imperial now map and series point to secure the first playoffs game here at the CFS Summer Championship. And they'll do it in a 3-0 fashion if they win it here, marking a pretty damn good day at the office.
There it is. Last round on the board. 3BL look distraught. Imperial looking to see if they can secure that position in the upper bracket final early. Secure them at least maybe at like a top 4. Or not top 4, they're already in the top 4, but top 3 in this tournament. Yeah, 3BL, they just look scared at this point. They used to be taking this woods very aggressively, but Imperial recognized. They're like a snake, ironically.
Right.
Looking for the best time to strike.
Well, Eagles is getting a bit aggressive there, but not punished for it. Here goes the flash into wood. There's no one really there to hold on to it. GDSC just looking for one, and then a disappearance. He's done the disappearing act, and it's worked out perfectly. 3BL, I think they're done here. It's been a hard-fought series on their behalf, but it might just be coming to a close. Imperial have been too good. There's one more player down, and a trade in from 3BL, but all the util denying them entry into the A bomb site. And even still, they'd have to find 3 more players. Ryu's out round the back. An unexpected position forces them back down the stairs, and they are stuck between a rock and a hard place. 7-7 is the rock. And Snake, he's burning alive, as that will be the 3rd map secured by Imperial. And they take the 3-0 over 3BL.
It was hard at first. Yeah, it was pretty hard in the first map. Second map, it was pretty close, but in sub-base, it wasn't close at all. An absolute tough series for 3BL to take. Down to the lower bracket they go, however. Imperial, once again, another international tournament where the animal shows that he is consistent when it comes to outside of CFBL. He loves the international stage, man, and it's showing.
Yeah, indeed. And look, there was definitely some shaky-looking moments for Imperial in that series. You have to say earlier on, I mean, Compound, Eagle Eye, I was really not sure that they were going to get the dub there on either of those maps. But at the end of the day, you work hard on the early maps, the closer maps, and this is kind of what we talk about with the best of 5 being such a concern for teams that maybe have a little bit of a weaker map pool, right? Sure, you're going to be competitive on maybe map 1, map 2, like your map pick. In this case, for 3BL, it was Compound. They're always going to be competitive there. But as we get deeper and deeper in, there's going to be some problems that are going to start to arise. And we got to sub-base that was a little bit maybe too deep in the map pool for 3BL. And eventually, they've run out of maps that they're feeling confident on. And yeah, Imperial run away with it. So that's the benefit of the best of 5s, is that it really does show you which of those teams are truly the better team and who has a deeper map pool. And today, obviously, that was 3BL. So want to be seeing more of that going forward from 3BL, especially what we saw on Subbase. Like, that was kind of like, sorry, want to see more of that from Imperial, especially what we saw on Subbase was a little bit more the level which I was kind of expecting to see from Imperial throughout this entire event. And they've been a bit up and down here and there, but that one, at least on Subbase, felt like, okay, Imperial's here.
Yeah, that's for sure. I feel like map 1 is a bit rocky from the side of Imperial, but I feel like it's just the map, it's just the map knowledge on both sides being somewhat equal, because we already made it all the way in towards 13 and 12, but then by map number 2 and 3, I felt a bit more confident for the side of Imperial, considering the experience they have on those maps. I mean, Subbase, right? Just like how we said it, they beat Baisha on that map. Eagle Eye, the exact same thing as well. So I feel like when it comes to map number 2 and 3, the veto really just didn't work out for the side of 3BL.
Yeah, for sure. End of the day, though, like, it's always going to be a tough game going up against a team as strong as Imperial. And I think you do have to give a lot of credit to 3BL. Again, they're in this playoff stage, I would say probably the weakest team on paper. I mean, they were the one that had the most difficult time actually making it into the playoff stage. It really came down to a tiebreaker for them. They're from the West League. You know, it's the first time that we're seeing a Western team in the playoffs in a long time. So you have to give them the credit for even making it close and very, very nearly being able to take away, if not one, but maybe even 2 of those maps. And can you imagine what this series would look like if they would have taken map 1 and map 2?
Yeah, this
I think we would go all the distance. We'd go all the way to 5.
This would have been very interesting. Not gonna lie, I feel like it was just some of the players on the side of 3BL not really stepping up to the plate. I feel like Snake in map number 2 and 3 was really just down in the dumps, man. Todd as well kind of disappeared in Subbase. And yeah, Horus in that map number 1, that was a horrible showing by him, that's for sure. But yeah, I mean, if you're 3BL here, you just go back to the hotel, try to recoup what you can, and try and see who you guys are going to go up against after this next series.
Yeah, a few little things that need to be fixed up by 3BL, but again, as we've reiterated a couple of times, this is a double elim bracket, so it's not going to be the end of the road just yet for 3BL. They'll have one more match tomorrow. It'll be against the loser of All Gamers and Wolf Empire, which is the next match coming up here on the stage. So still a lot to think about for those guys. And man, it's hard to believe, like, we're coming towards the end of the CFS Summer Championship. This has felt like a very, very, very long event, and it definitely is. Like, 8 days in a row is nothing to scoff at, guys. I'll tell you that. As far as an esports event is concerned, this is honestly one of the longer that I work.
That's true.
And I do a lot of work, so I'll just put that out there. So I think at this point, you know, for the players especially as well, it gets really, really tiring. And it's about that tenacity, and Imperial in particular have shown us that on the stage they do have that level of tenacity that is going to be able to get them over the line in a lot of cases. And yeah, they missed out in a couple of those maps against Wolf Empire, but aside from that, it has actually been a really good-looking event from Imperial.
That's true. I'm kind of on the same boat as you, right? This is my first international event for CrossFire, and sometimes I just wake up and I'm like, oh damn, I'm still in Hanoi. I'm like, all right, I guess we got to go back to work. Not gonna lie, the only thing that I've been thinking about, other than the games for the past few days here, Jordan, dude, I've been wanting to play CrossFire for the past few times, but we have no time to do so because there's so much action going on in this tournament, of course. And we get to be spectators for now, or commentators, as our job does suggest. But we're gonna have a look at the highlights, of course. The Animals, man, I feel like he was kind of slept on in this series. He was really taking it to 3BL.
For sure, for sure. I mean, I think that's probably fair to say that he was slept on, but the issue is, like, you can play a decent game, you can play a pretty good series, but then when you got GDSC going absolutely nuclear, you know, he's still going to get a lot of the highlights, right? And it wasn't just GDSC, like 7-7 and Eagles as well, both had really, really good series as well with the Orms.
Jesus.
That's just a complete drop. 0.07 from Tot.
What is this?
Yeah.
The .67 headshot too. This GDSC was rocking the AK the entire time.
Yeah.
And he got that headshot percentage absolutely amazing. 21 AP as well. If you guys don't know how to calculate AP, it's kills minus deaths plus headshots. So he's got a lot of headshots, that's for sure.
Right. Yeah, he's done really well for himself.
Wow.
2.4, 2.0, 1.6, 1.5, 1.14. Everybody above a 1.0 KD for Imperial. And only one player above it for 3BL, which was Snare.
Snare was trying so hard to really keep it together, but
the
rest of the squad's going to keep up, man.
For sure. I mean, Snake and Tot, like you said, went really, really quite missing on sub-base there, and it is unfortunate, but 10-4. Yeah, it's a bit of an unfortunate end to the series for 3BL, but I think you have to take away the positives. They did have a couple of good maps. Now just waiting to see who that MVP will end up being.
You already know who it is.
Getting the feeling it might be GDSC.
GDSC 100%. I feel like if Eagles gets this,
nah,
I'd be
that's
slightly
cap.
mad.
That would be cap.
Yeah. 7-7. Not gonna lie. That first map, or rather that Eagle Eye first half, he really wasn't enjoying. He really was not enjoying the game. But second half, he was a bit mad. I feel like he kind of channeled that same energy from being mad in the second half of Eagle Eye into this sub-base map as well. But of course, the match result, it was close in Compound, it was close in Eagle Eye, it wasn't close at all in sub-base. Yeah, that is just the tail of the tape for the two teams.
Yeah, close couple of maps. I mean, 3 rounds in it for map 1 and 2, and it could have been a 2-0 start for 3BL. Who knows, if they would have started 2-0, would they have maybe had that momentum rolling into sub-base that then Imperial suffer on the receiving end of a 3-0 deficit of their own? But obviously, we will never know, and it's for 3BL to say when they come back again tomorrow. But not much more to say about it, really, at this point. I think Imperial, they've sort of shown their hand in the playoffs. They've shown how good of a team they can be, and yeah, that was fantastic from GDSC.
Yeah, 1.97.
Over a series, over 3 maps? It's
Jesus.
crazy.
That's probably the highest damage I've seen from an MVP.
Yeah.
And like 1,900 damage. So, yeah, he's done quite the good job of just carrying the brunt of the offense here for the side of Imperial. So, if you have a player like that, it's kind of impossible to lose, just like how he said it.
Yeah. 1.14 kills per round as well. The bro has no chill. I mean, almost a 2.0 KD over 3 maps is kind of crazy. Just goes to show how much he farmed, and if that's the level that he's going to be bringing to the table for the rest of these playoffs, Imperial are going to be a real contender to potentially win this entire event. I mean, all gamers have looked like a pretty scary roster. They've looked very, very solid, but I
like how the only time he doesn't hit the headshot when he's on a sniper and or the pistol. But every time he's on the AK, he hits it every single time. Taking a look at the Eagle Eye game, of course. And it's just scary how consistent this guy is, man. I mean, if I was 3BL here, I was just like, GDSC. Like, your existence just disturbs us here on the other side. So I think the interview is going to be up in just a bit. Of course, GDSC with a few choice words to say in the interview. But
I imagine so.
Yeah, any guesses after this one? Any guesses on the second series?
Got to be AG for me.
Yeah.
Wolf Empire.
I like Wolf Empire.
Look, I think Wolf Empire are a team that can really cause a bit of a ruckus. Like, they are a team that if they're all online, they actually have the firepower to kind of contest with any team, I think, in the world, honestly. Their firepower is pretty crazy. It's just that, again, and I will continue to say it, a Vietnamese team, I don't like the style that they play. So I don't know if they'll hold up against a team like All Gamers on a consistent basis. But that's for us to find out later. Now we'll head down to the stage for the interview.
Xin chào, chào mừng quý vị và các bạn. Chúng ta đã cùng quay trở lại với phần phỏng vấn sau trận đấu đầu tiên. Trận đấu giữa Imperial Esports và CHENGDU Esports với một tỷ số vô cùng mãn nhãn, tỷ số 3-0 nghiêng về Imperial Esports. Và ngay sau đây, hãy cùng lắng nghe những chia sẻ đến từ Imperial Esports nhé. Xin chào GDSC. Đầu tiên thì bạn có thể gửi một lời chào đến tất cả quý vị khán giả đang có mặt trong trường quay được không ạ?
Muito parabéns e pode dar apresentar para a audiência aqui.
Claro, claro. Eu sou o GDSZ, jogador obviamente da Imperial e jogo profissionalmente acho que tem uns 6 anos.
Tôi là GDSZ, tôi đến từ Imperial và đã có 6 năm chuyên nghiệp là một cầu thủ game thủ.
Vậy thì câu hỏi đầu tiên thì bạn có thể chia sẻ cảm xúc của mình sau một trận đấu vô cùng mãn nhãn vừa rồi, trận đấu với tỷ số 3-0.
Já tem jogo muito impressionante. Quais são os seus sentimentos depois do jogo?
Muito obrigado. Um sentimento obviamente de felicidade. Acredito que a gente ainda falta mais 2 jogos e então ainda a gente não está satisfeito e vamos em busca disso.
Đương nhiên là rất là hạnh phúc rồi. Đấy là cảm xúc của tôi vào thời điểm này. Thế nhưng mà tôi vẫn còn một chút nữa thôi thì mới giành được cái cảm xúc gọi là cảm xúc vỡ òa. Phải thêm một hai trận nữa thôi.
Vâng ạ, và cũng đã trải qua một hành trình rất là dài để tiến gần hơn với chiếc cúp vô địch CFS Summer Championship 2024 rồi. Thì hẳn là các bạn cũng đã có rất là nhiều kỷ niệm với nhau. Thì không biết là kỷ niệm nào mà bạn đáng nhớ nhất?
Qual é a memória mais impressionante no Vietnam?
Eu acredito que estar aqui disputando os campeonatos, estar disputando, acredito que seja a melhor memória e continuar trabalhando para a gente continuar podendo vir outras vezes também.
Chúng tôi đến đây để tập trung vào thi đấu nên là có lẽ là chúng tôi tập trung dành toàn bộ thời gian vào việc luyện tập và để trông chờ vào cái chức vô địch.
Vậy thì cuối cùng đi, hãy thay cho một lời cảm ơn có thể gửi tới các quý vị khán giả đang có mặt trong trường quay, cũng như là các quý vị khán giả đang theo dõi trên các kênh phát sóng trực tuyến. Chúng ta có thể làm một hành động nào đó đáng yêu để có thể gửi đến quý vị khán giả được không nào?
Ao invés de algumas palavras, pode dar gesto para mostrar o seu agradecimento.
Đếm ngược nhá.
3,
2, 1.
Segunda temporada da CFBL.
Summer 2024, the story begins. More than just a game, a celebration of surpassing limits. Who will become the next legend? In a place filled with passion and intensity, the story continues.
Flash đi luôn. David đây tôi đã nói rồi, Flash ở kìa không ai chết cả. Không ai chết, và đó là cái double kill rồi cho David. Vào Gucci bắn kẹp cùng với con Tomai K3. Bên phía bên này IQ đẳng cấp hoàn toàn có thể quay xe về A được nha. Nhảy vào trong một điều kiện double kill cho Footboy và sẽ là cái triple kill. Không được cái IQ anh ta vẫn đang cố gắng loay hoay. IQ bị phong cướp vào. IQ phải chết bằng triple kill cho Footboy. Em có biết hay không, đây mà có vẻ như là Hiếu Mèo anh ta nghe được một cái điều gì đó rồi, sẽ là ra nhưng không biết và double kill cho mày. Việt Nam bây giờ quay trở về khu vực bom CB từ A thì nó sẽ là hơi khó khăn khi nhảy lên từ UC. Và vẫn không có được mạng. Toàn bộ nhân sự cho kho B của Islander đã bị quét sạch. Chỉ còn đúng một mình Mai thôi. Và Mai cũng không sạch cỏ rồi. Chứ còn là IQ thì tôi không nghĩ là sẽ chiến thắng đến từ bên phía của đội tuyển Team Alone Tàu. Một bạn cho IQ và cái double kill nó có hay không đây? Khi Mai đối đầu với cả một trong những đối thủ cũ và chạy rất dẻo đến từ IQ. Vị trí của Mai phải đi tìm, nhưng IQ anh ta có một cái tốc độ là 10 giây. Khi mấy công 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4 không được rồi. Trời đất ơi, không kịp đến từ bên phía của đội tuyển Team Alone. Bị mù rồi. Cover TGM anh ta bắn côn kìa. Trời ơi, người cover sai là đồ đà không, đó là Kim Boom với cái triple kill. Kim Boom không thể đổi thêm, đã về tới nơi rồi. Đến phía bên kia có vẻ như Small và cả vị trí đặt không muốn quay xe và cái double kill. Hai người ở cửa B cần phải có đồ nhưng mà hết đồ mất rồi. Nào một bại đô la đứng cương luôn cái double kill đô la và Rambo bắt thêm được cái mạng của Trap nữa. Lát TGM bắn hay quá, đúng chết được một người. Sẽ có sự cover lỗ, double kill cho TGM. Đoàn quân Crown chào Lát ra. Các thành viên của bên phía đội tuyển Lát Legend nó bị móc tới hai người. Lucas có làm được cái mạng thứ ba, không được câu trả lời là có. Họ vẫn chưa muốn lên A, mình sẽ muốn được quất ở nhà. Small anh ta khá bất ngờ, đô la đang ở đây và Chap làm cái gì đây? Bông kill bật lôi, chỉ đi không dám lao ra đấu. Bông kill mình phải máu lại chết với cái double kill cho bông kill. Đô la 1m4 trước có đỉnh, sau cũng có đỉnh, double kill cho đô la. Và TGM thì ta vẫn đang quản cục pin này. Đô la muốn bắt TGM. Đô la anh ta cũng không thể thoát được TGM. Một pha kéo tâm là hay. Và Kim Boom người cuối cùng. Wow, cùng với đô la tạo ra thế gọng kìm. Nhưng Small có một Small rút K98 ra. Và đô la thì lại là một khẩu rival nên nhớ Small có tốc độ cực kỳ là nhanh nha. Và double kill cho Small. Chuẩn bị đánh A thì có cái double kill, chui từ dưới công rút ra cái triple kill, ultra kill và có quay để cho nó hay và ấy dành cho TGM. Muốn đục lắm ấy nhưng mà không đục được. Bây giờ thì sợ lộ ra và chạy được thành công 14 giây, không kịp về A. Phải đặt ở trong khu vực OTB thì đối thủ không có được, đó là vị trí của Rambo làm hay. Xiên lên mà đúng vậy, nhỏ lại vào sớm thế nhưng Lucas bây giờ quay trở lại thì anh đã có cái miếng mạng ở cục mang tên TGM. Đạt chip, ui rồi ôi, đạt chip hơi non. đầu tiên bắn côn hay đến từ anh Trưởng. Đấy đi, còn 2 viên côn thôi. 2 mét là đây là một cơ hội dành cho đội Carao. Lên tiếng một bên tay KT15 là người cuối cùng. KT15 có thể hạ quả sân phải xuống. Để chiến thắng thì cần phải hỏi ý kiến của Carao. Dần dần tiếp cận vào rồi. KT15 hiện tại quá yếu và chiến thắng thuộc về Carao Esports. Họ sẽ là nhà vô địch.
Bringing out the second arm, able to find one on MKZ. Beck goes down as well. And finally, there's a response, and it's a huge one. Unknights, thanks to HCZ, are right back in the fight here. 4 kills on the table, all headshots as well.
HCZ came around the corner, gets a freebie, he's completely blindsided
from it, but Snox just eats the flashes, has to back off the Creeds. He's gonna hold the line for all 3.
Caught by a flash though, he's gonna double back. Doesn't want to stick around too long, Min. Gonna find one, we're gonna make that 2 as well. Looks for a 3rd as well, and he'll find it. What a round coming out from Min.
Very low on HP, so Unknights, if they can play their cards right, there's a chance to win this back. In fact, he might have just found that opportunity, already finding himself 2 kills. You can see Snock wants to go for the trade. He's a little bit late, and he's not gonna be able to find anything. Beck able to get 3 kills, and Creeds and Austin, they know they've got to try and find something, but Beck able to find 4 before finally.
Alucard taking a hell of a lot of damage early. Swing on the corner, Dezane gonna get 2. Oh, made that 3. Brilliant from Dezane.
But Flex is already quick on their flank as well. They're gonna have to be ready to deal with this, and I just don't think they have the positioning to be aware of it, but it may not matter. Raffin gets the quad kill spray down, gets the ace on top of it.
25 seconds, not under a lot of pressure in terms of time just yet, but now that he's known, absolutely is. Missed shot. Pistol pulled out, Raffin will fall. 1v1, now it's doable, absolutely doable. Trying to find this last guy, Spox, he's lost him though, and he finds him on the drive-by. Oh, Alucard. Spray is good, a hell of a lot of damage. Spoxy, Raffin, and Lion Claw all taking significant damage here. HZ for 1. Spray on the corner, gonna fight both. Oh no, it's crumbling. LCK, let that one fall apart.
Disrupting on that position, but Pietro, he's trying to get some work done himself here from the back of the A window. Put that pressure on them. HCZ able to find one. MKZ finds another confident Snare. They're still hanging on to this one. 2 kills going the way of Snare. Alucard would be good for a first here. Gets all 4 kills. Insanity.
Close. Gonna get tested here off the back of the information. MKZ for 2. HGZ for 2 as well. Oh, what a way to close it.
Fully swinging into this as well. He's going to find himself a 2nd kill. Pietro spotted as well. This flash is going to be huge for their chance to break through. Pietro able to find Snare. Horus and the 1v2. Good for the first, good for the second. Horus, what a retake. Unknights have clearly done their homework here. They know exactly what they want to do on the approach. 3BL, they're just kind of left to try and pick up the pieces and find a way to just frag out. Bomb is going to be dropped here. Slayer on that wrap, though, is huge because Snare is left alone, flashed out of position, looking for a potential clutch here. He gets the spray down the Nursing Snake. It's going to be massive. Snake able to find 2, but through the wall. MKZ takes down Totson and Horus. Making a 3rd kill. What is that 3rd shot? And now it's just Snare, but the wallbang of the M4 proving to be so massive in this round. But MKZ, it's not over just yet. The 1v1 situation. Can he take it all the way to the finish line? No, he can't. Starts to come through from Snake. Totson able to find 1 as well. Snare, he's not going to be able to hold on to it. Totson, though, still able to find that impact from the bridge position. Gets a 2nd kill onto HCZ. MKZ and Beck are also very, very low. Horus has to be able to respond here from the GR spawn. He's spotted out. Here comes the double swing. Totson, he needs the ace in order to close this one out. He spots MKZ on the shoulder. Be good for a 3rd in this round. Can he do any more? The time is already ticking away from him. They know exactly where he is, but he catches Alucard as well. Surely not the ace. The one-on-one opportunity to win it all for Totson. Beck just definitely going to dance this one around and try and run down the clock. But the backstab, Totson! You've got to be kidding. Ace clutch for the win here. Gets it done for 3BL.
He's going to push his way forward, try and open the door up, find that space for HCZ, and he's done just that, and then some. Double kill.
Seven has got some utility to try and work with here. He's going to try to hop his way in. It's a lovely shot on HCZ. It's now down to Alucard. You'd always want to rely on him in a clutch. There are 3 players in this position. That's going to get the plot down in the meantime, but they should just be able to swarm. Creeds finds his kill, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough until Awesome steps up.
Knights stand up to the pressure. Well, it's going to be a big fight in mid. There's 4 3BL members here, and that might actually work out for Unknights. That's a lot of players to kill.
Tot is in position, listening for everything, sees that his teammate has already delivered, and now he chooses to pounce. But perfect timing! Goodness gracious. Alucard's still playing with these angles. Bet gets his one, but unfortunately it's only one now. Alucard, so he's very stuck. One, Colt up for the second. And there's an opportunity. He's just wasting the clock. He's tagged down Slayer even lower. And Alucard takes it. So maybe they've got the bit between their teeth, as you can see here with some of these entries and the way they're playing. Look at Beck. He's on the high ground. He has no idea he's on the high ground. Sayer's going to try and take an advanced angle. Snake does trade it at least. 2 versus 2. Headshot angle being taken up by Kiko. It's a good reaction.
They've played a push out the warehouse. Unknights have 3 to defend. Initially, that's not a bad setup. Numbers still favourable for 3BL, and the trades are as well for the moment until Kiko strikes. He's got a double and a triple onto Snake. Unknights are not going down without a fight. Kiko gets 4. His timing not so favourable. He didn't actually spot anything out, nor did Snare. This is going to allow Unknights to push their way forward. Snake might as well clean it up himself. He gets all 3, and that is that 3BL.
On LCK right now, they're going to be stuck in what seems like a sandwich, you'd think. It's absolutely going to work out that way. Slayer finds his top 5.
It's going to take a real mental battle actually to come back into it now. I'm not necessarily suggesting we're at that point yet for but it might actually continue to go by the wayside, right? This could be very quickly 3-0. It is going to be very quickly 3. Quickly into B. Flex is there ready and waiting for them. Snare will get the trade. Now here comes the swing from the rest of the LCK members, but 3BL are too sharp today.
You stuck with Spoxy. Snake has found Flex, and this round has turned on its head pretty quickly. 9 Claw and Raffin are going to start. They're going to try and launch their way through, and Raffin gets 2 from that. C4 is down in the midst of all of this, and to be fair to Snake, he's got a very favourable angle. He hits one more bullet, but this one could still go against him. It's a tough one to face.
So all's well that ends well for 3BL as they get their way onto the site. Snake wants to go forward and take some further fights. Doesn't know Raffin's close. He gets that information, but it's a little bit too little too late. Still, Slayer in there for the double. Now looking for the clutch, and he'll get it. Time being a factor, LCK are aware he's rotated through the lockers, or they thought they were, maybe. Dezane was kind of looking. Still, Snake gets a good shot, and it's onto Spoxy. He needs to save the day. Time's definitely still there for Snake to dance around, and he catches him out as well, a 3v1.
Unreal. Flex under pressure. There are 3 players they're about to spot though, and it's an absolute wipeout. LCK open to get the kill, and in the end he gets double peaked. Flex will take the frag. Snare, nice shot. 2 versus 2, has to try and catch them on the cross, and he's doing exactly that, and you'd want for the job. For this sort of situation, it would be him. Ladder he has to worry about though. Oh, he only hits a tag. Very close eye on by Flex. Snare will hop up. Great reaction as soon as he goes up, and Dezane is flanking. There's Lion Claw as well.
Not really anything to get too excited about, so they're going to go back to basics and try to play aggressively. It will not work. Dezane lines up 3. What? They didn't even make it to the grand final. Now they get their chance against 3BL. That is looking very good indeed. Finally, it's locked in, and it's LCK that will take out the CFWL 2024 Season 2.
be found from Zway. Du was down the bottom as well. So here's where it starts to feel possible. All gamers, you just can't let this happen. 3-on-1 for Shao, and he makes it look easy. Every way, shape and form. That was the worst 3-on-1 I've seen from them in this event. 3 1v1s for a team that we said had the best team play.
是那个马尼拉 CFS 邀请赛嘛，这个是大概是在2016年吧，然后那时候我还是在上小学，我也是刚接触 CF， 也是从来没有想过能跟这么顶尖的选手做队友吧。 在巧合的情况下，我在打百分的时候被推荐到了 AG 视讯嘛，然后后来通过了视讯来到了线下。
Welcome back, some fresh faces to bring you our second best of 5 of the day here to kickstart things in the playoffs. Imperial with a lightning fast 3-0 over 3BL, and now it sets up our second game. The homegrown heroes of Wolf Empire looking to take down the beast from the east, the Chengdu All Gamers. This one should be spicy.
Yeah, definitely should, right? I mean, we were talking about the #1 seed from the Group B taking on the #2 seed of Wolf Empire, I should say. But look, I mean, we're finally in playoffs. It's the first day. We got all those other games done before, and my oh my, we finally get to see the Chinese team unleash all their strategies here in the playoff contention.
I'm looking forward to it. Should be a spicy one. I got the chance to catch both of these sides in kind of different variations for them for the All Gamers when they already confirmed them towards the playoffs, but they actually seem like they've scaled up throughout the tournament. They normally take the group stage just kind of light. They're known for that, and then they really take a big step up in towards playoffs. Wolf Empire, I think a lot of people wouldn't have expected them to even have made it towards the playoffs themselves, but this Vietnamese super team, as they kind of colloquially called it, right? I quite like that. I think it is apt because they are a side who have looked really, really solid. They finished second over in their group, but on the exact same sort of win rate, both 3-1 with Imperial over in Group A. They had just one set that didn't go their favor. That was the difference between first and second. But either way, Wolf Empire have looked really good. They've been able to pull out some pretty lengthy series as well, and they've really got to dig deep here. All Gamers, they're no joke, man. They are no joke.
No, I mean, this is what we were doing, right? We were talking about putting them on a pedestal a little bit, and there's a reason. These guys have been undefeated. They didn't take a single loss, a single map loss at all in the group stage. Yeah. So they are on an undefeated streak right now. And let's not forget, these are the guys that are the back-to-back champs. These are the guys that won the Summer Championship back in 2022. They came back, won in 2023, so they want to get a three-peat, man. They want to have the throne. They want the crown. So look, I mean, for Wolf Empire, like you said, I think there's a lot of big questions here just because a lot of their games have been right down to the end, gone the full distance. Yep. So, I mean, look, you got a best of 5. This isn't best of 3s anymore, so things have kind of changed, but God, you're still playing all gamers, though.
Got to be said, though, for Wolf Empire, at least in terms of international LAN competitions, they have stepped up. Last year, they didn't even make it to Worlds playoffs. They just missed out 5th to 8th. So this is pretty good for them. Already a step up, top 4, but of course, now it's about pushing further. You would probably arguably see them as a little bit better than 3BL, especially currently with 3BL. They're in a 3-match lose streak, in fact, so things aren't actually looking all too good over there for the team from the West. It's great that they made it towards playoffs, but it was by the finest of margins. Required Vasco to reverse sweep and take down ranking and this, that, and the other. So they haven't really got it. They've got it obviously off merit, but it wasn't really off their own win, for example. So it does make this a little bit spicy going in towards what is potentially going to be lower bracket games tomorrow, because I don't think VBL want to face either of these sides. Wolf Empire, a side who have really been making some pretty scary performances. Even when they're losing in 3. They're going the distance. They're making these long conversations. But for 3BL, when they're losing, they're getting battered, right? 2-0 Evolution Power. They lost 13-1 there as well. 2-0 against All Gamers yesterday, and then now 3-0 against 3BL. They're in a pretty bad little stint here, man. They're 0-7 in the last maps they've played. That's not great.
Yeah, and I can't remember if it was you or maybe it was Jordan, but there was a really interesting comment made about a team like 3BL, as you can see on the screen, that in the very beginning of the tournament, it's felt like they had a really good start. Yes, it felt like they were 100%. They looked really clean, efficient. They were doing all the right things. And it kind of felt like the more the tournament went on, it kind of did dwindle, right? It did kind of feel like something kind of fell apart a little bit for them. So, I mean, but still, look, they were able to get themselves through. You guys talked about it a lot yesterday with, a certain team has to win this way, and then, 3BL makes it if not. So it's like, look, for these guys, for the first team in the West in forever, it's a huge thing. But look, we're going to talk about all gamers. We're going to do a little bit of an intro because we want to just give you a recap of who the GOATs are. So check it.
As I called them, the Beast from the East, as they call themselves one of the #1 organizations in China for FPS titles, and they are absolutely spot on when it comes towards CrossFire. They are the best team in this competition right now. They are still yet to drop a map, ladies and gents. We're in the playoffs, and they have not dropped a map. That's how good things have been going for all gamers, and there just doesn't seem to be a weakness in this side. There is so much to like. You've got Zai, considered one of the best riflers in Chinese CrossFire, also the IGL of this side, the leader, the experienced man who's been around in the scene for such a long time. Du, this incredible sniper who has been on some emphatic form and is one of the best players so far, and maybe a little bit of an unsung hero as well with Zhui, currently tied for the most MVPs in this competition thus far.
Yeah, and I'm glad you talked about the MVPs because that was actually a big thing I really wanted to recap a little bit is, you know, Zhui, like you said, sitting at 2, and that is actually tied with Ice Cube. And Ice Cube's actually been able to have himself, you know, toe-to-toe with somebody like this. And, you know, that's pretty funny because it's 2 different roles that they're playing. But, look, I mean, for the all gamers, I mean, we've been able to see, you know, 1222 was able to get himself an MVP status. You know, we've been able to see Du able to get himself an MV. Zhui's able to get himself a couple. So now maybe somebody else, I don't know. But this is the thing about all gamers is that this roster is really the real deal. Like, these guys, you know, overall have the best stats. These guys all have a 1.0 above KD ratio. That's something different than what we see from Wolf Empire, which we'll talk about in just a little bit. But look, I mean, this is where we said this is the mean machine. This is the team to beat. This is the team that's been able to win championships. So there's a lot for them to prove here.
Yes, absolutely. This is a side who have just been so damn good. You know, and we talk about domestic CrossFire as well for them. Back in China, they have won 7 out of the last 9 seasons, which is just an incredible streak to work with. And then on the other side as well, internationally, they've been pretty sick as well. They're the reigning champs of the Summer Championship. So you have to look at this side with high, high hopes. And you look at it as well in 2023, they finished 2nd in the Grand Finals. 2022, they finished 2nd in the Grand Finals. 2021, they finished 1st. So this is a side who have been incredible. And this is their performances so far throughout this group. 2-0 over 3BL, 2-0 over Evolution Power, 2-0 over Ranking, 2-0 over Vasco. And for the most part as well, the thing that makes it even more scary is that most of these maps weren't actually even that close. This is the issue. They have been taken down them with relative ease. I mean, the closest we've kind of seen anybody get is 8 rounds against them. Ranking did it. I think EP did it as well, if I'm right in saying. You know, we've had these moments where maybe, you know, it showed slight vulnerabilities, and I say slight being that key word, but nobody's really been able to compete with the side in any sort of fashion, which makes us think that anyone's got a chance. They've lost, you know, a couple of rounds sort of haphazardly, but they're so solid.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing. It's, you know, there only has been, it's like when you have the series in the group stage, it kind of felt like the one map maybe would have the 8 against them, but then it was just like they blow the other team out of the water. But look, we've really talked a lot about all gamers, but let's talk a little bit about the Wolf Empire, because right now, I mean, these are the guys that they're coming in to make a statement, so check them out, and we'll see you in a few. Okay, Wolf Empire. So we've been able to see that they are a good packed unit, but are they going to be the perfect packed unit against all gamers? And let's just talk a little bit about what we've seen so far in the group stage. It was a 2-1 they got to get in Cell CK. It was a 2-0 that they lost to against Pacific Mokta, and then even another, you know, win that they were able to get as well against Imperial with a 2-1. And then somehow, some way, they were able to take down, you know, all gamers, you know, friends, foes, I don't know what you would call them, but it is Baisha. So that's where these guys have really shown us a lot of good performances, some kind of poor performances. But, I mean, their last series, it just felt like everything was connecting. All these players were playing the way they needed to, but can they do it here now in front of the home crowd?
Yeah, that is the big thing. They've got the support. This is home turf for them, and this is where you'd expect maybe Wolf Empire to potentially, I mean, they're the best side that we've seen so far that have the chance of taking a map off the All Gamers. Taking a series feels like a bit of an outlandish conversation right now. There doesn't really seem to be any weaknesses, but Wolf Empire are a side with a lot to like. And let's dive into them. Of course, we've already slightly touched on them. Ice Cube is the main man that we'll look towards on this side. He is currently ranked one of the highest players in this tournament as well. Most MVPs joint with the likes of Du. So this super sniper over towards Wolf Empire. There's a lot to like out from him. The Shady, he's the IGL, he's the veteran. He's one of the most notable names in the Vietnamese scene as well. So definitely a guy to keep an eye out for. Rambo, primary rifler, secondary sniper, who has a lot of key moments as well. So definitely starting to show what he can bring to the table. And this aside, just to mention as well, in the domestic league this year, this side went 34-0 in series. They are undefeated in series. And if you include the games that we've seen so far, they're 37-1 in the year of 2024 in terms of series. It's not a bad little statistic to have looming over your head.
Yeah, it definitely isn't. And I mean, that's where we were saying, like, they were kind of a big surprise factor because we knew domestically what they were able to bring to the table, but it was really about this international pieces. Can they be able to fulfill something in the destiny that we know they could do? But as you can see, the recap just, we talked about before. But look, I mean, and I mean this with all respect, and it kind of puts a dagger in my heart, is I talked about some of the good performances, like where you're able to take down the Chinese team of Baisha, but then you have this like 2-1 situation against a team like LCK, which I love LCK, but they could have lost that 2-0, so somehow they had enough grit to get themselves in the game, and that's something they've been able to prove, and that even goes into the fact about Imperial, where they lost the first map. They were able to bring it back in 2 different overtimes into the golden round, so it's just, this is going to be a whole other level when we're talking about AG, and you can see the map comparison. Yes, there's some things that are similar. There's a lot of differences, but you got to remember that AG, they've been, essentially playing in their region with some even tougher competition.
Yeah, just going to correct as well. There's a couple of maps there that are actually played by AG. In particular, I'm throwing out Compound. Compound is definitely not 0%.
Yeah,
that's one of their best maps in the pool. So just keep that one out for an eye. Also as well, Eagle Eye is actually the best map technically in the pool for AG. They are undefeated on that map. So definitely keep an eye out for an Eagle Eye. That is a map in which they do play for them. I say best maps over towards AG. I would say Subbase is probably the one they like to play a lot. Ankara as well, I think for me, is actually their best map. They play it a lot. They win it a lot. It's been fantastic. They also do like a little bit of Subbase, a little bit of Compound as well. These are comparisons. It's 2 snipers. It's Du and Ice Cube in the server. And in certain ways, both have their bits which they're kind of seen better than the other. Du, I would say, is consistently putting up those higher numbers, but I would say Ice Cube has that flair about him. He can really step up in quite a big way, so we might see something out from him. Just touch on maps as well. On the other side, least played for Wolf Empire is Eagle Eye, but they do basically play every map in the pool, so they do have a little bit of leeway in the veto, whereas AG have this looming thing above them of they don't play Mexico, that they're not going to go there, so that's a perma that we are going to see come through.
Ooh, I didn't know this.
Yeah, do you know what? I wanted to really spice things up. I know it's bold, and I know it's wild, right? But I wanted to just spice things up a little bit and go for, see if a bit of home turf. Basically, just make a little conversation here.
Yeah, and I think I want to dive in the maps when we kind of get there, because I think there's a lot you can talk about in terms of the domestic side, but then also the group stage. There's been a lot of similarities in terms of the maps played, but we still have to remember that AG, they haven't lost. So where, like, I think for a team like Wolf Empire, they, it's Ankara, where it's been like a 3-1. Port was a 1-2. And essentially, even for Black Widow, that was a 2-1. They did get that Mexico win. I mean, whatever. We know that AG's never going to play Mexico, but this is a thing. And then everything else has been undefeated here for all gamers. So it's like, I don't even know what to think of it. I like that you go for the bold decision, because I've been trying to do that, and I've been beating Elfish a lot here. So, but I mean, this one, I just could not ignore a powerhouse like this.
Yeah, I will throw it out there. I did pick AG in my predictions, but I don't know why it's going to be Wolf Empire. But if they want me to go Wolf Empire, I'll go Wolf Empire. I did actually pick AG, though, so I will just throw it out there. I would be so surprised if AG lose this. I would actually be... There's argument to be made that I think AG could even 3-0 this in the same vein that Imperial did. AG are, for the most part, flawless. So yeah, I'm just going to make sure. I actually have to double check there. I've just got the receipts up. I did pick AG, so don't worry.
Okay.
I had to make sure. But I do like a bit of a story. So if Wolf Empire comes through, at least I've got that kind of screenshot going for me, and I can say, I told you so. So I can actually play both cards here. I can sort of go for, you win some, you lose some. We've got the veto coming through, and this should, for the most part, be pretty simple. I would expect Mexico to be banned out by AG, nice and simple. I would expect Eagle Eye to get banned out by Wolf Empire. Pretty simple stuff. And then it will open up the picks, though. I would assume Ankara gets picked in first by AG. That seems to be their pick. For Wolf Empire, their opening pick, couple options they can go to. They don't mind an Ankara themselves. Black Widow's also a decent shot for them, which they've had some success on, and they're going to go for that. So I think Ankara gets answered back here. It surely is just the go-to map for AG. And also, they don't mind a Black Widow too much themselves, but that Ankara is on the lock and key. I can't see a world in hell in which anybody can beat them on it. They have been so good on it. And then the rest is obviously all these maps are going to be played out regardless. Subbase comes through. Another map AG have already won multiple times so far throughout this tournament, so I don't think there's any issues there. And Compound Port, just to see it off, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
It feels pretty easy to predict, though,
Yeah, this
isn't
is
it?
pretty easy, especially when it's a BO5, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I think, you know, we say this a lot with some of these underdog teams in this kind of a situation where Wolf Empire, yes, they are the underdog. But, I mean, for Black Widow, in the group stage, they were able to get themselves in a situation where they had that 2-1. Their wins were quite dominant.
Yeah.
So that was a 10-4 against LCK. It was a 10-6 against Baisha. They lost in overtime to a team like Pacific Mokta, but that was a game where I think we saw them kind of in their own heads. They were overthinking everything. And ever since that game, they've been looking a lot better. So now, I mean, this is going to be a lot riding on this first map, because I think if we're going to see Wolf Empire get an upset, it has to be here and now. Otherwise, this might be a quick day in the office here for all gamers.
Yes, it's absolutely right as well. We've got the All Gamers below us here. Wolf Empire over on the other side of the stage. We are live. We're going to get this show on the road. I'm looking forward to this. This should be a banger. Rambo going to start things off well. Double sniping is how Wolf Empire want to kickstart the show here. And I like this. It's a way to try and counter. As Do going to get caught early is not a bad way to go about things. Aggro fight going to be taking it. Rambo under a little bit of pressure. Lucas going to try and support him as best he can, but this is going to be a little bit of an awkward fight. Rambo met with an aid.
Yeah, this is actually not too surprising to see Rambo, you know, kind of equipping the AWM. He likes to be able to do the secondary, and man, keep kind of talking about these guys, and even Lucas, he was one of these highlight players, and he's able to find himself a little bit of something. Yes, he'll be able to get himself a second, but now it comes down to the 2v2. Now things are getting a little bit tough. Not an easy site to retake on. There's still some nades that are available here for Wolf Empire. All the utility is dispensed from all gamers, so now they just need to rely on their crisp aim.
They're very good at post plants. That's what all gamers do. A lot of their best work.
One of the best.
Yeah, do not count them out here. Zai going to be first contact for him, and he's pretty damn crisp on the worst of days. Never mind the best of days. Zai, simple stuff, leading by example. As Captain IGL and Rifleman comes alive there with a double tap with the AK-47. What you want to see. AG, start well.
Yeah, and honestly, I think for that kind of a moment, like, these are the kind of things that I was criticizing a lot for Wolf Empire, because I think in that situation for swinging B main, I would have liked to see the first player go for a wider swing just so his teammate could have helped. But that engaged, you know, for ZY to be able to find that, you know, one-on-one engagements, and he was able to make it look pretty easy. And let's not forget, these Chinese teams, man, they know how to use an AK. Like, these guys, they got to be some of the best aimers with the AK. They just make the one-taps look so easy. You saw it there, but okay, look, Wolf Empire made it competitive. They made it close. Can they do something a little bit differently? A little bit more presence onto mid right now for their defense. So this isn't too bad. And, Neo, the one thing I didn't get to talk about is the fact that in general, all gamers, they are a very blacklist-sided team, whereas Wolf Empire, they like playing on the GR side. So this is kind of funny to see strength versus strength.
It's true. It's very, very true. You'll see this a lot in towards our map number 2 on Ankara. That's where AG have a little bit of weakness on the GR side, but on the BL, they look pretty damn good. Second pop shot by Ice Cube, not successful. M4 spam in the box, always going to have the advantage there. Zai, another find for him, and he's loving life in the server right now. He's had a couple of moments where he's not been as notable in terms of the fragging power, but my God, he's come out flying here in towards map number 1, and Zai going to set up close here. Lucas and Dola tempted to pop through, and I would opt against this, fellas. This doesn't feel like the right idea. That smoke starts to dissipate as well. Zai's going to be more than happy to stick up for a fight. And he doesn't really have to peek here. 1-2-2 taking a fight. Again, Zai, another one delivering to his name. Looks for a second, but this time we'll get traded out by Dola.
Yeah, not bad from Dola, so now he's starting to get a little bit excited with that timer. It's ticking. They got to get moving here. Rambo from the lower end. He's able to find this. A little bit of a fake defuse. Pistols coming through, and I don't know what's happening. He keeps kind of fake defusing. And
why is he get off it?
I don't know why he's off of it. Dola, he's just missing every shot, and they lose a round. What has happened?
What has gone on there? Dola, he tapped it like 4 times.
I don't get it.
He has a teammate covering for him. I don't know why he's even tapped it there. He should have just stuck. His teammate is literally covering for him on the stairs, and he had a good, of that sort of defuse, a good kind of 50% of it could have been in the time it takes him to kill his teammate. So AG get very lucky, get basically gifted the round there, and I'm really not too sure what happened. That felt like a miscommunication that came through, but Ice Cube will get the first. Zai gonna get caught, so the big man now has to call from the grave here. Definitely going to make his life a little harder. Has to lean over to the side and call from his teammate's screen. We're looking up here as well as he starts to do it. Obviously, for those who don't know, when you die, your screen goes blue with kind of whatever post of the tournament we are on. And I can only see him looking over towards his left as he calls from there.
Yeah, and that makes it a really big disadvantage too, just because like when you get taken out, you're not able to really help and like calm anything. So I mean, it's not a bad thing to have, but man, it just kind of makes things even a lot tougher when you're on that LAN environment, because sometimes you can just see something better, right? When you're dead, you're like, oh, hang on, like, do this, or you're looking at the wrong thing. But, yeah so even when the IGL gets taken out right away, like, his role essentially is just gone. Like, he has to stay alive as much as possible. And a lot of times we see those IGLs going down pretty early and quick, but we'll see. Not happening yet, but not a bad opening start here for Wolf Empire 2 to hit the first man.
So, going to start to make a move. Lucas gets tagged up low. He's a lucky man to actually still stay alive. But a lot of YouTube being dropped down that corner. Lucas is low, but things are getting pretty testy here in towards the doors. They're stuck in main. They actually can't properly get out just yet. Missed shot. Do post it up. He'll get one of his own as well. And now Dola going to get caught. And this is where it starts to drift away as AG deliver. And what they do. Burst! Oh, he's on the reload. And he gets caught. Pistol pulled out. And a double with the Colt for Ice Cube. But once again, Do comes back. And he thrusts this into a 1 versus 2. Oh my god, Sniper versus Sniper. Pause going to be called, but this round still got a little bit of life left in it. 35 seconds, and Ice Cube is very low as Do starts to make a move. Ice Cube dancing between the positions, not showing his head. He looks over, and Ice Cube wins it. Big round for the superstar Sniper. They needed him, and they'll get him.
Oh, man, you can hear the crowd just getting so excited, so loud. And again, this is a Vietnamese team, right? So, this is a home round or home turf, kind of a little bit of a buffer in its own way. But, man, oh, man, that was a cool way to see, the two players we highlighted a lot about was, it was Do and it was Ice Cube. But, whew, okay, Wolf Empire, they're going to get this one on the skin of their teeth, still making it competitive, an advantage still for all gamers. But look, I'm a big fan of this timeout. I think they do need to clean it up. I think we're noticing a couple technical mistakes that are happening. Like I said, the first round, it should have been the player that was able to swing out first, could have been able to take down ZY. That would have allowed them to have that B main control. And then even that second round, like, I'm going to have to ask these guys after, no matter what the outcome is, because why did he tap it like 4 times? Like, he just couldn't make a decision. And then his teammate went for a swing. Like, he just did something where he could have jiggle peeked and looked for info, but instead, I think the nerves and the excitement and all the eagerness just kind of built and overwhelmed him.
It's true. It's very, very true. But a timeout going to be called here. It's a very early timeout being called too. It has to be said. I mean, I can sort of understand that the only issue is that this is your timeout for the map. That's it, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's no other chances where you can slow things down. So if the second half gets out of hand, even towards the latter stage of this first half, if things get out of hand, you've got nothing you can do to slow things down. You just got to let it roll out. So, I don't know, it feels like a big goal, but we'll see. Shady going to get pretty vocal, speaking to the side, and down here as well, it's not actually even Do getting vocal, it's the coach. He is... he's always pretty vocal, I have to be said. He really does go up and down and kind of speaks individually one by one to each player over on AG. But, yeah, we'll see. I don't know. For me, this feels like a very early call. But honestly, I've seen that quite a lot. I think Ranking did exactly the same thing. They went for these super, super early kind of attack calls. And it is, I don't know, it feels bold to me. It feels like you don't give yourself a lot of leeway.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a risky one to do it this early. But, okay, AG, they're trying to get a little bit aggressive, but so is Lucas. He's able to activate this AK with a double. Almost gets this third against 1-2-2, but now, being down the deficit here, AG not expecting this kind of aggression. This is going to allow the defense of Wolf Empire to just kind of reset, cool things off a little bit. They can still play the 2-2, maybe even just the 1 anchor. You still have Rambo here with the Alm. You still have Ice Cube with the Alm. So this is a world where they could go for a 3-player stack.
Yeah, the big thing about this is you've got to make sure you don't get isolated for Wolf Empire. This happened a little bit earlier. They were in a numbers advantage situation, and they did let it slip away. Rambo going to cross. He attempts to re-peek in towards mid. I wouldn't opt against it, though. I wouldn't advise it, I would say, as he can hit a couple of nasty flicks. We're going to move back up towards short here. Over towards bridge, and they can start kind of piecing an idea together of an A hit, but it's not the easiest place to go when you don't have information about what the setup's looking like. With Ice Cube at range, Rambo playing out through GR spawn, and still feels a little bit nervy.
Oh no, the positioning. Oh, it's going to be off.
He could get caught here. He actually could get caught, and he will get caught. He can take a lot of damage here, and he will actually fall. Span down, caught by Do, and this is not where you want to be at all. So they've given them a chance, but he said, don't get isolated. That's the first thing they do.
That was the first thing you talked about. You said, look, and being the anchor, you're going to make sure you're not able to get isolated, but hang on. Wolf Empire, something out of anything. They just able to get a clutch scenario once again, and it's the IGL with the double kill from Underpass. I don't know how they do it, but they somehow do, Neo, and we're in a tie game scenario, and
yeah,
they're looking a little stone cold right now, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, big thing is I guess, is that some of the players there as well.
That's good support.
Supporting them. You got to respect it. You really got to respect it. But yeah, one of the good things I guess you could say as well is in that situation, they always have the numbers advantage. Even though Ice Cube gets isolated, they're still playing a 3-on-3 retake and end up doing it very, very well indeed. So all in all, no complaints in that sense. 2-all though, like you said, we're tied in this game, and we're really not too sure about what to expect coming into it in terms of, the main thing for us is looking at, in particular, Wolf Empire. We know they have a decent ceiling above them of where they can play a very high level, but then they've also had these moments where they're a really low floor.
Yeah.
I look at it, dropping them out towards LCK, no offense to LCK, and also even dropping a series, right? Most of their series require sort of 3 maps and require the distance, and they have their moments where they struggled. So for me, that's just something we haven't seen from AG, right? So you wonder about the longevity of them. Lucas gets one, but a quick double coming through. Oh, Shui, that is superb from him.
That's exactly what you want from someone like him. Shui's able to put himself in the double MVP status. Yeah, and he's just so scary with the AK, like I talked about, and that's what they needed. Some good utility work, and this is what we were saying about AG. They've been kind of saving the strats. They've been kind of waiting things out. They didn't want to give away anything. Now we're starting to see a lot of those pocket strategies into the full effect, and AG now just leaving it down to Ice Cube. I don't know how cold he's feeling, but he's going to go under, and now finally some reply back here for the MVP of Do to get themselves back into lead territory.
Oh, man. This is a spot now where once again AG just, showcase just how well they can play. It's a really nice execute. Quick, effective, no gaps in that, right? No ability to trade. They lock it down. Every corner cleared perfectly, and that's just what all gamers can do, right? That's just how well they play.
Yeah, it's hard to really make a lot of, technical comments about AG, because it just feels like everything they do, it's so fluid, it's so smooth, right? I mean, and then the opposite conversation about Wolf Empire, where, I made a lot of criticism so far in the group stage where I said, look, there's still a lot of technical mistakes they're making, so this is where you have to be perfect. And Wolf Empire have been able to do some impossible things so far in the group stage, but they're going to have to do it here. They're going to have to be as flawless as they can, because this team is honestly probably the definition of it.
Yeah, that's for sure. Looks like once again they want to pop in towards the B side, and they come. Fight going to come through as well. Rambo under a lot of pressure backside. He's going to hit one of these, and he won't. Dre showcasing what he can do. Dola tries to make a move for the smoke, and he'll get caught. And so does Lucas backside. That is just perfect. Again, another real prime execute that comes through. And Ice Cube left in such a difficult spot. 1 versus 3. I mean, surely nigh on impossible for him. He's going to try and phase his way through the smoke, but I think he just gets caught by Shui here, if I'm being completely honest. The second he moves through, he should get clipped, or at least Shabao. He'll do it himself. He doesn't know where to go, though, Ice Cube. He's waiting for the smoke to fade. There's nobody playing back blocks, and best of luck, King. I don't really know what you can even do in this situation. Spam by Shabao. Find as well from Shui, and it's simple, it's effective, it is beautiful. Coming out from AG. And they're a side who, for me, if they keep playing like this, Wolf Empire, they're really going to start to find a lot of problems.
It's true, and I mean, it feels like, you know, AG have been able to do some really, really good homework here from their time in the group stage to now. Really noticing some deficiencies that is against Wolf Empire. Now we're going to see, once again, a little bit of aggression here from Wolf Empire, and Lucas has pushed himself outside of B main. So we've seen this once before. They're going to try it again, but AG, they're going to keep mixing the playbook a lot. Look at how fast they're able to take this cat control. They are just trying to catch them off guard. They might even be able to find Dola. He's able to get out of this, but no Shady. Oh, God, he's just wide open.
Oh, God.
But somehow Wolf Empire, once again, they're able to win these duels.
Yeah, how have they got away with that? Zai really has to kind of bail them out a little bit here as well. Now get a chance to do so, and he misses opportunity. And now he's got to take Raw Angels, and it doesn't work out for him. I think Wolf Empire got a little bit fortunate there, but all in all that matters is around 1 for them. So they'll take it. It's not one of those rounds that I would generally say is replicable, I guess is probably the main thing. But, I mean, a round is a round ultimately, and that's all they'll care about. Keeping this competitive, keeping this a one-round game. I'm going to jump up in the box as well, as they want to take a little bit of a forward angle here over towards B control. I want to make sure that they don't allow AG too much space, which I can get behind.
Oh, wow, and even Shady, yeah, he's getting adventurous now. Ooh, he's got himself in a really good position here. And AG playing this passive should know. I don't know which way he's able to spot this. He's kind of doing the jiggle. Oh my God, that's what we were talking about, man. That's the pixel for Dude. Like, this is what he's able to do. Oh, that is just filthy.
Dude does what he do best.
I like that.
Yeah, I like that. Cheers, man.
He's got such a good name. Like,
it's so good.
You know what I mean? It's just one of those aliases. You're like, man, it's so simple, but it's so sexy.
Yeah. And then worst case as well, you could just do Scooby-Doo as well if you really feel a little bit funky fresh. Talking about funky fresh though, Zai, nice shot from him. Still though, it's a lot of damage, and it's a 3 versus 3, so he's in a similar spot that Rambo finds himself in, who's tucked towards back box. Smoke gonna come down via the window, so are we tempted to jump out? I don't think so. Dola up close. This might just force a rotation out, and there is a bit of a flank working here. Jabao is just trying to keep attention drawn, and it looks like it's working because there's still 2 players here, 3 players here, may I say. And Do now just holding, and the C4 go down towards A.
Yeah, Do has to be able to get a kill here. Minimum, he has to get 1, because if he's not able to, this is now going to make it an opportunity for Wolf Empire. Now you can see, instead of playing just behind the stairs, he's going to be behind this box. Oh, God! They don't look for him! And look at the trigger discipline. He does get the 1, though, Neo.
Both are low. Both are very low. 27 points for Zai, 15 for Rambo. Oh, he peeked! Oh my God, he peeked! That is so ballsy from Zai. He's peeking into a known sniper as well. Yes, he's tagged, but my God, that's crisp as. Doesn't want to, you know, play time, as most people would probably suggest you do in that situation. Play time, buy the clock, and all the rest. He says, no, I want to secure this. I want to fight. I'll take it here and now, and he wins it. Beautiful shot. Beautiful round out for AG. They'll hit 5. They'll guarantee a lead going in towards that second half at the very least.
Yeah, I'm loving what we're seeing right now from Wolf Empire. They kind of seem like they even had some pocket strategies, because right now Lucas, he's been able to get this B main control like outside of it countless times now. So what he's been able to do is he's going to get all this information. So now his teammates can kind of reset up on this. You see the double players deep on the long, but that is going to leave A open, which now means that Ice Cube once again has to be able to be the anchor. He has to be able to find something big here, and he's going to get tested. A swing and a miss. More bodies coming right at him, but now AG, they're not able to find any sort of connection here at all, Neo. They're just kind of fighting through smokes. They're seeming like firefighters at the time.
Yeah, all right. Pop shot going to come through as well from Do. Oh, he gets a second. That is so quick. Just crouches under Ice Cube. It's ridiculous. And Rambo left in a really difficult 1 versus 3. I don't think this is happening. He doesn't think it's happening. Let's be honest. And that one was never getting off the ground. Dead upon arrival, as AG find yet 1 more. Bit by bit, AG pull further away, but they're going to get 6 at the half. That is not a bad spot to put yourself in.
Yeah,
6-3. I don't know, man. This is worrying. If AG get this first round here, this could be the beginning of the end.
It really could be, and that's the thing. Like, you know, I was kind of thinking they need to be able to get themselves a good buffer, because this is the stronger side for them normally, and being on the blacklist side. And okay, now they want to just try to counteract that, being on the defense, and they just shut down this control attempt from Wolf Empire. Oh, they got no answer at all. And look at this, double players committed to this too. This is going to be Jabal close on by and ZY. They're just closed in on this. And now Wolf Empire, I mean, man, they're picking straws. They have to look for a mistake. And that's what I said. AG doesn't make mistakes.
They don't. They really don't. And if you make any sort of mistake against AG, you're going to get punished for it. And it's always heavily too. On a 5 versus 3. This is a tough old predicament that they're put in. Talent drop by Shady. Will be joined by Ice Cube, by Rambos. They move through mid doors. They're starting to creep up. Do just jiggle peek on the corner. Not committed to the fight. They have cross now. He has spotted them, and neither hit, but it's good information gained. Now 1-2 has to be a little careful. He's trying to jump in around here, but they've got to expect surely a B here.
Yeah,
they know they haven't wrapped in towards GR spawn, right? So they have to know this. Zhui's actually posted up in case there's a wrap through main. I like this. This is a smart little 1-2 setup, but 1-2's in a lot of trouble. They did spot Zhui out. Zhui is so focused on the wrong spot, and that'll cost him his life.
Yeah, I don't know what the communication was there. Like, he was just looking at the wrong place and I mean, the completely wrong angle, so now that's going to open things up for Wolf Empire. So I said, look, AG doesn't make a whole lot of mistakes, but that's looking like I'm going to eat my own words because they definitely do. Shady, man, they're still trying to press forward on this. I don't know if I love this. This is risky. Oh, the flash misses. Oh, no. Neo, no.
That's a yikes. That's a yikes on a 10 from me there. Oh, nice shot as well from Ice Cube. Jumping up onto the box. Jabal gets caught. And a big round for Wolf Empire. That's gifted, though, by AG. I'm not too sure what happened. A lot of things went wrong there, but there must be some information that's given over towards Zhui because his teammate is getting fought by 2 different people. And in his mind, he has to hard focus on main. I know it's a risk to kind of tunnel vision in, but he should be supporting his teammate there and trying to at least trade, and it gives the retake more legs because they would still keep the numbers. But instead, it went to a 3 versus 3, and then from the 3 versus 3, they were able to isolate fights.
Yeah.
So, yeah, tough.
It is tough. And I mean, even just that paw flash that was, meant to be for the B main, and the fact that missed, it was just...
Yeah, small mistakes.
Yeah, it was small mistakes, and that's what I was saying. Like, AG typically haven't really shown us a lot of the weaknesses, but they kind of do. Maybe a little nerves for whatever reason late into map 1, but I mean, still got the round buffer here, and they're favored by 2. And the composition from AG, they're going to actually put that 2 players into B, still with the float, which I believe is going to be Jabal. And then this is now kind of leaving, the mid open. So this does give Lucas an opportunity, but it's not going to be for free. You still have 1-2-2-2, just kind of playing that rotate. He's going to be the first point of contact, though.
True. Very true indeed. Shady will join up with Lucas, but they did this last time, right? They have 3 players move up mid doors, and then they try and make a decision off the back of how contact comes to them. This time, Shady gifted 2. Oh, I don't know about that decision to fight. That one did not work out. Jabal will get 1. Goes untraded, sticks around for another, though, and that's going to cost him his life. That should be the round.
Yeah, this really might be. But again, this is a team that's quite clutch, and okay, never mind. Rambo, he's going to be able to shake the floor a little bit here with that double kill, and now the first timeout will be used from AG. They're going to clean things up a little bit here. They want to figure out what's going wrong. There's clearly now 2 rounds in a row we've seen some technical and positional mistakes from them. So, and this is what I said. I mean, they're not typically, they're a very good GR-sided team, but, this is where it's not necessarily their best, and I think we're now kind of seeing the armor's got a few kinks in it.
Yeah. As you can see, Coach getting vocal there towards AG, and understandably so. There's a couple of errors that are creeping in towards this side right now, and something that definitely needs to be cleaned up. And not even really looking towards kind of Zai, one of the leadership figures in this team. It's all upon Coach to try and help them out. And now we look towards the other side for Wolf Empire. This is a good little snowball that they're in currently. A couple of rounds in a row, pretty successfully. We're starting to see a lot of consistency out from them. These executes are looking really clean as well. So if things continue at this sort of a stage, we might be able to see potentially a little bit of run of form here. But of course, some Wolf Empire fans out here in Hanoi, Vietnam, as you would expect. And yeah, it's good to see them. A lot of people coming out to support.
It's good.
Got a couple of VIP seats sort of behind us and the regular seats over on the other side. But yeah, pretty sick. Pretty sick.
It really is. I always wish we could see and listen to the coaches' conversation. Like, obviously it'd be tough for AG. Like, if we had an interpreter, that'd be better. But you always kind of wonder what is the discussion? What is the key information that the coach is noticing? That is always the benefit, right? And for anybody that's maybe not aware, or you're just tuning in now, you missed the group stage, I mean, you're sleeping under a rock. I'll give you a quick recap. Look, the coaches are able to finally have themselves some input with these timeouts where that historically wasn't necessarily the case. So it really does, again, kind of change the way the game's being played. So you'll love to see it, but it's going to be a question if the coach is able to get something moving here for AG, because that 2-round buffer is only turned to 1.
Okay. Opening fight for Zai. That's a good response. At the very least, we've seen in these early rounds where it's been a little scrappy out from AG. That's a little bit better, but they do gift Dola a fight. So Zai now once again got a call from the grave and back into a 4 versus 4. It's a fight taken with no support out for Zai, so that's not exactly how you want to go about it. I think Zai, I know he drops a C4, but I think he slightly overextends there. Ice Cube might have a little bit of a space to work with. He looks around for any aggression here. Did he kind of completely give up B control? So they back away from him. He's holding for the jump up. And 1-2 might want to get a little bit more proactive in towards mid. Spots nothing. So he's going to double back towards B, but it does feel like the wrong call. C4 grouping up and wants to hit A long.
Yeah, and this is scary because Du is close on by. He's playing a really nice off angle because they've been able to obtain this cat control. So this is not going to be expected here from Wolf Empire. They should not be able to read this. Surely not. But now you can even see the cat player realizing, okay, like nobody's here at all. They're not hitting this. He's going to actually leave Du. So this is a bit risky. And actually AG, they're getting a little bit more antsy now with the time ticking. So if there's a moment to go for Wolf Empire, it has to be now. You can see they have the bodies ready to go, but they still have a lurk of one player in mid.
Yeah, it's true. Time ticking, 45 seconds. A move got to be made sooner rather than later. And there's a bit of big flank coming through here. Shui is getting very proactive too. Going to get tagged up. Doesn't want to fight too much. Takes a pop shot, but all for now. He's hoping to slow them down, but they're going to get some side control here. Jabao as well going to be sort of trying to keep him under some sort of coverage, but Shui helping him out. Du still alive here as well. Might not be for much longer. Caught by Ice Cube. Colt in hand. He'll deliver. And now 1 versus 2. Shui thrust into a big clutch, but this is a man who's had his moments, and he might just get his opportunity here too. AK scooped up, but he changes it out for the M4. First fight, not successful. Second time I'm asking as well. Shady playing backside. This is a scrappy one, and he's trying to isolate. He might be given a chance here. Ice Cube fights alone. Shady then also peeks his head around the corner. You don't want to allow Shui to isolate, but now he's stuck on towards his pillar. He's tagged. And time started to tick on that bomb as well. It's starting to go moments away now as well. He knows he's in towards the window. So Shui, surely not going to be given the chance.
No.
I say surely though, and he might just be given it. He might just stick this as well. Peeking in towards the window. He's got to stick this C4. Time is ticking. Shui, I don't think. Oh, wait, he might just have it.
My God.
This is so damn close, I think. Shui's gone. Oh no, Shui! Ice cold killer from Shui. What a 1 versus 2. And how in God's name has he got away with that?
How does he get away with this? This is what we were talking about. He was the guy who was able to put up double MVPs in different matches. And when going is getting tough, he still makes things look so bright. I just cannot believe it. There were so many good things from Wolf Empire, but they just get a little bit too aggressive in the very split second that just costs them the round. Dear God, that is a tough pill to swallow here for Wolf Empire. They had that one. It was theirs. It was on the palm of their hands, Neo.
Yeah, that's a yikes, dude. Big time for Wolf Empire. That is a bad one to be losing. This should be them tying this game up 6 apiece. But they've gifted around back over towards AG. And that's not what you want to be seeing at all. That's definitely going to change the narrative that we currently find ourselves in. Du going to get tagged up a little bit. Just a bit of a warbang, but nothing too problematic, I guess, for the moment. And a group up going to come back over towards short here. It's actually only one towards A itself because they've pushed Zai further up long and kind of going to give him this control here. And he gets a lot of good information too, and he might even still get a fight. There might be a chance as Shady starting to move up too. As Zai plays around terrace in long, this position could be pretty strong. They want to fight bridge. Jabao in below. They've got to clear him. It's not the easiest angle to clear as well. This pop flash might just do it, though. He's going to be full blind. He's going to spam. The M4 is the best for this job as well. Jabal, good work. Zai, great work. Lightning fast, and he rips his head off his shoulders. And Zai gonna stick around for more. He's hungry for some fights, and I do not blame him. He knows Jabal was in towards lower. Jabal gonna get one more as well. Zai helps out too. Lucas thrust into a tough 1 versus 3, but he makes a chance out of this. Maybe for something. Lucas, surely not. All down to Jabal, who's dancing around the site. And Lucas tagged up low. He doesn't have the best weapon to spam the box. The M4 would be apt here, but the AK can rip heads, and that's what the M4 does what it does best. Through the box, a wall bang, and that's a sigh of relief for AG.
Oh my God, what a way to make this into the 1v1, but somehow AG, okay, look, they're able to get the clutch factor twice in a row. These are just great shots from the home crowd of Wolf Empire, but it's just not enough. They're going to need a little bit more. That extra 10% could go such a long way right now with how close these rounds are. Zai now pushing himself into long, but he's going to get taken out. He's eradicated early, so Lucas able to find that entry. Now Shui looking to see what he's able to do. Wolf Empire, they're bouncing back with a little bit more here.
That's a better round. Early fights being taken for them and a bit of control too, out towards long. They're just prioritizing it. I don't hate it, that's for sure. The question is now, can AG answer back? It doesn't really feel like there's too much on offer.
Yeah, and C4's going to get picked up too. So again, Wolf Empire with this, 5-man advantage, this is good. I mean, they're just kind of pausing things out a little bit here. They're just taking a bit more time. They realize they still have 1 minute and 36 remain. There's no reason to get this antsy. You can just kind of wait to see if AG are going to do like some kind of microaggression, look for some map control. And they're going to do a 4-1 split. So it does look like, I believe that's going to be Rambo. He's on the other side of the map. So what he's going to do is he's going to go through B. He's going to look for some intel. He's going to see if he gets taken out, then he can at least give some kind of information quickly. But right now, that bomb is about to cross Neo. This is a trap.
Yeah, it is. Dude, got to hit at least a couple here, but he misses his first shot. Actually shoots early, hits a second though, looks for a third and not given that luxury. And this is surely falling apart. 1-2-2-2, needs 3, and it's not going to happen. Great round. Dola really steps up in a massive way there for him. And that'll be Wolf Empire finally finding some success, but they need to find some consistency because this game is still in the favor of AG.
Such an interesting setup, too, because I was definitely thinking that Rambo wanted to maybe be the first person just to get some information, but it looked like he wanted to find the rotates. And now, nothing to rotate much about here. Ice Cube is going to get taken out. He was a bit of a distraction, so now they do a bit of a ruse. Now they're going to just try to pounce into the site. Now you have to see AG just locking things down. It's a full spray and it's a whiff. Shui needs to do something big. He has to stay alive as long as possible. The utility is making this worse for wear. And look at what they're able to do here, Neo. They're just taking him out one by one. And Dola, with only 3 players to go against, but man, his HP's low, and he is a dead man in the grave.
Yeah, sometimes going quick is a good thing against AG because it can catch them off guard. Other times it's not, and that's one of them. They were ready, guns up, they were happy to fight, and that's the thing. You don't want to allow this side to get really active in the fight. When they're set up and ready for it, and they're expecting a bit of a quicker play, they're going to turn you to mincemeat, and that's exactly what happens. So, great round. That comes through, and this could be the beginning of the end. Not any room for error now for Wolf Empire. That is the safe way of putting it.
It's definitely the safe way of putting it. But look, I mean, this is the pick. So we have to see some kind of magic. We've seen in Wolf Empire in these kind of situations before where the going was getting tough. They were able to persevere. They were able to get themselves into overtime wins. AG never been in a position of overtime. Still could happen, but it's a long road. Even though it's 3 rounds, man, it's going to feel like a marathon.
All right. Big thing is, though, this is Wolf Empire's pick, right? So it's a big one to scalp early, that's for sure. The question being, where to from here? 1 minute 30 on the clock. All goes quiet. Jabal does cross doors. Rambo going to just slowly move his way down, and he will get caught by Zai. He'll call that out, and they're going to move back over towards A. Nate comes down, but hang on a second. Dude going to get caught, so they're not change things up a little bit. Going up on high here. Jabal also going to fall. Zai still delivering, but not for much longer. Thrust into a 2 versus 2, and the flank is on. Lucas, but into a 1 versus 1 against Shui. We've seen this before. Last time Shui won it, and this time Lucas got 8 points of HP. Good luck.
Yeah, good luck indeed. Look, you got a lot of time. You still got just under the minute remaining for him, but the C4 isn't down in the worst position for him. So now what he's going to do, he's going to go through mid. He's going to try to maybe go for a little bit of a big flank. He's going to try to eliminate a lot of options here. And if I'm not mistaken, Shui's actually made his way onto Catwalk, so he's actually getting active. He's the one that's trying to investigate a little bit here. He doesn't even care if that the C4 is going to get picked up. This is a big brain play.
Yeah. You've got to keep moving. That's the way to go about it. But this fight's... Oh, my God. If Shui had just kept his aim trained over towards Long, he actually could have wrapped his way around. And Lucas is looking up. We haven't got time, Lucas.
No,
we have not got time for this. Let's start to think about getting the C4 down. Shui spotted him out, and Shui will drop him. Just like that, AG take map number 1. Really good work coming through. Do getting a talking to, though. He's saying, you shouldn't have fallen early then, mate. We needed you. But round is a round. Map is a map. Victory, AG.
All right. Well, we see the first map is going to go in way for AG, and unfortunately that was the map pick for Wolf Empire. But look, I got to say, I was happy to see them have the fight they did. There was a lot of, admiration that they did bring to the table, but it just was not enough. We said this is the giant. This is the David versus Goliath. This is the monstrosity. And look, there were some moments that AG gave up, but Wolf Empire, they just couldn't close it.
Yeah, exactly. Wolf Empire had their moments and they had their opportunities, but ultimately, AG still doing what they do best. Still yet to drop a map. Still looking like a foe that nobody can defeat at the moment. And this is now the big thing where we have to try and find ways to break them down. And if we're being completely frank, this is not going to happen on Ankara. Nobody's going to compete with this out on Ankara. They are the best team in the world on this map currently. There's no doubt in my mind about that. And they're going to prove it again here, right? For Wolf Empire, times are going to be pretty tough for them. I think the only thing going for them is for Wolf Empire, if they start on that BL side, I think they're going to have a little bit of control at the gates and a bit of kind of room to work with. But for me, I think no team's really been able to compete with them so far, and I don't know if it's going to change it. Wolf Empire are pretty good, and they're at the moment, sure, but AG, they just always look like they've got just a little, like 20% more in the tank.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I mean, look, the only team that was really able to push them on Ankara, in terms of AG, was ranking. I mean, that was that one map where it was a 10-8 in favor for AG, but it's still... AG look really good on this. I mean, they're 3-0 on it in the group stage. Domestically, they're a whole other thing. They're a whole other level. But look, I mean, this is where we also can say the same thing a little bit here for Wolf Empire, where they do have that 3-1 record on it. A win versus LCK pretty convincingly. They had a win versus Pacific Mokta, pretty easily. They got a win on this against Baishaw with a 13-10. And then they actually did lose it against Imperial, which I felt like that was a bit of a, Danimal's kind of anti-stratting. But ever since then, you could tell that they really didn't take too kindly to losing that one time.
It's true. It's true. And there might be a bit of a world in which they can start making this work for them. But I don't know, man. I look at AG and I look at the way in which they play this map, and especially when they're going towards that BL side, nobody's been able to shut them down. They've got very good execute, especially over towards A. Jouet over towards Vent is such a menace as well, so difficult to deal with. So this is going to be difficult, that is for sure. But there was moments to like in towards that map as well for both sides. I think for Wolf Empire, we saw Ice Cube, especially Rambo as well, the two snipers. But Rambo in particular was getting really proactive, which is really great to see for me. If we can get him out kind of online on a consistent basis, that's something that they're going to have as an advantage. They have, I think, a little bit more prowess when it comes towards this double sniper setup. It's not something that AG use as much, but it is a really big part of the game plan over towards Wolf Empire. So that's definitely something that they can use coming through. But I think ultimately, once again, Zai played fantastic all the way throughout. Jouet was Mr. Consistent too coming through, and too, obviously, his moments were fantastic. So having players like this and so many different players that can step up, it makes it so hard to find ways to break down this team.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm glad we're getting a couple clips a little bit here from Wolf Empire, because the biggest thing that, I was really coming into this with, the biggest question was Ice Cube. I mean, in the tournament, he's been playing quite well. We kind of saw after the first game, he had quite a bit of a dip in his performance. He wasn't really getting the shots. He was still making some positional mistakes. We kind of got to see that here, but in saying that, he also was able to find some really impactful frags. He was the one guy that might be able to kind of get one, maybe that third one when they're entering in. So I'm glad to see it's looking better than what it was before, but we're going to need to see more out of them now, right? I mean, like you said, they lost their pick on this one. We're going to be going to Ankara, where I'm still going to put it for AG. So, I mean, unless there's some kind of a miracle or they got horseshoes that I don't know about, but I mean, it's going to be a very, very bumpy road.
Yes, no, that's for sure. That is for sure. We see some of these highlights as well, just how close this game was towards the start. It's just actually in towards that second half where AG starts to flex their muscles just a little bit, towards the tail end in particular, as they started to find some form, started to find some consistency, and just build a little bit of a bridge between themselves and the Wolf Empire guys. So in the end, AG, really great work coming through from them, and a side who obviously, as always, are so difficult to predict in terms of their pace and their tempos and all of the rest. At the end of that, 10-6 is how things finish. And take a look at the scoreboard. 1.27 towards Rambo, 1.21 for Lucas. Ain't too shabby, but Shady, unfortunately, and Ice Cube in particular are two men that we want to see a little bit more out from, and we didn't. Over the other side, it was only 1-2-2-2 who didn't really step up. Everybody else positive, and in particular, Jouet, who looked great.
I mean, and let's not forget, he was the guy that was able to get them in the clutches. He was able to get that, diffuse. That was, I think that was round 6, if I'm not mistaken, and that was a 1v2 that, again, should have been a round for Wolf Empire, so this could have been a very different scoreline potentially with that round.
Yeah,
it was
a close ones.
It was, and I mean, it was 2 rounds back-to-back that, Wolf Empire, they kind of fumbled the bag. I mean, they were looking like they could get out of the bank doors, and then everything just shut down on them, and AG were the door. So, I mean, that's the thing. That's where we were kind of saying a lot about the experience, the international experience of someone like AG. So, it's no surprise at all to see Jouet kind of sitting on the top, but that's the thing about AG is I don't ever feel like it's always one player that's able to put up the massive stats. It feels like the love is really much spread.
Yeah, I agree. And that's actually what makes the side so scary. There's so many different plays. You can basically highlight all of them in some sort of different way, right? Even towards a 1-2-2-2, he plays a lot of these anchor rolls, a lot of rotates. It's difficult to get the numbers that you'd want anyway. So I think when you look at it, that's the thing that makes the side so scary. You shut down one. It's kind of like, the Hydra. You cut off one head, 2 more grow, right? And this sort of feels like what things are like with this AG team. But we're just getting ready to head in towards map number 2 in just a moment. It's going to be Ankara coming up on the docket. And yeah, a lot of question marks. This is a map in which, at least domestically for the Wolf Empire, it's actually the most played map, right? So that's a really good thing for them. They're 16-1 domestically, which is really good, right? They play it a lot. Very good amount of success, but the difference is this is also the most played map over towards the AG side, and they're near flawless on it too. But the big difference is just the competitiveness of the Chinese scene compared to the Vietnamese scene. You've got Ranking, who are great, right? But then you've got, if you consider Evolution Power, for example, they're the 4th best team domestically who are in China. You've also got Baishe and all these other teams that come through. So this is where we look at this and we say, maybe a little bit worried. Ankara, yes, they like this map, and Wolf Empire have their successes on it, but this is just AG's territory. This is their home turf.
It really is. And the one thing we didn't really get to briefly touch about is actually just talking about the 2 groups, right?
Yeah.
Is the fact that we do get pretty much one team from every region. We had one Brazilian team, one Vietnamese team, the Chinese team of AG, and of course the Egyptian team of 3BL, where I think a lot of people going into this, myself included, I definitely thought it was going to be the 2 Chinese teams, and then it was kind of only that 2-player spot left that made it to the playoffs. Because in case folks forgot, or maybe you don't know, but look, I'm here to help you. I mean, there was 10 teams that went into this group stage, and after the group stage, it's a cutthroat. It goes right down to 4. So it's only 4 teams that made it. And I mean, AG made it look easy, but the rest of it, man, oh man, was that thing tight.
Yeah, no, that is for damn sure. Looks like we're just getting things ready now before we head on the way. Headphones are being checked and all of the rest. I mean, get this show on the road. But for AG, but once again, conversation coming through from coach as they want to make sure that there's no issues, no problems in this sort of position. And honestly, the way I look at it as well, AG, they got nothing to fear. Very good map, of course, taken by them. Taking your opponent's map pick to start things off too is not a bad way to go about this series. And now heading in towards your own, you get a 2-0 leg up on the competition. That's a massive way. And then sub-base too, which they've won multiple times so far this tournament. That's where we look at this and say there is the potential of a 3-0. That's just because of how good AG are.
It really is. And I mean, like we said, whoever wins this, out of this whole series, they are going to be in the upper bracket final, which means They will be playing Imperial. That was the game earlier on that they were able to take down the Egyptian team. But, you know, the benefit out of a lot of these, you know, the games is that there is still a double elimination factor into this. So, which is definitely a good way for a team to be able to bring things back. But here we go. We're underway. We're ready to commence here on Ankara. And now we'll have to see for the map pick that was done through of AG, are they going to be able to pack a bit more? And now Wolf Empire going to be on the blacklist side. This is, once again, you know, statistically in their domestic league, they slightly are better on the BL side. But again, overall, they do like playing on that GR.
Oh, well, let's see it. Wolf Empire have got to put up a really good first half here. For me, if they want any chance of making a competition out of this, they have to take a lead in this first half and then maybe build on it. It's a really nice nade to start things off, though. Not going to complain about that at all. We still want to pressure A. In they come as well. They do not clear. Shui! Hello, Shui! Good night, Wolf Empire. Shui says, get out of my sight, as he takes down 4. That's a beautiful way to start things off.
Yeah, you know, look, I mean, even I could tell you that, you know, watching some demos and watching some games, why go vent? Why challenge Wei? You know he loves us. That is literally his turf. He's like, look, you ain't allowed in my playground. You're not allowed to be here. And he just makes it look so easy. So
do you know what? Honestly, teams need to learn. It's actually just not worth it. Jouet will always go 1-for-1, even on his literally his worst moments. I think Jouet is probably the best Vent player that we've got in the world currently right now, right? I don't think it's worth testing him. It's actually just not even worth it, because even going 1-for-1 for the most part doesn't help you out at all, because even sometimes AG are one of the few teams who even play a lot of aggression out from Vent off the back of contact and 2 players behind him on the A site. So I actually don't think it's worth it. I generally think, I know it's hard to say, but just give up on this position.
Yeah, I know, and actually just to echo that, like, you know, when you're in the game and you know that a player's, you know, usually like kind of hitting some good shots, like any team is going to go, you know what, you know, if this player's at this site, let's go to the opposite. Let's try to find a way to get away from him. Let's not try to bring the fight. That's the same thing, like you said about Jouet. You should pretty much have in your game plan, let's just not go A, unless there's some way we can, you know, pop into main or something. But I would just, you know, kind of stick the guns to mid control, maybe a little bit more on B, and let him do the rotates.
Very true. Very true. Either way, speaking of Shui, once again, the Naken over. This actually might be perfect time. And again, he tags 3 again. Oh my, Shui!
Okay, it's
he goes 1-for-1, but then again, he's done damage as well behind. Ice Cube and Rambo are both tagged, which makes them super vulnerable. The 1-for-1 trades, though, do actually look okay. And now, but a space to work with. There might be a bit of legs behind this, potentially 3 versus 3.
Well, one of the closest we've seen in a bit, right? I mean, look, like you said, Jouet's able to get the 1. He was able to at least do something with this, and double player on fence now, making it triple. So the flash is going to allow them to get control. Shady has no idea where to go. His positioning's just terrible, and that utility work, it's beautiful from AG. It should be a quick done round, maybe not, because Ice Cube, oh god, he just gets a full face of lead, and AG will continue on.
Oh my god, AG. They just don't really have these issues, right? Because the second Jouet falls, and it's actually really good proactivity coming through, and a lot of this has to come down to the calling of Zai as well, because the second they know that they're lurking outside of A, and Jouet's taking fights, for example, they immediately pounce. They push it through mid, they push through hotel, and they start wrapping in behind. So it means that as they're kind of fighting for control of the A site, they're already starting to be flanked. So it means they don't get a lot of time to set up. There's a lot to like about that. You can really see actually as well, for Wolf Empire, they don't want to fight before that smoke plumes. A lot of teams have been trying to test AG, and AG will just decimate you. They'll take that fight on stairs every day of the week. You know that 1-2-2 is, you know, may have had a slow map number 1, but he's still a confident player nonetheless.
Yeah, that he is. That he definitely is. So now Wolf Empire maybe taking a little bit out of our playbook, saying, okay, A might not be the right idea. We've tried it twice, not looking good. But now, Sai's going to get tested maybe a little bit into mid. He's on bracket. Still has his teammate close on by. Wolf Empire playing a lot slower of a setup on this one. Trying to make a decisive decision, but it is still mid, just waiting things out. They're expecting some kind of a push. Look, J-Bao is maybe kind of thinking the idea of swinging it, but again, in that kind of a position, he doesn't need to. He's just playing the pixel. He should be able to spot the feet there, which allows him to kind of go for an attempt on a spam, but also to get his life back.
Oh, well. 1:10. We're just getting towards that mark in a moment. Shabal playing in Hotel. And Shady just holding for a push, and a push that doesn't seem to be coming. They're grouping up via mid, and a bit of util as well going to come through. Shady gets the first. He catches Jabal in around Hotel. He just does not expect a second, though. Zai's there to do what he does best. He finds a moment. Speaking of a moment, he's got him behind. Oh, in 1-2-2. He'll get a couple. That's huge. That is really huge. And Zai added a little bit more to the tally as well. Rambo toying with his food and Trigger Discipline being played as he looks for more information, but nothing's offering up. No C4 control, no more players in his sight, and he's wondering, where are they? Why can I pick up this C4? They've got to be holding for me, surely. Yeah, and they are. In comes the flank. Jouet sees it off. And that is going to be yet another round for AG, and yet another early pause called by Wolf Empire. They are definitely feeling the pressure a little bit.
Yeah, that pressure really is starting to cook up a little bit, because look, we said this before, but they are the local favorites. They're representing the home turf. It's always a question if that's a buffer, but it adds extra pressure because you're also playing in front of your fans. You're on the the stadium where everybody can see you and you can hear the boos, you can hear the chants, you can hear all the excitement. So this is where, for a team like Wolf Empire, they've been to international level, but it always does kind of add more. Whereas AG, I mean, really for them, it's just like, yeah, well, we've done this before, we'll do it again. I mean, we're looking for a damn three-peat, boy.
It's true. It is true. This is a side, they're the reigning champs. They want to keep that crown. They have no, they've got nothing in their mind which says we have any chance of losing this, especially off the back of the groups, especially being this as the, it's no longer kind of, themselves and Baisha fighting for the crown and all that. This is a big thing of where we do see how Baisha actually can really now claim this sort of throne in a sense, in a way which makes it look like they are untouchable at the top. Baisha didn't make it out of the groups. Other sides have lost maps and series. Every other team in the playoffs has lost one, if not a couple of series or a few series in 3BL's case. So, it does start to show where this AG side are actually untouchable right now.
Yeah, they definitely are, but you know what? At least the coach can have some good conversation. I mean, it's always a big debate, right? You can argue it's too early or maybe wait it out a bit longer, but you know what? They clearly think that it's necessary, and I mean, I think in the first game they were able to bring a round back in their favor from the timeout, so maybe they can do it again here. But I mean, these Wolves are going to have to be able to do something as a pack, and so far, if I'm not mistaken, I think Ice Cube is putting himself on the second in terms of frags, tied with 2 and 3. But Lucas a little bit more quiet than we've seen him before. He's a guy that's been very influential so far in the group stage. Him and Dola were just, honestly, they were players to watch in my perspective.
So, trying to fight way here.
Why are we doing this again?
No, this is the idea we want to be going for, guys.
Oh, Neo, I don't get it.
Do not challenge the king. Jouet, best performing player in map number 1, best performing player in map number 2 so far. Do you really want to dance with the devil? I don't think so. I would opt against that. Oh, what a shot from Du. That is a crisp click at range. Oh, and a second as well, Du. The highlight reel is starting to look pretty crispy off the back of this round. Make that 3. Oh, it's a meal deal. 1, 2, and 3 for him. He's getting a full feast on the B site. And I think it's pretty safe to say this round's done. Down goes Ice Cube, and down we go in general. That is absolutely phenomenal from Du. Take a bow, Sunshine. That is beautiful. What a hold.
Yeah, that was, we talk about, being a good on player and, playing the sniper role, and we said so much about Du, and this is why, folks. This is why he's one of the best, and we keep saying, like, that you just don't test the king. I mean, you got Jouet as the rifler in A, you got Du as the sniper. Oh man.
That flick as well,
that
first
was
one.
So good.
The reactions you have to do. I mean, the thing is, he makes it look easy, which is the annoying thing. People will think, I can do this. No, you can't do this, because that is what Du does. Speaking of, Shabal going to get a double. Bit of a trade from Lucas is okay. So a bit of hotel control, sure, but numbers don't favor them.
Yeah, the numbers definitely don't favor them right now. But, I mean, this is the thing, though, too, is, we lightly touched on it, but You know, this is, you know, before we got here for the CFPL for season 23 and 24. Oh, God. Okay, I was going to say, hang on now. But this is a map where they were 16-5, one of their highest win percentages, and maybe not this round because it's coming down to the wire of a 2v2. And Rambo, okay, now the Alms are starting to pick up something. Now they're starting to sing a little bit, but it is Jouet. He's the one guy in the clutch scenario. Here we go again. This is the exact same replica of the two players, and now they need some redemption here, Neil.
Yeah, this is tough, man. Jouet, I mean, it does feel like if anybody's going to do it, it would be him right now. Versus 2 and a flank coming through. His timing is actually pretty excellent, but Rambo gets him at the end. Great round from Rambo. Great round for the snipers in general. And it will be a very important first on the board for Wolf Empire. However, like I said, I think if Wolf Empire want a chance at this map, they've got to take a lead in towards the second half. So they have to go flawless for the rest of this half. That feels like a big ask for me, if I'm being completely honest. I don't know if they're going to get that sort of luxury. For AG, that was maybe just a hiccup on what is a strong map continuously for them.
I mean, the most amount of maps played on this for Wolf Empire. I mean, you mentioned it before. I mean, they've when they got here, they played it, you know, 16 times. Now they've played it, you know, I think they played 4 extra times as well. So I mean, they're essentially 20 maps in. So, and they only have 2 losses. So, not too bad. But they got to do something better here. I mean, this is where I think we talked about the masterclass of AG and everybody playing their roles to the T, and we're starting to see it. And AG now actually, interestingly enough, 2 players deep in sight. You have the 1 player deep in hotel. So this is actually a bit of a fake up. I like this. I mean, Dude's just still playing on tower. He's going to reposition himself, and okay, Wolf Empire, they're just going to try to contest with him again. They want to go against this teddy bear. They want to see what they're going to be able to do, but it's Dudu, man. He's able to just take them out. Wolf Empire taking a lot of time, but now, oh, good God!
Oh, Jabal, what are you doing? How have you got away with a second there? And Rambo left with it all to do. 1 versus 4. C4 down. Under a minute on that clock to work with. I don't know if he's going to be given the luxury of even a first fight. Never mind, 3 more behind it. But he might just have a little bit of a leg to work with. Gets the first, and then we can start talking. There's 1, untraded. Not even taking damage there, so maybe, just maybe, better space to work. But that was the low player of Jabal, so a lot more needs to be done. Met of a nade as well, so that's going to pepper him up nicely, but gets 1 more, and now we're starting to dance here. Now we're starting to converse, but HE says otherwise. Carpet bombed from above, and that will be another round for AG, and them guaranteeing a lead heading in towards that second half.
Yeah, and they're honestly making it look pretty easy, right? I mean, this is where, you know, the retakes are just looking impeccable. It's a sight to behold here, folks. I mean, this is where we were saying, you know, this was a strong map for both these teams, but AG really unleashing a lot of efforts onto this one. And like you said, I mean, now they got themselves in the lead, so any more they're going to be able to transition for the second half is just making it worse for wear for Wolf Empire. And you would hope that, or you would hope not that it gets in their heads, but it definitely could. This is where frustration can build up pretty quickly.
Well, once again, he comes over, does nothing, slow tempo to kickstart things. Not a huge amount offering up. We need to see once again where Wolf Empire have got to find gaps in behind it. It seems like mid is where they do their work, but I don't know. You're going to have to test do as well, right? That's the big thing. This is the first couple, though, so uncharacteristic in that sense. Maybe a little bit of pressure. Zai will get caught. That's big.
Yeah, but they still haven't really transitioned to C4 yet, but Dew is still on the site. He's trying everything he can. Those nades don't do any damage. He's able to block it. He's able to just be a barricade. So now Rambo for the cutoff. He gets 1.
Oh.
Can he be able to find another head here, though? They have the 5 players still alive. Rambo just trying his best to stay alive. 9 HP, and he's going to reposition. Now, this is a good sandwich. This is going to isolate Jouet by himself. Now we have to see the masterclass. This is where we talk about it. He finally gets taken out in this A site.
Yeah, that's a nice find. Really nice swing from Lucas. Just rips his head off. Big one to be doing there, and I think unfortunately for Jabal, for Duke, they haven't got a chance here. There's no way. Not on a 1 versus 5, 2 versus 5, now to 1 versus 5. There was no way this was getting off the ground. Doom is getting spammed. Obviously, the AK doesn't do as much damage through the box as the M4, but any damage is good damage. Do he's a dead man walking. They might even use this as a bit of attack pause, about calling attack pause. Zai can get pretty vocal and think about what they want to be doing in towards these next rounds, but for him, well, he'll take one for free. He'll take a stat, but it doesn't make a difference.
No, it doesn't, but I was thinking, you know, you read my mind. I was like, you know what? His team's probably just talking. He's just going to sit there. And, like, that's the funny thing about Doom, man. Like, he's just such a stone cold face killer. He, like, zero expression on his face. He's just kind of like, yep, okay, yeah, I'm just going to look here. I'm going to look at my radar. I'm just going to frag out. And, yeah, his teammates were probably just chatting the whole time about, okay, let's clean this up, clean that up. This is not working. But you know what? For Wolf Empire, that's a great way for them to bounce a little bit back in. They're going to use the Pulp Flash to get themselves into hotels, so looks like there's a little bit of vacancy here, but is it going to be a long stay? I don't know.
That's the big question. That is the big question indeed. For now, not a lot.
Not a lot.
On the cards here. It is, once again, a bit of a slow tempo out of spawn.
Oh, man, they're going to go back. They're going to do this again.
However, though, he is alone here, right? As long as he doesn't get the rotation back over, Shui is isolated in this fight, so he's got to go one for free and then get out of there. He's got to try and get out, or even he goes back for seconds. How is he alive? And how is he not taking a single point of damage? Oh, Shui, what are you doing? How is Shui getting away with this? That is absolutely ridiculous. And he's just stone cold faced. Not even a grin out from him. That is an ice cold killer right there. And Shui, you are just something special.
Oh, man, he just froze him. You could just see there was so much hesitation for them swinging into vent. You could just sense the hesitation. You can't do that. You can't do it at this level.
Yeah.
You cannot be able to, you know, afford those kind of slight, you know, little mistakes in those decisions. It's going to cost you rounds. And he was able to come in with a 4K. I mean, we were talking about he was by himself. His teammates were going to be able to re-smoke a main for him, so some good utility work. But my God. The Deathly Hollows here at the A site, and Wolf Empire, they keep trying to go for it. And now they're realizing, okay, look, I don't think this is the idea. I don't think this is the plan of attack. Let's go back to mid. But now you got to worry about Dew. And that's going to be a decent duel. That's going to be taking down Zwei, but now isn't enough. Dew, he's hungry. He's looking for a bit more. He's got 7 kills, and now Lucas is able to find even a rotator.
Oh, he should have hit that. Dew was close. Second time asking, doesn't connect. He's struggling to get out of there as well. He's dancing around, but he will not be able to find the kill, and he will fall. So this now changes things, but a space to work with for Wolf Empire, and they've obviously got hella numbers as well to work with. 2 versus 5. I think this should be their third to see off the half.
Unless they do the clutch again, and Juez, oh yeah, he's got his back turned, but now 1-2-2-2 in a big ask, and no Ice Cube with a nice flank. Okay, another 6-3 half, but it is going to be for AG. That's what we saw on the first map, where we were having all gamers just gaming out, but okay. Not too bad considering how much of a, you know, lead that AG really was able to grab early on.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. 6-3 though. I mean, that was the exact same half we had in towards that first map. We know how that ended. If you allow AG just to get 1 round, they basically already put themselves in an incredibly strong position. Luke is going to get active here in towards Vent. Bit of proactivity I can get behind. The only issue is, though, he is alone. If he falls, A site is open. Simple as that. So that's a big call to be making. I don't know if you want to be going for some sort of a play of that magnitude when you're alone. If you had support, sure. Someone to pop him over with a flash, or even someone just to hold the site if he wants to drop, it's fair enough. But yeah, doing it alone, I don't think it's worth pushing back. So that's why he dips back on towards the site.
Yeah. And I always feel like any player that, plays the A site, it's like, man, you got a lot of shoes to fill being after, someone like Shui is able to
11 and 4.
Yeah. Oh God. Okay, Lucas, a nice bit of a swing here with the That's going to be double up.
Get Shui.
Yeah, he does. Funny enough. So, I mean, and we don't get to see Lucas really with the too much. So
no, not at all, really.
Oh, that's interesting. He's actually putting this into vent. I'm not sure why. This is, I mean, I get you can go for the quick shot, but it's a bit costly. It could be. His movement's going to be a little bit slow. Oh, man, they're already close. They're waiting. They're posted on him. He's not able to find any damage. And now AG, enough's enough. They're trying to get themselves in the sight. But Wolf Empire, this is where they live, apparently. This is where the Wolf Pack is going to be. And they just get themselves a bounce back.
Yeah, brilliant. Brilliant hold. And I think actually as well, they did a really good job there because the A site is actually where AG are best on their execute. So they actually just stack it up a little bit. They got 3 players playing early over there. After Lucas pushes through, spots nothing, then they get no presence towards mid, no presence over towards Hotel. They realize, actually, this is probably them rotating back over towards A. So Lucas, be careful. And they're actually going to go support him, which they do. They do the same again now, though. Lucas looks over. Oh, my God. He is so lucky. He is so lucky to still be alive.
I like the effort, though. I like that we're seeing Wolf Empire. That we saw this before on Ankara. This is where they were, kind of being aggressive. They were trying to, put a little bit of pressure on, one of the sites and just overextending a bit to see if they can get a duel, see if they can be able to get that advantage early on so that they can kind of tuck tail, reset their defensive setup. So I'm going to give it to them. I do like the idea, but they got to make sure they don't just keep doing this on a repeated front. But AG have the lurk of Jouet just kind of waiting in mid-connector, just seeing if he can be able to spawn anything. Now AG regrouped together with a 3-2 split. Ice Cube, the one player playing a bit aggressive on the outskirts of Hotel. He's got the arm ready to go. Again, trying to find some kind of aggression, trying to find a duel in their favor. It's still 5 up for both sides right now. No first blood yet, but Ice Cube waiting patiently, and Zai's just on the other side. Is he going to get overwhelmed? Oh, the answer is yes and no, because he's able to find one at least.
Yeah, going 1 for 1 isn't exactly terrible there. 1-2 for Jouet. Pokes it heading towards that window and walks away with a headshot. Off Shady, not a bad one to find. 180 from him is not bad. Dola could be in a bit of trouble as well, and he gets caught. Dola got 1 before he fell, but it's not going to make a difference as Lucas thrust into a 1 versus 3. And I don't think it's one that has too much legs behind it again. So, tough spot, to say the least. And this one most likely done here, but Lucas still got other ideas, and maybe, just maybe, there might be a little bit of something on the cards. I mean, he's got a bit of time to work with, and a 1 versus 2 is an isolatable position. And we might just be on for something here, 1 versus 1. But Zai, he's just, there's no way someone of his sort of caliber is going to let a round like that slip away. He's been here before 1,001 times, and the 1,002nd is not going to be any different.
Yeah, I think that was a bit of a unique call in the sense about, I don't know if I love that. There was some aggression this way. Like, that's where they're getting a little bit cheeky, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe they're starting to be, that confidence is starting to be over the charts just a bit. But, I mean, that's the thing. Like, Zai made it look easy. Like you said, he's just one of those guys you can count on to be the anchor, especially with the AK like that, in that kind of a position. Now we're going to see Wolf Empire trying to go for a bit of a mid-crunch, but boy, oh boy, it's a bit more than they can handle right now. And things are getting a little bit rocky. You can see Ice Cube. He has to be able to find himself in a position, but Zai's just on the other side, and it's a free duel. And man, oh man, they're going to be able to get the free plant, but they don't even need the plant because they're just going to be able to take him out.
That's true. That's very true indeed. Oh, unfortunately for Rambo, just nothing he can do here. If we're being completely frank, has to be said, this one isn't going to happen. I mean, yeah, an isolated kill there isn't that terrible, but at the very least, I still want to see a little bit more. And I think time's starting to run out as well for them. I really don't know. It is dwindling.
And that's kind of the mistake, I think, when we talk about calling into timeout early, right? I mean, this is where, Wolf Empire, they called it pretty much right in the beginning. So now being down by 4, they don't really have a time to talk. I mean, unless there's a round where they're just going to kind of bait it.
Yeah.
I mean, otherwise they're going to have to roll the punches here and figure out something. But AG, they're going to be in a situation where, I mean, they're up by 4. They're going to try to go for this A-pop. Oh, dear God.
Oh, dear God, indeed. This is where they do their best work. This execute is the thing they have got to a T. Let's see how this one does. Oh, the first 2 fights aren't great, but the second 2 aren't too bad. So they answer back. And they start to make a little bit of a move here as well. C4 going to be planted in the safe spot, and Dola not given the chance of fighting behind it. So that is just going to help out massively.
Yeah, I mean, even now, okay, so the timer of the C4, it's still decent here, but Wolf Empire need to be able to get something moving. That flash is perfect to catch us way off guard, but they need to be able to find these kills, and they do! Okay! They're able to make a bit of a cleanup into this site.
Big work indeed. That's a massive one to be taken. Oh my, oh my. We might just have something on the cards to work with. And potentially as well, we could start to see on the other side where Wolf Empire can chip away at this deficit. 3 rounds. Here's the difference. Askew boosted up, and he's going to try and take an early fight over towards Hotel, but no one there in the early part of this round. He comes over, but I think it's actually a little bit too early there, so it doesn't actually do as much damage. The only damage that's dealt there. This second one, though, might. So yeah, Zai does take a bit of a chunk, which isn't terrible, but 1-2-2-2, already in a good spot. Rambo needs to be careful. Starting to be pressurized here as well. He's going to dip back. He's full blind, but everyone's full blind as well. Rambo gets saved by Lucas there, which is pretty huge. He's got the support, but another blind that comes through is massive. And they now have a couple of players here. They're 4 in particular from Wolf Empire. Make that 5 here to fight, but it's all going the way of AG. Oh, I say that. It's a 2 versus 2. Do and Zai. Zai going to fall. Ice Cube is giving them a chance.
Yeah, now down to the 1v1, Do versus Ice Cube, the 2 snipers, but it is going to be the M4 in the hands of Ice Cube. Do getting aggressive, but look at what he's able to do. He's a magician with a big swing, and look at his face. He doesn't even look phased at all right now.
Just light work for Do. Another day at the office. He's just unstoppable, isn't he? He's just so confident. So confident. It's just the fact that he does this, no expression, not even a smile or a smirk or a wink or nothing.
Nothing.
It's just another day out for him, and everyday activity, but something like that. Ice Cube, first shot missed. He needs to be a little careful as well. He starts to get pressurized just a little bit. And he knows they can come from 2 different angles, so he's got to kind of be a little wary. He needs some support. He'll get caught. Jabal, good work. Zhui, great work. Says, this is my home. In the vent, stop sticking around.
Oh, no.
That's the site as well to make it matters worse, right? Lucas actually doesn't want to push forward.
I just can't believe we've seen them try to go for this take every single time. Lucas now trying to put on the hero pants. He's doing it on his own, but it's only going to be the 1 duel. Now we can see there's a little bit of a, rotate kill that does come through. That's against AG, but they still got the advantage. And now just leaving it to Dola and Shady. A little bit of utility remaining here, but you still got to worry about this firepower. You still have to worry about what they're able to bring here. And hang on, mate. They might be able to, unless Du's able to do something big. It's Du. He's on a clutch again. He's trying to see what he's able to find. A bit of a fake defuse, and does Du be able to read it? Look at the positioning, and he does close things out again.
Oh, that is huge. That is huge. And once again, not even a slight reaction coming through. That is the All Game is at their very best. And they'll take this series, or start the series, 2-0. Well, what a showing coming through from the All Gamers, and another lights-out performance from them with very little that we can sit here and critique, if we're being completely honest. They are just a side who continue to deliver on all fronts. Whether it's attack, whether it's defense, they're a side who really can't be stopped. And for Wolf Empire, now they've got to try and hope they can save a little bit of face on sub-base, but I don't know if that's going to happen.
I just don't know if it can happen, man. Like, this was one of the extra maps that I was thinking, maybe, just maybe, we might be able to see something from Wolf Empire. We got to see those rounds where, there were some really good takes, on the BL side. We saw with some of their defense. It looked flawless, but again, you are playing the behemoth. You are playing one of the best teams, if not the best team in the world. So, I mean, again, impressive in showing from them. I mean, they tried everything they could, but these 2 maps were kind of the ones that I was thinking, maybe, just maybe. But this map going to sub base, I don't know if I got it.
Yeah, exactly. Subbase, you know, it's just a map in which I think the All Gamers have had, you know, some pretty decent success on. Granted, it's not their pick in quotation marks, right? It is actually the pick over towards Wolf Empire, but of course, in this best of 5, it's just whatever isn't banned out is what's left. And I think the big thing for me is that this is just one that I know Wolf Empire like this map a lot, and I know it's a map in which they've played to a decent amount of success, but it just feels like you're in an uphill battle. All Gamers have played this in most of this series so far to good success. Teams keep picking it in against them, thinking, because Baisha had their struggles on it, they're thinking that this is a gap in the armor, but there is no gaps in the armor right now for the All Gamers, and this is just what they do best, right? They're such a solid side, and they'll continue pushing down on the jugular until you're dead.
That's true. I mean, whatever we've learned is that, yes, the armor can get kinked a little bit here. We know the damage, you know, that can happen, but it's just not going to be able to penetrate through, right? I mean, it's just been clearly one of those things where AG have shown us that they really, really are looking for an undefeated streak. I mean, it's still early on. We know this is still the first best of 5. I mean, there's still plenty more that can come through, and it ain't over yet. I mean, there is the smallest of chances where we could see a reverse sweep. I don't know if I'd go for that. I don't know if I'd want to gamble it or make that much of a bold prediction. But, hey, look, I'm not going to say it's impossible.
It's very true. It's very, very true. At least statistically as well, this map, it's the 3rd favorite map over towards Wolf Empire. However, it's also the 3rd favorite map over towards All Gamers. I mean, I guess that is sort of how things work when you've got a best of 5 in a 7-map pool, right? It's pretty simple stuff. But you run through some of these highlights, and you can just see how dominant All Gamers were. They started so strong. There was very little, like we said, we could say in a kind of negative note over towards them, and especially when they went on towards the BL side, they started to continue delivering the pain. Then a 6-3 half once again, which gave them a lot of breathing room heading in towards that second half, and then just did their absolute best work. I mean, for Wolf Empire, they struggled to keep things uber competitive, if we're being completely honest, and I think that is the big thing for us. They got an okay sort of run of things to start things out in the second half, but it kind of felt like too little too late.
Yeah.
By the time they started delivering.
It definitely was, right? And a little too late indeed, because again, let's not forget that in the beginning of this map, it was actually the fact that AG were able to find themselves, you know, the 4 rounds in a row. I mean, when you're looking about a map that you're decent on, you just can't allow that kind of a lead, because really all they needed was one more, and they had that buffer going into the second half. So it was one of those things from Wolf Empire. We just couldn't see them be able to get those close rounds, but again, it just felt like AG, I mean, there was no stopping him in that first half.
No, not at all. I mean, 1-2-2-2. Also, he has another slow game once again, but it doesn't really make a difference, right? But 10-6 map 1, 10-5 map 2. Zai, incredible once again for him. Du, same again, right? This is a guy who is so consistently solid. And Shui, we kept highlighting him, you know, a massive highlight moment in particular as well. And it continues to be an absolute menace. I think he's still, if you compare the 2 maps, he's still MVP performance right now. On the other side, Rambo Lucas finished neutral, but nobody finishes positive, which I guess isn't a good sign. And then Ice Cube and Shady once again have a bit of a slow game. And they're 2 guys that we normally look towards to step up, and Ice Cube, he's still yet to have a positive map in this tournament. You know, he is the big talisman of firepower, meant to be the big name in Vietnamese CrossFire, but unfortunately, we're not seeing those performances.
Yeah, we're definitely not, and I mean, that's the thing too. Like, even the headshot percentage from, you know, someone like Zai is just a whole other level, right? I mean, he's just over the top of his team, but I mean, I gotta say, you know, when we kind of talk about Ice Cube, I've been very critical about him, very hypercritical, because when you are kind of that player that got poached to come to this team, to build this team, there's a lot that you have to be able to do, and unfortunately, he just wasn't able to do it, right? I mean, even some of the positioning from him, it feels like it's the wrong timing, and his decisions seem to be kind of all over the place, so that's where I was saying for Wolf Empire, they have to be perfect, and unfortunately for them, it's just not happening.
Yeah, it hasn't been, right? It's as simple as that. A lot of errors in their playstyle right now, and it's started to become a bit of a problem. But it's not over until the fat lady sings, is how they say, right?
That's true.
And I don't even know if we're going to get singing here, but I think it's going to be maybe pretty soon at this rate, because All Gamers are looking absolutely great. We're going to go on to a little break before we head in towards Subbase. Sit tight. We will see you all very, very soon. Map number 3.
for the CFS Summer Championship, and we're going to map number 3. But I mean, it's dear God, we have a. I don't know what we're going to expect from this. I mean, look, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to expect
an all gamers win. Yeah, I think it's pretty simple what we're expecting here. An all gamers win. If we're being honest, there just doesn't seem to be any issues with them at all. Right? There's just no weaknesses. I don't know if any team at the moment can take a map off them. I don't like even if you look at let's say Imperial on the other side, maybe one, maybe, but like they actually look untouchable.
They really do, and I mean, this is where we were talking so much about. They're undefeated, and now I'm kind of wondering. I thought maybe this team, I thought Wolf Empire could cause an upset with a map win, but I don't even think that's going to happen. So now I'm kind of looking at the groups of, the playoffs going who on earth can actually do this? Because I think if we would have saw a team like Evolution maybe in the playoffs, they could have, because they do have a lot of history playing each other, or maybe even Baisha. But they're not even here. So now I kind of wonder if these guys are in a really prime position to be, taking this thing with a swift way and boosting themselves into the grand final.
Yeah, I mean, they're favorites to me to go the whole way. And it's now a question of, I think they are going to go the whole way. It's more about, are they going to be able to do it, flawlessly, which is legitimately, as wild as it is, an actual statement that could come through. They could actually go this whole tournament without dropping them out. That's just how good they are playing right now. So, I don't know, tough to call. Wolf Empire really does feel like they just can't really scratch the surface of how deep and how good AG are playing right now. So, we shall see. But I think it's safe to say that I'm looking at this and the sub base coming through. I know it's the pick of Wolf Empire, but AG, they like this map, they played this map, and they've had decent success on it so far. So let's see if anything will change. The war cries are coming through here from the players in the stadium here in Hanoi. So we are ready to get this show on the road. Like I said, AG, they've had their successes on this map already so far this tournament. I don't think things are going to change here, really, by any means. I'm expecting this to go 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, I think, it just kind of feels like the tea leaves are reading it, right? Because, I mean, you got to also remember that I do think this adds even more of a buffer when AG doesn't even deserve a buffer, how good they are. But they've been able to play this twice already. They were able to have themselves, the 2-0, like we said. They got the 10-8 victory versus Vasco. And then they were also able to, just find a little bit more success against EP, where they also, again, it was a 10-8, but they still were able to get themselves in the undefeated territory, whereas, the other side of the coin is Wolf Empire haven't even played it one time. So it's just, it kind of makes you wonder if they're going to be a little bit lackluster, just considering they don't have the rep.
Very true. Shady playing up on high. What has he got for us? Well, that's not a bad way to start things off. Shabao will get the first. And again, showcasing just what he's got in the locker. Dola answers back. He might get a second here as well, in all fairness. Ice Cube going to answer with one of his own as well. And they push in towards jail for nothing. So Zai left all alone. I don't think it's going to work out. Good start coming through for Wolf Empire.
Not bad at all. Okay, well, they needed something there. I mean, they need a little bit of a boost, and I mean, this is where them being on the GR side is the utmost importance, because for a team like this, they're a 71.9% win rate on the GR side. So these guys need to be able to get as many rounds as possible, because that win percentage drops by nearly 20%, sitting at 55 or less than 20%. But that's a pretty big drop off. So that's a huge difference. But now Ice Cube, the guy that we talked a lot about, needing to demonstrate something big for himself. He's fully blind, his teammate's down. He's able to get something started. He's able to get a little bit of a kickstart, but it's only going to be the one. And AG, they just take full control of this site.
Yeah, honestly, pretty solid stuff all in all. There we've been. Oh, pop shot from Du. Second time of asking. That looked just like a whiz past his head. And now Shady putting the pressure on as well, but then Du comes alive. And that'll put things to bed. Nice and simple, nice and easy. And that will be, once again, yet another round coming through for AG as they just continue to showcase their prowess. And, yeah, back to sort of, maybe you could talk about the opening round being a little scrappy, but that was a lot better from AG. That's what we sort of expect from them.
Yeah, definitely. No doubt. We definitely expect to see them do a bit of a bounce back, but it is going to be back to the 1-1. But I think for Wolf Empire, like I said, they really need this in AG. I mean, you know, for their overall review of playing this, I mean,
Yeah.
The BL side, I mean, they're both good. I mean, you can argue that the GR side's at 59.8, it's a roundup, it's 60%. It's 60% for BL. So, I mean, these guys essentially are just, you know, dominating whatever side they're on.
It's true.
So it doesn't even really matter at all.
Well, bit of spam on the corner. Nothing really to gain off it, if we're being completely honest. 1 minute 30 to work with. C4 sort of committed over in the direction of B, but not fully committed to going towards that side. They can easily rotate away. We're now collected by 1-2-2-2. Might just be a bit more on the docket here. Jabao, his information spotted. Shady, he'll relay that information over, but Zai gonna find the first. Dola gonna get caught as well. Look at this move here. Oh, dude, that's a quick reaction. Really quick one coming through, but Dola gonna double down before Ice Cube falls, and Dola's still alive. Just 3-on-3, got a bit of legs behind it, and there might still be something on the cards here, but great work. Catches Dola, shuts him down at just 2. Now we can maybe start to see once again where there's a little bit of coverage here. Lucas couldn't do it, unfortunately for him. And neither could Rambo, and that'll put things to bed. AG yet another round for them.
Oh, man, it's just, you know, it's just, I'm in so much awe right now, too, because, again, when you watch AG, man, like, I know people are going to be like, oh, Laz, you're putting him on a pedestal, but, okay, like, tell me I'm wrong. Like, these guys just... Every situation, they make it look so good. It always seems like any other team might kind of crumble in those, but I don't know. They always seem to find a way out of it. So it's nothing but impressive from a team like this. So, you know, it's going to be good for Wolf Empire or any of the opponents that are watching here, getting prepped for other matches to see all these different things that they're doing. Just the way they react and just how their thought process really is. But it is going to be the single from Ice Cube on this one. Rambo decides to equip the M4 this time. And they're going to leave it for Lucas to anchor into this A site. So very standard of a setup, but again, when you're playing against like AG, a team like AG, you're going to have to be careful because now AG, they got a whiff of it. And they're thinking, you know what? I like these odds.
It's true. I do as well. But now, they do like playing a little bit of a slower tempo here, AG. They've been quite quick in towards Anchor, for example. Lucas actually might not expect this.
Oh,
He's up to move on. Yeah, Lucas dead man. That's a really nice little creep move. It's a contact play, and it works perfectly. And the flank comes through from Zai as well. He'll then die sort of for no reason, but I guess it's information gathering more than anything. C4 planted, and they're now just playing around missile. They're going to be met with an A that comes over. It's a fairly decent bit of damage. Shady tagged down. Takes about a quarter off his HP. Ice Cube, a little bit off his too. The time started to tick as well on this C4. We haven't got a lot of time here. Dola might have to pop himself through. And that's exactly what you want to do. He gets one, but he'll only get one. Good work, and another, actually that time, very simple round for AG.
Yeah, honestly, you said it perfectly, is the fact of just that, you know, kind of a pixel contact, the fact that he was able to just kind of slither out of the way, that was perfect. Because again, Lucas had no idea, like he was just kind of doing the jiggle peek, he was waiting for the counter utility, but the fact that AG could just take that manipulation and bring them an easy round and getting a site like that, that's the worst thing when you anchor it. But okay, Wolf Empire trying to do something in the A main, but it might feel too little too late because now it's Rambo and Shady once again in a clutch. Dude does have the C4 in his back, and he's kind of trapped a little bit here. And now Shady trying to press forward on the back line upstairs. He might get this timing, but I think the positioning's too strong. So he waits it out, and he does take him. Now leaving it for Rambo. Has to put this AK to work.
It's tough for him. He just doesn't have the information or the numbers to work with. 1 versus 3, and he's tagged down low as well to make matters worse. Oh, that is tough. That is tough for sure. Got flash over. Rambo going to be caught by it as well. I mean, his life is on a timer here. He's a dead man walking. He will be caught by the nade as well. Touchdown there with the HE grenade, and that will be yet another round for AG. I don't think the surprise to anybody at the moment. This is a side who just look fantastic. No issues, no problems, no weaknesses so far, and the 4-1 position is not a bad little spot that they put themselves in. So far, so good. And a real lot to love, it has to be said. We shall see.
We shall. Oh man, Dude's already sitting himself at a 9-3. Okay. He's
loving it.
He wants another MVP, man. Why not? You can take it. Take it, King. The crown is yours. But you're going to have to finish the map first if you want to get it done. And a different setup, actually. Second mid from Wolf Empire. They are going to call the timeout. Yeah, too much time has been depleted, so they're going to wait it for the following. Really, really interesting. Double nades into vent, nothing to catch. Man, AG have just really been keeping them on their toes. A lot of guessing game here for the defense.
Yeah, that's true. Either way, 1 minute 25. And a bit of room to work with. What's the play here, though? It doesn't really look like AG have got too much of a decision to be made here. They're going to move up via mid and then maybe split off the back of that. But this feels still like they want to head towards B, with just generally how they're set up. They've got no presence towards stairs just yet. But I say that, and a bit of the move from Jabal going to come through, but he's going to join them via second mid. And this is where Dola has to step up. The first is good. The second from Lucas is great. C4 dropped as well as massive. And that's exactly what you want to see. But an answer back from Jabal isn't bad. Flash will come through and it completely catches his teammate full blind. Lucas going to be caught from the vent as well. And Do going to answer back. 1 versus 2. And Do will do what he does best, to try and deliver. And he's got the support of Zai. The brains, the experience, the captain to lead him and call in this one. Ice Cube and Shady, same position, so it's Captain and Sniper versus Captain and Sniper. But time ticking, 25 seconds. C4 still down in this 2 versus 2. We got to go, guys. We don't have time to dilly-dally. We don't have time to start messing around here. These smokes are dissipating. We've got to move. Ice Cube spotted and dropped. Shady still here as well. And Do, is he opting to fight? He is, and it's not going to work out for him. Shady steps up to the plate and delivers.
Oh, you can even tell, too, that the fact that Do actually just went for the right-hand side on the wall like that, you knew that, you could see it in his face. Like, I know he doesn't show a lot of facial expression, but you could tell in his thought process, okay, this guy's going to swing because he's going to think I beelined it to the site. He might be able to catch me off guard. And honestly, he played that pretty high Q, in my opinion, because the only reason he lost it is because he just missed the shot. Like, I'm pretty sure that bullet just went on the left of the player model, so... Look, I mean, like, those kind of things, you know, Wolf Empire will take any day of the week, but you're not going to be able to rely on that. I mean, look, we're all human. These guys are going to be able to miss time from time, but, you know, from what we've seen so far in this series, this dude doesn't miss very too often.
Yes, it's very true. It's very true. He just does what he does best, doesn't he? Super simple, super easy, and it's a rarity, an uncharacteristicness, we call those. But yeah, timeout going to be taken here. I don't mind this one. I feel like it's early enough in the half where you can still have an effect on it, right? You can still sort of, I mean, maybe even start pushing towards taking a bit of control. I mean, a lead feels outlandish, but you can see Shady getting pretty proactive there in the conversation. He's trying to get vocal. That's good, right? They need him. Obviously a veteran, very experienced, the leader, and needing a bit of leadership, right? If we're being completely honest, because right now in this series, they feel a little lost.
Oh, man. Well, scoreline's getting a little bigger and bigger, but at least for Wolf Empire, they got themselves something, but how long can they maintain it? And I mean, like you said, I mean, I think for the IGL here, this is always, it's such an important role, right? I mean, I know that's obvious. I know I'm stating the obvious, but when you're in a situation where you're down by 0-2, you have already a big lead against you, like, there are so many things that you have to play in this role. It's about, like, motivating the team, getting them excited, being able to, you know, put the tactics in there. So we'll see what they're able to do. We'll see what little pep talk they were able to find. Will it make a world of a difference? I have no idea. But you know what I do know is AG, they decide, you know what? Let's just send it. Let's just go to this A site, and we're going to go nuclear.
Are they going to flash this, or are they just going to just decide to fight? I mean, how are we going to go about this?
No Vaseline, man. They're going dry.
Oh, the nade going to come over. Actually, a fairly decent chunk of damage. Dre for the first swing is a miss for Rambo, and he gets completely overwhelmed. He had no chance there, no chance at all. And now this one, again, probably feels like it might be done, if we're being honest. Smoke down, nade follows it. I mean, Jabal gets caught, sure, but I don't really know there's going to be any legs behind this retake. A bit of a move being made. Lucas, Dola, Ice Cube, a lot to do. Not a lot to work with. And that's C4 already about a third of the way ticked, getting towards about halfway done now. So we got to make a move. Flashbang over towards stairs. We'll catch 1-2 a little bit, but not going to make too big of a difference here. ICU going to get one, sure, and he gets a second jumping with a Colt, which isn't bad. Third is a luxury that he can't quite afford. And Lucas, yeah, tries you out, mate. Doesn't make a damn difference, dude. This is the stats, and it's stats that go against his.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You know, you can't really waste too much time. I mean, I was going to say the site is really difficult because you have, you know, the right-hand side of, you know, the doorway that you can go down the stairs, but that's such a choke point. You're going to have a bad time. And then you also have the other side on the left, which is A stairs. And, again, the exact same thing where you have to go downhill, and it's not an easy thing. So Ice Cube did make things a little interesting, but it just wasn't enough. And that's one of those things is when you lose that A site control, I feel like it's got to be probably one of the top 4 difficult sites to retake on. I mean, some of them are way harder than this, but man, oh man, you definitely need that utility to kind of buy you back in. But, well, I can tell you right now that Wolf Empire, they can't buy a round right now, Neo, because EG, they're about to find themselves even more of a buffer potentially.
Yeah, it's looking likely. It's looking very likely indeed. Zai holding for a push out here, but it's not being given over. Once again, bit of a slower early bit of control. They're waiting for those smokes to dissipate in and around lockers, and at the very least, you know, we've got kind of machine room control here for AG. It's about where we want to go off the back of this. Start to move our way forward. C4 collected and want to join up with the pack over towards B. So that feels like maybe where they want to commit to a fight here, but who knows? This lockers control is not easy to get.
No, it's not. And double players here. You know, they're just having a quick drink at the water fountain to see, but Jamal's going to actually pull back on this. Good flash. Everybody's blind, but he still swings it. Why? Why do we go for the swing? And AG, they're just getting fed kills that, you know, shouldn't be done here from Wolf Empire. And now a little bit of desperation maybe in the veins of them against them now, and it's just a bit poisonous. And now AG just holding everything on a pause. Everybody's waiting things out with 40 seconds remaining. It's still the 3-2. 1-2-2-2. I thought maybe he was going to just be a bit cheeky, but he's going to go into second mid. And they have so much map control right now, and now they can just go for the full execute. And shots are being missed already, except for that one.
Nice shot from Rambo, nice shot from Lucas. Shady will add to it as well, so I'll get involved. And this is looking better. Shady! Oh, he isn't enough to get it on his own, but he'll do the bulk of the damage. And finally, Wolf Empire find a nice round. That one was much, much better. For AG, has to be said there, though, that one is one of those rounds where I just feel like the plan at a spawn doesn't go well. And then the plan B sort of falls a little flat, and they don't really know where to go from there. So, tough to see.
It is tough. But you know what, honestly, I never, you know, in that kind of a position, I thought AG had a lot riding for them on that one, but you got to give it to Wolf Empire. They somehow were able to, you know, kind of put the lock down onto the site, but, ooh, and they actually switched things up here, Neo. So we have typically seen Lucas being the anchor at this A side, but now Ice Cube's kind of using a little bit of an off angle on the big box. He's playing aggressive here with the Alm. So this is a bit of a mix-up. This is a little bit of a change that I don't actually disagree with. I think they needed to figure out something different for this A side, but it kind of leaves some vulnerability for the lockers to be open, which, I mean, we just saw that it was given pretty easily for AG.
Yeah. Well. Triple stack in towards Vent. A shot from Ice Cube, but information gained. Oh, the pop flash isn't bad. Ice Cube going to tuck his head. He's in a little bit of pressure here. Rambo will get his. That's good work. Shui drops down in towards the upper room here. We're going to get caught. It's actually Carnage. There's fights in 3 different fronts, but they are favorable over towards Wolf Empire, and that's a big, big round. Oh, wowza. That's one of those which is going to give them a bit of room to work with now. And in all fairness, a back-to-back round too, which is massive for Wolf Empire. Not only in terms of obviously just the score, but just a bit of confidence too. I feel like it is simple, but it might be what they need. It still is AG who've got a lead at the turn of this half, but they've had 6-3 halves in the first 2 maps. This one, a little bit more even. So.
Yeah, I mean, actually probably one of the closest halves we've seen, and I mean, it does work out for AG, so like getting that lead, but let's not forget the Wolf Empire were the ones that were able to bring back these last couple rounds and getting themselves into close contention, but now, I mean, now the spice is starting to go into the dish. Now they're, you know, it's starting to kick in a little bit, but they can't get ahead of themselves. They're already down by the man. C4 still going to be open, but it is retrievable. And J-Bao, I don't know what the heck is going on. Rambo in a really prime position. At least he gets this one, but oh no, it might be a little too late. Dola, he might need to fall back on this. Okay, good call from them.
That's a big call, actually. And they realized it was completely pointless going down there. That felt like a death trap, and one that wasn't going to be favorable. Ice Cube, nice shot. A fadeaway shot there does give them a bit of space to work with. 1-2-2 and Do got it all to do, and 1-2 steps up for the first, not the second though. And Do now put into a 1 versus 1. Cypher versus Cypher, Ice Cube versus Do, and the C4 going to be planted, numbers punched in as well as Do starts to creep his way forward. Ice Cube dancing around, he has no idea where he could come from. He's creeping up, and Do delivering. Nice work, nice round, and another for AG to extend the lead to 2 off the back of Do.
Okay, look, I'm gonna say I did see him break his break the face, right? The stone cold look, not anymore. He was kind of pouting a little bit, and that's the thing, man. When Do's in these clutch situations, his timing is just picture perfect. You could just see he waited things out. The fact that he's able to just kind of jiggle into that missile, I mean, you can see Ice Cube's like, how the heck is he there? Like, I was spotting it every single time, and that's what Do's been able to do in the group stage. Now doing it here for the playoffs, it's annoying to play against. So, I mean, look, I understand that frustration because you just feel like you have the round in your hand, but it just gets taken away.
AG doing what not a lot of teams do when they play this control on the A site. A lot of teams play up towards stairs in the cubby, right? It's a very common angle, or you play up towards the box. You sort of jiggle peek around, whether you're playing in front of it and you're jiggle peeking on the right-hand side, or you're crouching up and down. AG are one of the only sides who actually just completely give you stairs control and they say, do what you want with it. It doesn't matter. You're not going to get the site. And I kind of respect this. It's a bit more of a forward-thinking thing in the early round. Obviously, they've got the early kill now, and 1-2. Playing around the stairs. He's waiting for the swing out from this smoke. He might cross over towards box, but it's spammable. I don't know if that's the kind of position you want to fight from. So what do we do here, Wolf Empire? Not looking too favorable in this spot. But Jabal's barely alive. He's 1 foot in the grave and about an ankle in the grave for 1-2-2-2. So not exactly an impossible 4 versus 5.
No, it's definitely not, but I mean, there's still a bit of hesitation here for Wolf Empire, and rightfully so, but I mean, even an aggression from Zhui is just kind of on the stairs. Oh, they're going to try to get this timing. Oh, he spotted him. He definitely spotted him. He's just waiting things out. And oh, brilliant. Man, perfect. Perfect execution. Now they can just pull back, making it worse for wear.
Yeah, he dips away. That's all you have to do. You don't need to overextend there. You don't need to stick around. Just fall away. It makes your position even stronger because now they're doubting themselves. Actually, can we even fight for mid-control? You look at them now. 2 of them. Ice Cube and Dola thinking, where is he? Has he pushed forward? Is he stuck himself in a corner? But speaking of, actually, he doubles back, Shui, and that's actually pretty costly. If he just stays down towards the site, it's huge. But speaking of on the site, here's Zai. He needs to go for at least 1 here. If he gets just 1, that's fine. If he doesn't, though, it's a little awkward. Thankfully, he does his job. 1 for 1 is all that is required because Luca's going to get caught. Dola, all to do, and sadly, mate, I don't think this one's getting off the ground here. 1 versus 3. 2 of them attack, sure, but I think this is surely too tall of an order. He might even get the luxury of a plant. Got a touchdown grenade. We'll see him off. And another brilliant one taken by AG. They inch ever closer to the 3-0 in the series.
Yeah, and honestly, I was kind of questioning a little bit for Zai. Like, I was thinking, why did he want to re-aggress on that A box? I was thinking that was a little bit risky, but like you said, if he can at least get the 1, that's what he's been able to do. That's kind of doing his job, being an anchor like that. So it's not bad. It works. But now, actually, we're going to see a little bit more of aggression. Lucas has had enough. He's able to just kind of barrel down these A stairs. He's going to be able to find the first duel. Now you can see the defensive setup from AG. They're kind of reacting to this, so now they have to either go for some big fights, but Wolf Empire, they seem to be the ones that are able to pick it up.
Yeah, that's big. That's big for sure. 3 versus 5. So early fights for AG, they get a little proactive, and it doesn't work out for them. That's not what you want to be seeing at all. This is definitely a bit of a predicament that we find ourselves in right now. I mean, where we're at, hard to call where Wolf Empire want to finish. Oh, Shui spotted him. Rambo, oh, luckily gets out of there. He is so lucky to even be alive. Never mind, you know, walking away undamaged, unscathed in that spot. Shui going to get caught as well, do, and 1-2-2 again, put him into a clutch, and this one feels unwinnable, and it probably should be. They get one apiece, but a 1 versus 3 for Do feels unlikely. They know Rambo was in towards that vent, but this one's done here. Rambo's fallen away, and he's tucked himself in towards the corner, and Do is so scared of this spot here. It's basically all he's looking at.
Oh, man, but if it's anybody, it's Do. Oh, and actually, a little bit of a swing and a miss. So, okay, Wolf Empire, they got some life in them. The pulse is maybe not so strong, but at least it's still there. So, ain't done yet, but AG just having a nice little chat. I still can't get over Do's face, man. Like, yeah. he's just kind of always like so looking chilled off. He's just so chill. He's just like nonchalant. He's like, yeah.
While going 18-7.
Yeah, just a casual 18-7, not a big deal.
Another day out at the office for him. 1-2-2-2 will get the opener. Sheddy gets caught now, going to call from the grave. Not what you want from your leader. And Jabal going to deliver as Lucas gets clipped as well. Now 1-2 going to play up close. However, Do going to get caught in response. So that's at least something to work with. Zai, elevated angle in towards the rafters. This might work against him. There's one in jail, but he gets the first. And the jail player could be a bit of trouble, and down he goes to. Jouet will back him up. And another round for AG as they extend the gap and the distance bit by bit. This is starting to become problematic towards Wolf Empire. They are running out of chances here. 2 more rounds. 2 more rounds before they take the 3-0. And they take it, at this rate, 10-6, 10-5, 10-5. I mean, it's not even a competition, unfortunately.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking so much about, right? I mean, we were trying to, you know, really explain, like, this is, you know, such a scary team to play against because they've made every game look pretty much easy except for these random 10-8s. But even then, like, those rounds were pretty sticky where they would pretty much be down to, like, 1v1s. Maybe the odd time where, you know, there was to be some convincing rounds for the opponents, but that's bound to happen. But right now for AG, if they do find themselves in this 3-0, they are going to be taking on Imperial, where that means, you know, AG would be playing the lower bracket semi of 3BL. So that would be still fighting for your tournament life. So things are cooking.
Jouet probably should have spotted Rambo there. Zai going to post up for that fight. So if, hang on, Zai's just pushing forward here. Is he going to swing? Surely not. Surely not. I don't know. That feels a little outlandish for me. I would have assumed Jouet would have spotted him there on the jump across. So Zai pushing forward feels like a push for no reason for me. So that's one of the first sort of unprovoked errors, I would say, for AG that I've seen in a little while.
Ooh, good positioning from AG. They actually boost the one player, which is going to be 1-2-2-2. He's on that light. So we haven't actually seen that being used too many times. Like, we definitely seen it in past and, you know, everybody in their leagues, but I feel like it's been quite some time since we've seen it here in the tournament. But Wolf Empire now getting 2 duels, so they're going to be able to take down the heavyweight of Jouet, and now even Zai. Oh, actually not even bad. Another one coming in for them too. So now they put themselves in a 5-on-3. But again, Do, he's got a whiff of something. He knows there's some wolves here. He knows they're nearby, but a smoke is going to be a problem. Maybe not. Oh my God, he goes for a swing and he gets another hit through it.
That's huge. That is huge. I don't know if AG can make this round work for them, if I'm being honest. This one feels like just, it's too tall of an order. There's too many fights to find, surely, and the trade should be there. Decent setups. I think he should be dead, and he will. Ice Cube see him off. That is better. Wolf Empire. It's sort of tennis claps here as they chip away the deficit, sure, but a lot more needed to get back into this. And I mean, I think there is pauses still on, definitely AG. I think both sides, I'm right in saying, still left. So at least they got that to work with. Wolf Empire up to 6 now. 2-round game, but AG still 2 rounds away. So far from story done here. We'll have to see, because I might take a fight early.
Oh boy. Okay, well, now another little bit of uncharacteristic miss here with the arm. Okay, Wolf Empire, they load the kill feed. They're able to find 4 kills without even losing a single player. Now they want to do something with some premium gas. Now they're starting to feel a little bit better. They got this post plant. There is no world where J-Bal's going to be able to find it. You can just see he's just going to use this time for the team to talk to each other. They're going to try to collect their thoughts, but now it's only a 1-round differential when it was looking so big and gigantic here from AG. But now things are starting to go against them just a little bit, and their backs are slowly getting on the boards.
Yeah. Looking down now as well, a bit of a conversation kind of being had here by AG, but nothing too much for them. Jabal just going to save his KD, which I can sort of get behind, for being completely honest. I mean, for him, that was a completely unwinnable round. So it will be another. And maybe, just maybe, things can start turning on their head a little bit. We might just have a bit of a conversation on the cards. 1 round in it. Wolf Empire, this is the best map they've had so far by a long shot.
Yeah, I don't think this is the best scoreline. I was just trying to think about that. I was like, I think it's
10-6, 10-5 so far.
Yeah, exactly. So, not bad. I didn't know if this map would be good for them just because they haven't actually played it yet here in the group stage, whereas, you know, AG have, but maybe some of this homework from Wolf Empire is starting to come through a little bit, but still lead position for AG. Single Om here for the attacking side, but double with Du and J-Bao. They are going to lock it in, but interestingly enough.
Oh, Shui playing on top here. A lot of people like to play on the box, and then rather than that, they just don't really fight as much. Flash going to come down, Shui going to tuck himself in towards the corner. Jabal gets that first. He needs support big time here, and he actually will get it, thankfully. Naked on the corner, does do a decent amount of damage towards Lucas. Another combined it as well, as Flashbang's trying to give them fights here. Shady takes a lot of damage, but he'll get his kill, and that's all that matters. Another nade to come over. A flash, that is. And we'll try and slow them down here. They want to pull off some sort of a retake. That's a great grenade. So much damage. They have one more grenade to work with on 1-2's back, but is Jabal going to be running it towards the fight? Big finds coming through as Lucas and Dola combine massively. This round far from over, and now it is over. That's big from Wolf Empire. This game's tied up.
I don't know how they're able to do it, man, but now, you know, I was talking about pressure. I was saying there's so much riding against them, and okay, timeout's going to be utilized, and I'm pretty sure that should be from, well, no, that's actually going to be AG. I just saw him in the corner of my eye. I was like, that was a hard angle to see, but okay, look. I think they're realizing, you know, these guys, they're building some momentum. They're making a bit of a, you know, sticky one for us here, so let's just clean it up. Man, the coach is right in the face, just talking about some details, a couple gaps, but honestly, I loved what we saw from Shui. Like, him playing in that position on the A site like that, he was able to just throw the perfect utility. Yep. You can see the flashes were really just slowing things down, but I do question the re-aggression on the swing. Like, he was trying to bait some time, but it felt like he went reposition on the top of the box. I just don't think that was worth it, and he gave up his life. He wasn't even able to do much damage too. So
yeah,
kind of a weird thought process from AG.
No, definitely. Well, a lot of time to discuss it for AG. Also, you get 1:30 in these TAC timeouts, so you got plenty of time to figure out what's the play, what's the plan. We got here, just below us, we got Drone Man. He's flying a drone currently for this timeout. I don't know if
it was scary, bro.
I don't know if the angle is going to be used. If it does get used, there it is. No. No, that is him, I think. That is him. That is his angle, I'm pretty sure.
Well, there's times where he like uses it and then he brings it back to him, but like you can hear it just like, and it, like I keep thinking it's like a lawnmower right behind us. It's
no, yeah, that angle float, that was him. That little wide shot. Yeah, conversation being had, especially towards Du.
Yeah.
And they need him. They do need him, right? I mean, he is of utmost importance towards this side. But attack ball's basically concluded now. And we can get the show back on the road. And yeah, definitely the closest game we've had in this series so far. 8-all. Wolf Empire still have the chance of taking this towards a fourth.
Yeah, a tie situation. It's so late in the game. So the home crowd cheering for Wolf Empire. Maybe it's just enough for them to get the energy, but okay, now AG They're really starting to hit some good shots, trying to hit some good punches, and Lucas is unfortunately going to leave with a bit of a black eye on this one. And now Wolf Empire, they're just going to kind of reset entirely. They're actually going to pull back on this. They're just going to play very passive. They're expecting some kind of a push. So very, very interesting that Wolf Empire were expecting AG to maybe re-aggress on something.
Yeah. Well, again, not a huge amount to work with. 1-2, playing back in towards Lockers. Not the common Lockers angle, though.
Oh, they're not going to clear it?
May get overlooked here. Nade's going to come down. Not going to affect him. You normally look directly up, so they might, in a sense, slightly overlook this, but he's just going to dip away. Doesn't want to stick around for the what-ifs and the maybes. He knows he can leave Do here on the Pixel peak, and my God, dude, there's not a lot of leeway in that peak. That's for damn sure. His reactions have got to be uber crisp. Don't even blink, mate. That might be enough. That's how quick the shot's going to be. He gives up a little bit more space, and he goes back for the Pixel peak. Jesus, this is a tough shot to hit.
It really is, but I mean, if it's going to be anybody, it's going to be him. Oh, please.
Spot the barrel.
I just want to see it. I think it was Jordan, like Elfish was, criticizing a couple plays, and other teams like, you're never going to hit that. Like, you're never going to do it. And honestly, I would agree probably 9 times out of 10. Do is probably the one guy I would say he probably would do that.
Yeah. I think I can get behind that, to be honest. Do is pretty damn sick. Zai, don't get tired. We are spending a lot of time here trying to figure out what we want to do, Wolf Empire, though. This is the issues I'm starting to have. And Zai's starting to get proactive here. This could work against him. He could overextend. Oh, my God. He gets him behind. Shady going to get caught. And now Rambo and everybody's attention's drawn. They're thinking, are they flanking us? Are they pushing? Who knows? Either way, Rambo will get one of his own. A drive-by pistol shot doesn't work, but Zhuai and Zhabao finds 2. Rambo all alone.
It's over.
No time. No time. No chance in hell here for him. He gets one on the quick trade coming through, and that is better for AG. And actually, the first time we see them get a little loud, a little celebration coming through from Zhabao, which is pretty sick to see. Getting vocal here in the server. The fans really trying to cheer on Wolf Empire here in Hanoi, but unfortunately, guys, I don't know if that's going to help them too much. They are playing for overtime now, and
be the first time.
Yeah, AG find themselves just 1 round away from the series and that upper bracket semi.
Well, if it does actually make the OT, this will be the first time in the tournament history, because AG, the closest they've had have been these 10-8s.
It's true.
Can it happen here? Do they kind of maintain that rhythm? Do they kind of keep dancing to the same song here of the 10-8? But, I mean, we saw Wolf Empire making some kind of unsure decisions, which cost them the round, and that's where we said, you got to be crisp. You got to be right on top of it. It's got to be A+ maximum effort. And it has to happen here now to keep themselves alive into this. Otherwise, AG are going to be getting themselves 1 step closer to that grand final in the upper.
Yeah, well, Lucas trying to make a move around this smoke. I'm waiting. The Utahs are going to come down. Another smoke on the cross. Still, that first fight hasn't been taken. You got Zai up close, and this is a big one for Zai. He can convert these 2 kills here. It's huge! Oh, Zai! That is brilliant. 1-2-2 gets one of his own as well. And 1 by 1, they're all starting to be dropped. It's all down 2-1. It's Rambo, all to do, and he will do it. And just like that, AG find themselves with another series in their favor without dropping a map.
They really are just all gamers because they were able to get all 3 maps, and they're going to get it with a 3-0. A little bit stressful near the end, but you know what? It's pretty much history repeating itself, where they played a lot of these teams in the group stage, on this map especially. That's where the 8th rounds were kind of getting against them, but all it took was 1 timeout, and they were able to close things up.
Yeah, really good work coming through. I think they just keep flexing how deep the strat book goes, right? I think when times get tough, they can dip into these other sort of rounds and change things up a little bit. And having things like that and plays like that are in the back pocket just in case, I think it is super, super strong. So, you know, big fan of this AG side. We all are, right? Because we know the level of CrossFire that they can play, and that's a prime example of what they can bring to the table. So really, really good work coming through from them. 3-0 in this series means that we're taking on Imperial in that upper bracket semi, which is going to be pretty damn sick, it is safe to say. But yeah, also means that we're going towards that lower bracket game against 3BL now, and I would probably say Wolf Empire the favorites in that one.
Yeah. Just
because 3BL unfortunately have been on a downward trend. They're 0-7 in their last 7 maps played. So it's not exactly a great statistic to have. They've been struggling.
Yeah, and you know, I think, you know, I was able to capture a little bit of the game earlier on, and it was so unfortunate because for 3BL, like, again, a team where they really do have a lot of a structure in their group, but we saw, you know, like Horace having himself a very quiet first game, which I feel like that was so close that him just having that extra 10% maybe could have been a difference. And then I think it was even Snake. He had himself a bit of a slow game too. So it's just like when you have your players not able to, you know, come to the game, you know, on the plate, ready to, you know, hit the ball. I mean, that's going to cause a problem, especially here in playoffs. You don't have any more room here for taking losses. So 3BL, they're going to have to be back in the lab here for, you know, this game of Wolf Empire, because Wolf Empire, you know, they definitely are going to be the favorites in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, for the All Gamers, again, just continuing to showcase just how dominant they can be. We probably say they're the favorites, not a doubt, against Imperial, and probably for this entire competition. I don't know if anybody can beat them just yet. Imperial are the best chances of doing it, but right now nobody can even scratch the surface. Still yet to drop a map as we move forward in towards the playoffs. And, you know, commiserations towards Wolf Empire. There was moments which are good, especially in towards that third map, but unfortunately the other two didn't really offer up all too much, especially Ankara really once again showcasing and flexing the bag, right, of how good things can be over towards the All Gamers. So yeah, really, really good showing for Wolf Empire. There's a lot that they need to kind of fix in terms of these small things to get a few players, I think, a little bit more proactive in kind of the early to mid rounds if they want a chance coming through. But there's just no weakness towards All Game. I mean, maybe you can make an argument about 1-2-2-2 having a slow game, but it doesn't matter if he's not needed.
Yeah, I feel like his role, like kind of being an anchor, he's just kind of the guy that's not going to get like all the flashy plays all the time. So it's kind of, you expect him to be statistically probably the worst player, if you want to say that. But I mean, look, I mean, he was still able to do a good job for himself. He was able to actually get some, you know, retake scenarios where he is able to find that 1 or 2 duels. So it is working, obviously, and I don't think there was too many negative things I could say from AG. If I'm going to be Wolf Empire making, you know, good out of a bad situation here of going down by 0-3, this experience in these games, I think, is just going to help them be more prepared for the following, taking on 3BL. So I think for 3BL, that's also kind of the negative, you know, component of this, with the addition of them having a lot of struggle in the later portion of the tournament.
Yeah, no, absolutely. This is going to be a weird situation at 3BL. They're going to have to find a way to prep against Wolf Empire. And I don't know, man, it doesn't... I mean, obviously, AG have found weaknesses there, but I think a lot of it comes down to just how good the mechanics are, right? They're a side with so much on offer and so many different facets of where they can find firepower, and that's how good they have been. I think probably in a moment, we might be getting some sort of interview. Who knows? I think they're probably going to set up for that. And then, obviously, we can talk about things like the MVPs and whatnot. And there's a couple of different people you can look towards. I mean, Jabal looked pretty good towards that third map, but probably not enough maybe across the whole series. Du looked really good across the whole series, so he had his moments as well. And then also Jouet, map 1 and 2, he was the main man you looked towards. I think off the back of map number 3, because of how good he was and how quiet Jouet was, I think Du probably does take that MVP kind of nod, but there's a lot of different people that you can throw it out to.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a tight race for both of them, right? Because I mean, we said this before, is the fact that, you know, Du is one of those guys that he only had the 1, but he was looking to find himself getting a 2-peat here. But Jouet did have himself a really good start in the beginning when you talk about, you know, getting entries or just being able to find, you know, multi-kills when they were locking things down on the GR side. So I think it's going to be really, really close, but I do agree with you. I think Du was able to kind of find a little bit more for himself on a map like this. He really was playing his role pretty much the best you could. I mean, I don't even think when the coach was talking to him, it probably couldn't have been anything negative, because I felt like he was doing everything to a T. I felt like it was more his teammates, unfortunately, kind of put him in these kind of tough situations to be in.
Yeah, it's true. It's very, very true. Remember these highlights as well, and you can see that AG was so close to the finish line and did have a couple of slip-ups, right? They did allow Wolf Empire back in towards this game, and for us to even, you know, converse about the conversation about overtime is credit to how Wolf Empire did make this pretty close, but off the back of the pause, 2 back-to-back rounds coming through. So that is a lot of credit to the coach and the conversations over in the supporting team for the AG side. It's due, yeah, like again, we said for him, another great performance coming through, and I think that probably should lock him in towards an MVP spot overall. But a 10-8 here. It is Dola, the only one who finishes positive. Shady finishes neutral. Everybody negative over towards Wolf Empire, aside from them. But Do, 1.67 for him, really, really clean. And then actually does actually look pretty, you know, it tails off quite rapidly there. 1.22, get to 1.15, which isn't terrible, and then everybody else negative. So it is fine margins in that game, hence why it was so close.
Yeah, and even on the first map too, when it was on Black Widow, like, I mean, Do was the guy that was sitting at that 1.08, so that's where we were kind of saying he like, you want to say fell off, like I'm using quotes right now, by the way, like it was like Joey was sitting at a 1.20 KD, and then Zai was right behind him with a 1.17, but that's the thing, is everybody was putting 1.0 ratings and above. Obviously, 1.2222 is not typically that guy he was here, because you've got, even in those highlights, we saw a couple clips of him able to find some double kills and the retakes, so I think it's going to be a tight race, but I do think, you know, out of the maps, Do might be the guy that should be able to clean it up, but we'll wait and see. I've been wrong on this before, actually.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm kind of like Elfish. I mean, my MVP predictions have been not the greatest.
Yeah. I feel like it has to be Do because map 2 and 3 he top fragged and he got the best numbers. I feel like he's probably the one I look towards. But here's how things end at the end of that set: 10-6, 10-5, 10-8. It's a little bit closer map number 3, but Black Widow and Ankara were pretty solid from the All Gamers. No real conversations to be had there. I think that is for sure. And a pretty simple day, all things considered. A really, really good showing coming through from a side of All Gamers who nobody really has been able to even make any sort of conversation about, right? Nobody's been able to scratch the surface of them. Nobody's been able to take a map from them. And that's a statement that remains.
Yeah, definitely is. But like we said, for, you know, anybody, you know, kind of wondering how this is going to work out now. So for, you know, All Gamers, they're going to be the ones that are going to be taking on Imperial. So they're going to be able to have themselves a bit of a tough one. I think Imperial have shown that they can be, you know, one of those top 3 teams and you know, can make things a little bit interesting. But I mean, the matches tomorrow is going to be still where it is, the semifinalists, you know, from both these guys, the winners, they are going to be playing each other. Okay, yeah, Do is going to be your MVP. Makes all the sense. He was able to get himself at a 1.47 KD, and then even his damage, yeah, it's just, how do you top that?
Yeah,
and kills arounds like a 0.96.
Yeah, nearly a kill around as a sniper is pretty insane. 1,467 damage is, pretty awesome. 19 AP as well coming forward for Do, who was all the way throughout just an incredible force of nature. I mean, this is a guy who, like we said, consistent. He really continues to be so difficult to deal with, and I think teams are really struggling to find ways to break him down. Do continues to look incredible all the way throughout. So definitely going to be question marks about how we try and shut this side down. Imperial are going to try and figure out that puzzle, and it's not an easy one to solve. That is for sure. So, yeah, really great work, it has to be said. I think they are setting up in just a moment for Do, getting ready for this interview for you. I think, if I'm right in saying it is him over there. And yeah, it should be sick. I mean, always kind of good to sort of hear from him in the sense, right? Because he's a pretty young guy in himself. He's just mega talented.
Yeah, mega talented indeed. And yeah, we're just going to show a little bit of the highlights of what he was able to do and why he was able to get that MVP status once again. Why not? But like you said, I mean, he was just somebody, he's a young star. He's able to, you know, find a lot of good duels in really, really crappy scenarios. But that's the thing you got to love about the Do effect, man. Like, he is one menace in the server, and it's been, unfortunately for Wolf Empire, they were on the receiving end of it.
Yeah, exactly. He's so difficult to shut down. He's so consistent. He's such a force of nature. And I mean, if you can't find a way of putting him into a tough predicament, you're really going to struggle. And the thing is, if you do put him into a tough spot, somebody else is going to step up. That's just how the cookie crumbles. This is how today's games went. 3-0 for both Imperial and Chengdu All Gamers over 3BL and Wolf Empire respectively, putting 3BL and Wolf Empire, of course, into that lower bracket semi with elimination on the line. No more second chances. This is a double elim bracket, but you don't get a third chance. That is for sure. So whoever loses out of 3BL and Wolf, we have to say goodbye to. Of course, for Imperial and Chengdu, they've still got a second chance. Whoever loses losers will drop in towards that lower bracket. Whoever wins goes towards the grand finals with that chance of getting the lion's share of $300,000. You could be walking away with 110k for your side. 70k goes towards second, of course. It's not exactly the worst thing in the world, but you would like the 110k. It's not bad taking 6 figures home as a team.
No, it's not bad at all. I mean, just for context too, like whoever comes in 4th place is still going to get around 20k, and I mean that's a pretty big jump because I'm just looking at it right now. Even though for a team like 3BL, I mean they would have been in that position of possibly 5th and 6th, so that was 12k.
Yeah.
So for them, even if it doesn't work out, like it's going to be a great way for them as an organization to just kind of use that for their gaming house, things like that. But I'm not going to say they're out yet, but whoever is in that 4th place does get themselves the bare minimum of 20k, which is not too shabby at all.
Yeah, it's not the worst thing in the world. It scales up massively as well. You get 3rd place 50k, 2nd place 70, and then 1st, of course, 110,000. I think we have an interview ready for you over on the stage. And I think it's probably with our MVP as well. So we're going to throw it down to the stage. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you soon.
Quay trở lại với phần phỏng vấn sau trận đấu vừa rồi. Trận đấu giữa Group Empire và CHENGDU Gamers với tỷ số là 3-0 nghiêng về CHENGDU Gamers. Thật sự là một trận đấu quá nhiều cảm xúc. Chúng tôi đã nhìn thấy những tiếng hò reo ở trong khán đài ngày hôm nay. Và ngay bây giờ thì tôi đang đứng cạnh với Dio đến từ CHENGDU Gamers. Và hãy cùng lắng nghe những chia sẻ đến từ Dio nhé. Đầu tiên thì Dio thân mến, bạn hãy có thể gửi một lời chào đến tất cả quý vị khán giả đang có mặt trong trường quay ngày hôm nay, cũng như quý vị khán giả đang theo dõi trên sóng trực tuyến được không ạ?
你可以跟全世界的观众朋友们介绍一下你自己吗？然后跟他们打一下招呼。
大家好，我是来自中国的成都 AG 的 Dio。
Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình là Dio đến từ CHENGDU Gamers.
Xin chào Dio, và có lẽ câu hỏi đầu tiên đi thì là một câu hỏi rất là quen thuộc thôi. Không biết là cảm xúc của Dio lúc này như thế nào sau một trận đấu quá nhiều cảm xúc với tỷ số 3-0?
刚刚打赢了 Wolf， 你现在有什么感受可以跟我们分享一下吗？
没有什么太大的感受吧。然后今天就是对面打得也很好，然后我们也有很多不足吧。
Hôm nay thì thực ra hiện tại thì mình cũng không thực sự có quá nhiều cảm xúc gì, bởi vì dù mình có đánh thắng nhưng mà mình cũng phát hiện được là đội của mình cũng có rất nhiều điểm cần phải học tập và phát triển thêm cũng như là tiến bộ thêm.
Thật sự là rất là khiêm tốn đúng không ạ? Vậy thì Dio thân mến, không biết là chiến lược của đội bạn là gì để có thể mang lại một bàn thắng gọi là quá là xuất sắc ngày hôm nay ạ?
今天打赢了，你们是用了哪些战术？可以跟我们分享一下吗？
其实没什么战术吧，最重要就是心态吧。我们就是挑战者的心态嘛，因为沃夫也是越南的1号种子嘛，也是特别厉害，我们也是抱着挑战者的心态去打的。
Thực ra thì bọn mình cũng không chuẩn bị quá nhiều chiến thuật gì, bọn mình chủ yếu là chuẩn bị tốt cái tâm thế của bản thân mình. Và Wolf Empire thì thực sự cũng là một hạt giống số 1 của Việt Nam. Bọn mình chủ yếu là chuẩn bị tâm thế của bản thân mình thôi.
Xin được cảm ơn Dio, và có lẽ câu hỏi cuối cùng đi. Vậy thì đối với Dio thì đội tuyển Việt Nam, đội tuyển Group Empire, bạn đánh giá nếu trên thang điểm 10 thì bạn đánh giá Group Empire bao nhiêu điểm?
如果要给沃夫评分的话，你会给他们几分？
评分的话，9分吧，因为今天我们双方都有很多失误吧，我觉得我们也打得不是很好，然后给沃夫也是评9分吧，他们也是很厉害的。
Thực sự là mình cảm thấy Wolf Empire là một đội rất là mạnh, mình sẽ cho đội của họ 9 trên 10 điểm.
9 trên 10 ạ. Vâng ạ, xin được cảm ơn Dio. Xin được một lần nữa xin được chúc mừng chiến thắng đến từ CHENGDU Gamers. Và chúng ta cũng vừa được lắng nghe những chia sẻ đến từ Dio, đến từ đội tuyển của CHENGDU Gamers. Và các bạn cũng đừng quên là chúng ta vẫn đang còn có hẹn với nhau vào lúc 14 giờ tại nhà thi đấu Tây Hồ, thủ đô Hà Nội. Còn bây giờ xin chào và hẹn gặp lại.